Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 68, Devil Dinner. Third-person POV. In the inner hall of the Lucifer clan, dinner was going on. To the normal person that is, but to anyone even remotely knowing of the people's identity, this is the strongest war council. In the top Cain was sitting, in his right side Graphia and on his left Vanessa and Melissa. Starting from his right, sat Zira, Rayla, Nyx, Medusa and Ereshkigal. While on his left was Lilith, Scathatch, Morgan, Brynhildr and Echidna. Everyone was eating silently, their hands moving with grace. And then the silence was broken by Lilith. "So you fucked Morgan." Cain took a deep breath and ignored his mom. Morgan was choking on her food, and attempting to drink water. Ereshkigal was glaring at the Fae, trying to curse her with her look again. Zira and Rayla were looking amused seeing that. Nyx was gently patting the blonde goddess on the back. Scathatch was not impressed, her appetite was falling, having one-on-one talks with the succubus queen had made her a little bit self-conscious. Medusa was trying to stop the blush spreading at her face, while Echidna was completely out of the loop. "Fae child. Drink water," the self-proclaimed mom of the Lucifer clan said. Making the choking of Morgan harder, and Lilith didn't care and said, "The Black Madonna, a Fae child." Pdash. Morgan was very much interested in finding a hole to hide. Seeing this, Ereshkigal said, reading Morgan's thoughts. "The only hole you will get is the one Cain made bigger for you." This time most of the people were unable to hold their laughter, only Cain and Graphia were calm. Scathatch was now looking scared at the gaze of Lilith, telling her true thoughts on Cain were backfiring on her. She was horrified that maybe one day such sexual jokes will be made on her too. Morgan was pouting and looking at Cain for help. The so-called scary Devil King melted under that and coughed. "Ahem. Leave her alone, she already is under a lot of pressure coming to eat here." "Fine," Zira said. "So what is the next plan?" Scathatch asked, trying to divert the matter. As old and experienced she was, she isn't really good with her feelings. "Next. Well, Ajuka should be able to perfect all the details of the peerage system, so I would need to tell that Lilith is alive. Then create a system of promotion. We can't take souls now, can we?" "Why, though? It's a good way to get stronger," Rayla questioned. "Not anymore, we need to up our reputation in the supernatural and normal world. Using the evil pieces we will reincarnate all kinds of races. If we do not have a good reputation, it will be significantly harder to do so. So from now on we will do contracts but not take the soul. Something important is what we will take as compensation, something that has a lot of emotional attachment to the contactor. It will serve as a suitable power source. We can put a system that every reincarnated devil needs a certain amount of contracts to be promoted." After that, Ereshkigal also said, "Also, with the amount of souls we get normally, in the long term will be better for increasing the overall state of hell." "What do you mean?" Medusa asked. "Well, in simple terms, Earth is at a lower level of existence than every other pantheon's dimension. So we get a little weaker when we go there. As it can't handle that much energy, hence when two strong people fight, the space there breaks and dimensional gap opens. But much more energy is required to do the same in a supernatural plane. Now due to the world tree, the recycled energy from the souls, plus the extra energy released by the living beings is used to increase the strength of the plane. Thus the higher the plane is the stronger we become." Cain explained in simple terms, only because of the discussion he had with Ajuka. Some words were such that he didn't even know they existed. Ajuka had to dumb it down for him to understand this, and he is now making it even simpler. "But we don't have any reason to fight right now, so there won't be much energy," Lilith said, but Ajuka had already proposed something for this. That's why Ajuka planned the raiding games. Peerage of different devils will participate in a friendly match, with some stakes. It can be anything from marriage contracts to money matters. This will generate the energy and keep the devil's urge of destruction and violence content. And maintaining the power balance, so there will be no more chance of a civil war erupting again. Pretty smart. Scathatch gave her input. Ajuka is like that, he is even working on the raiding games as we talk. And Cain added more. And I have decided that Mom will be the one to check the validity of the devils for getting the evil pieces. With her empathy it will be easy. Hence just after the evil pieces are announced, I will also tell the underworld about her." "Makes sense," Medusa said, adding Herseler into the conversation. "Internal affairs aside, what are your plans regarding the other pantheons and factions?" Morgan questioned, finally back to her cold queen persona. "Nothing too grand. Though I would try to have a talk with Azazel. And maybe try to contact the Shinto guys. Seraphal is failing in that. All methods of contact by her are being denied. Looks like they are also going through some trouble. MMMH. Nyx said she was also interested in the Shinto pantheon due to Amaterasu. Nyx was commonly known as the strongest female on the planet in the past, now that title is held by the Shinto goddess of sun. And being polar opposite, Nyx was naturally interested. What about your peerage? Any plans on who you are targeting? When will I get new children? The eccentric mother of monsters said, finally, having almost finished her plate of food. Well, I am thinking of finding a yokai. I am also interested in getting a knight. A Japanese samurai or the like may be good. I will be able to hit two birds with a stone like that. Also, now that I remember, FIA. Calling Vylde back. Yes, my lord. The ever-stoic maid replied, making a mental note to do what her lord asked the first thing tomorrow. Brynhilde was really silent during the dinner, her mind was in a mess. Due to some of the things she heard, especially the part where it was revealed that Cain had slept with Morgan too. Though she did make a mental reminder to ask about the contents of the dinner by one of the maids, aside from Grafia. After that, dinner was a simple affair. Nobody had anything big to announce. Though everyone did see Cain followed by both Rayla and Zira, the two wives having a very scary glint in their eyes. Next morning, Cain was sitting in his study, accompanied by Grafia. In front of him sat the Satan Leviathan and the Leviathan descendant. Seraphol was glaring at Cain, who was ignoring it. But Grafia was in return glaring even harder at Seraphol. All the while Vylde was sitting quietly, watching the so-called adults and devil kings act like children throwing tantrums. So Cain, may I ask, why did you cut off Ingvildchan's vacation and call her here? Cain looked at her for a few minutes. The silence was thick enough to cut with a knife. She is not using the prefixes, she is serious, I guess. Cain mentally remarked. So Grafia, why is Sarah here? I only told you to bring Ingvylde. She insisted on coming along, my lord. Though if you wish I can throw her out right now. The maid said in an icy tone. Seraphol was about to respond in kind, when Cain said. No need for that, Grafia. His eyes moved to Seraphol. Now, Sarah. It's completely Ingvylde's decision from now on, so I would prefer if you wait and then comment on anything. The bubbly woman wanted to retort, but the glare from the strongest devil ever made her choke on her own words. So Ingvylde, have you toured hell? Yes, Lucifer-sama, it was a pleasant experience. Sama. Looks like she took interest in Japanese culture. So I again want to invite you to my peerage, as a bishop. Seeing that Ingvylde was about to give her response fast, Cain raised his hand to stop her. First, listen to my reason. First of all, my mother, Lilith, is alive. I know it's shocking, but she is just like you. She was in a coma for centuries, thus she is also a bit out of the loop, not as much as you but still out. She missed all of my growth, not to mention my relationship with my brother. And seeing as you are also in a similar state, I wanted to have you two stay close and help each other. As much as I want to, I can't understand or feet what it means to be sleeping for such a long time and wake up to find everyone you knew is dead or changed with time. That is my reason for asking you to cut your journey short and come here. You can continue your tour along with my mom, after her existence is revealed to the common populace and the devil pillars. By now Seraphol had calmed down, and was watching Ingvylde while contemplating something in her mind. But why does she need to be in your peerage? Can't she just stay with you? No, after Lilith's existence is revealed. She will go on to tour hell. I know she will take Ingvylde with her. It is inevitable that her real lineage will be figured out. Then she would be targeted by both the old Satan faction and the GKF. But if she is in my peerage, I can tell the GKF that I am taking care of her, making sure she is safe. Cain explained patiently. Fine, but if Ingvildchan denies, then you shouldn't force her, Cain-kun. Cain showed a rare smile and replied. I wouldn't, Sarah. Seeing that Seraphol was now not against the idea, Cain looked at Ingvylde, waiting for her answer. I would love to, Lucifer-sama. The last living Leviathan, at least to the average devil, replied with the same innocent smile she had when waking up. Seeing that Seraphol stood up from her chair. Then it is decided. Seeing an opportunity, Cain asked. Any progress with the Shinto pantheon? Seraphol sighed and said. No, all kinds of communication have failed till now. As a last resort I will need to personally go to Japan or at least send someone competent there. Seeing that, Cain said. If it isn't a problem, I can go. Seraphol jumped at Cain hearing that and landed a kiss on his cheek. Really? Thanks a lot. The bubbly Satan then went back on her merry way, happy that her workload was just lowered massively. But she missed the death glare by the maid. Grafia quietly took out a handkerchief and cleaned the place where Seraphol had kissed. Making Cain look at her weirdly and ask. You know I never ask, but why do you hate her this much? And I think it is mutual. It's a secret only to be known between two ladies, my lord. The Lucifuge answered cryptically. Cain sighed and let the subject go, now once again focusing on the young devil sitting, and said with a pleasant expression on his face. Lie down on the table, Ingvild. The girl following the request, and did as asked. Cain took out his bishop piece and put it on the chest of the young devil, and then he began the chant he was quite familiar with now. I, Cain Levon Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me, Ingvild Leviathan, your soul belongs to me from this moment. You shall become my bishop and rejoice in your newfound role in life. The Lucifer clan's circle came to life below the girl, and the piece sank inside the Leviathan. Ingvild then opened her eyes, feeling no more different than before, but she instinctively knew that she just became connected to her savior. And the smile on his face once again made her heart beat fast. Welcome to your new family, Ingvild. And new chapter. Some slice of life. Gimme those stones. Chapter 69, Saint of Orleans. Third-person POV. Cain was currently taking the latest member of his peerage to his mother. He had informed through Graphia, the other members of his peerage and household, about Ingvild. He was sure that she would take time to become settled with the other members, but devils had plenty of time. Hence he was sure that in a few years, or at max a decade, Ingvild would get along with the others just like a family. Cain knocked on the door of the room in which his mother resided. The succubus was half lying on her bed, in her devil form. Seeing her child come inside with a new girl, she sat upright and looked at the girl with intrigue. Mom, this is Ingvild Leviathan, my second bishop. Oh ho. A Leviathan. Is she the last? The devil mother asked. In hell yes, but overall no, Katria is still alive somewhere out there. Well, she is dead anyways if she comes across any of the new Satans. Now what is her story? I can already feel her turbulent emotions, and your nervousness. Hearing that Cain sighed, even after being a part incubus and learning empathy, he was still unable to hide his emotions from his mother. Well. Cain explained in detail about Ingvild's past to Lilith, and to her credit she listened attentively. So she is basically like me. Yes. Ah, such a missed opportunity, to say she is like me. FR, Cain thought mentally, a bit disappointed that no one would know this joke until very late. And what do you want me to do? Give her therapy like Echidna. The mother of Cain said in an exasperated tone. It seems that Echidna was really troubled, such that even Lilith was troubled. No, I want you to act like her mother. Silence, that was all in the room. Even Ingvild's breathing was not heard. She is the closest devil to you after me. Your situations are the same, not to mention she doesn't know anything about a family, her memory of her parents is all but gone. You did this because I asked. Lilith said with tears filling her eyes. Nobody had done anything for her, Lucifer only asked her to do things for him, never did he do anything for. Yes. I thought you had forgotten, you were quite drunk when you mentioned it, but it seems you remember the conversation we had. Cain was once again engulfed within the modest blossom of his mother. As she was in her devil form, it wasn't as good as her succubus form, but to Cain the warmth was all the same. Thank you. We are family, no need for thanking me. Ingvild was watching them with envious eyes, but Lilith knew this and then left her son. She walked the young devil and hugged her. Only to receive an awkward response. Aren't you just as small as me? How can you act like my mother? Sarah told me that appearance is important. Even she has a bigger chest than yours. The last part was a whisper, but the beings in the room were sensitive enough to hear it. Ha ha ha. Cain couldn't control his laughter. Lilith was embarrassed, even in her long life no one dared to make fun of her like this. I must remedy this. With a thought the white-haired succubus queen was once again walking in hell. And again hugged the Leviathan, who was now buried in her chest. I am more than qualified to be your mother. Little girl. She also brought Cain into her blossom to stifle his laugh. And stop laughing, you brat. And thus Ingvild gained a mother figure, Lilith gained a daughter in whose life she could be present for her, and Cain got an honorary sister. Cain was standing in front of one of the volcanoes in Soulscape. As he was informed by Ereshkigal that a soul had finally been put inside the most dangerous punishment. Cain was thinking about the conversation he had with Ereshkigal. So why did you call me? Cain asked the former Mesopotamian goddess. Finally, after all this time, someone was deemed sinful enough to warrant a stay in the highest level of punishment. Ereshkigal said. Oh. But what did you say, deemed? Who decides that a soul is sinful enough? At that Ereshkigal went silent, and Cain was also mentally rebuking himself. Such an important thing, and I forgot to ask about this. I must be slipping due to the things I had to do in the past few years. Let's take a well-deserved break after this, and then go to deal with the Shinto. I am not sure, but it is most definitely the heaven system. Now Cain was already having a headache, as if the system of heaven decided the level of severity of sins, then it would not be fair at all. Even if he was the king of hell, he believed that the punishment should be equal to the sin. Elaborate. Well, as the spirit of the world tree is not mature, when souls go to heaven after the body dies, they are accepted if the heaven system deems them pure, or else it puts a mark on them, representing the level of sin and then reroutes them to us. Then they come here, our current system just studies the marks and sends them according to it. Cain was facepalming. If anything, he should be grateful that only one person was sent to the volcano, not many. Do not send anyone inside the last level until I say so. Keep them in the second. I am going to see if the person inside is really that bad. Also, how to find out their sin. There should be a mark somewhere on the soul, just touch it and you will understand. I will till then barricade the system of our own. Please do so. Saying so, Cain moved towards the large volcanoes at the end of the horizon. Now that he once again checked his memory, he found that he had not thought it through, as he did not know how to enter the volcano. To my surprise, it seems the inherent devil urge to do things lazily over a long period of time is messing with my brain, as I am doing things too quickly. So how do I go inside? No, if I go inside, how will I watch? It is full of lava. Can't change the topography of Soulscape now, can I? Cain called upon his authority as the king of this realm. He was like a god king in certain regards, hence he knew that he could do this. And as he willed, the volcano opened like a gate. The magma flowed and split in the middle. This was like Moses split the sea, but instead water here is magma and it's in hell, not on the Red Sea. Cain walked inside thinking about this new ability of his. I am invincible now, inside hell at the very least. Now once I gain my domain, I can connect it with hell and gain even more power. Cain knew that Ereshkigal can do the same thing he did, but only in Soulscape, while Morgan could do this in her garden. And quite possibly only he and Nyx can do this anywhere in hell. Cain had given the control and management of the dimensional core to Nyx. She was experienced in such regards and thus was quite strong inside of hell, and she was working on regaining her prime powers outside of hell too, the last time Cain had talked with her. Finally the soul came into view along with the so-called mark on its front, or was it back? Cain didn't know souls were just like balls, the same from every side. He knew from the shivering of the soul that in the short period of time he came here, it had suffered a lot. Talking and gaining information will be quite impossible then. Remembering the words Ereshkigal had said, he touched the mark intending to know what soul's sins were. Surely they would be multiple, or maybe a downright horrendous sin that was complicated. But no, Cain only felt 3 words. And he frowned. Obstructing God's will. What kind of sin is that? This doesn't tell me anything. Cain was now confused about something that hadn't happened for a few decades. My only hope now is that the soul is at least capable of basic communication. Even a name or place will do, but I need something to work with. And the soul was not capable of handling the horrors. Kinda expected. If this is not a mentally screwed person, then now they definitely are. Well, let's see if Lilith can do something with her empathy. Cain took the soul along with him and returned the volcano to its original state. Finding Lilith, he asked her. Does your empathy work on the brain or soul? Never thought about it, so I do not know. Lilith was used to Cain spawning out of nowhere and asking her weird stuff. We will know that in a few moments. Saying he gave her the soul and urged her to feel the emotions. If possible, reassure her that nothing will happen now. Sure, I will try. What happened though? Cain explained the reason to his mom, and she worked on the soul, and within a few moments she had an answer. Well, getting her to talk might take some time, but she did tell me her name. Also, what in the 7 hells did she go through? Her mind is more messed up than some of the devils who fought in the GHW. I will tell that later. What is her name? Jean d'Arc. What? Cain was in his room, pacing back and forth. How can a veritable saint be obstructing God's will? Cain only had a single thought to this. She fought the wielder of true Longinus, forced him to use the truth idea and lost. That would indeed make her against God's will, but if there was a strong enough wielder of true Longinus, I would know. Cain was confused now, and he could only wait till Lilith managed to get some more information out of the soul. A place would be helpful, Cain mused. He was trying to think outside of the box. Let's see, famous heroes of the past have descendants. Those who do not have a bloodline, a part of their soul, resides in an individual worthy of their title. The original Joan of Arc died back in 1431, so this one must be a descendant. What more can I know? A soul. A soul can be reformed from its fragments if somehow they come together and find a body, and they attract each other. Wait, didn't heaven do a reshuffling of souls at my behest? Did something happen to the original soul of the saint? Cain was gradually making a theory in his mind, but it will all be for naught, as what he was proposing was almost impossible to happen. But the situation was mostly right, souls released from heaven's system control, no big to properly control it. And if there was a descendant of the saint alive at this moment, then it is wholly possible. Cain's mind connected the few dots he had and called my Graphia. His ever-faithful maid came immediately. FIA, go to France now and find out what is happening there. Any news related to Saint Joan of Arc? heresy, or church find it out and return quickly. It will be done, my lord. Now all that remains is whether Lilith can do something. And whether Graphia can find something. If there is another stake-burning plan, then my hypothesis will be correct. A pity I can't tell this to any angel and I don't have a good impression with a fallen angel, or I could get more info. Cain waited for a few hours and then again went to meet Lilith. Anything? Lilith shook her head negatively. She doesn't know anything herself, only her name, she was a holy saint, and suddenly she was in hell. Nothing more. Her mind is already too broken for me to enter and read her memories. Sorry for the trouble then. I have sent Graphia to France, let's hope she had found something worth the trouble. Cain said, taking the soul back. He sent the soul back to Soulscape, but didn't put her into any punishment. He simply kept her in a cage. He will let her reincarnate if Graphia doesn't find anything significant. 3 hours later Graphia came back from France. What would have taken any other person days to do she did in a few hours. It was an urgent request from her lord, she did as fast she could. Teleporting across France continuously for hours she gathered all the information she could about all the topics Cain had asked. Cain had considered sending Vanessa, due to her Valifor powers. Even if she didn't have the clan trait she was still quite able to work without alerting anyone, but her strength was only high class. If a fight occurred there may be chances she can die, hence Graphia was sent. She still was very competent and didn't get caught. My lord, the task you have asked is done. So, what did you hear? There is a stake burning scheduled 2 days from now, for the witch who dares to call herself the Joan of Arc. Graphia had decided to only tell the most important thing, as she had mentally asked her lord as to what she was to focus on during her work. Shit. Well, on the bright side, I have a day to make a plan and execute it. For what, my lord? Graphia asked even though she knew what was going on Cain's mind. His voice was really calming for her. Of course, on how to get the Saint of Orleans to join my peerage and become a devil. The Lucifer said cheerfully. Only you say such a thing casually, Cain. Cain just smirked at his loyal maid. He took her by the waist and threw her at the bed. Well, you have been a good maid, FIA, want a reward? Hearing the husky tone, Graphia replied. Yes, master. And the rest is history. Chapter 70, Corruption. Third-person POV. Next morning, the first thing after breakfast, Cain went to find Ajuka. Finding him in his lab he reached up to him and tapped him on his left shoulder. But before his fingers could touch the Beelzebub, the man asked. Do not try it anymore, I have learned from the past, and say whatever you want to fast. Chill, man. Also give me a box capable of holding a soul. Ajuka looked at Cain with a deadpan face. Cain, do you understand that the thing you asked is rarer than some god's divine weapon? And you just asked me to give it to you. Do you have it or not? Cain added, ignoring the question. He knew Ajuka had the thing he required. After all, evil pieces can act as an anchor for the souls. It would be idiotic of Ajuka to not have something to store a soul. Fine. Saying so he waved his hand and a purple box appeared in his hands. Use it carefully, it is fully made of the materials that the evil pieces use, the special crystals of Agars. Do not break it, or I will not lend another to you. Sure, sure. Cain said, his interest now fully on the box. He had no plans of returning it though, he might need something like this in the future, who knows. And it will be troublesome to come to Ajuka to get it every time he needs it. Surely the mad scientist devil can afford to make another one. Cain then went back to his castle, fetched the soul of the now deceased descendant of the Joan of Arc, tucked it safely inside the box and went off to France. He planned to look at the situation till night and then go to meet the now resurrected saint. More information will only make it easier for him to corrupt the saint into becoming his personal devil. After roaming a bit for the entire day, Cain was finally satisfied by the church. They have made my job so much easier. They killed the original body's parents, points for me, they razed the village to the ground, points to me. Now for the heaven system, it branded a saint descendant a heretic basically, also the original gene was also burned on a stake, so yay, this is going to be so easy. And the Catholics wonder why they are hated by both the supernatural world and their own believers. In the lonely cell a man, on a closer look it was women dressed as a man. The woman had a look of disappointment and anguish, rather than of hatred which was to be expected from someone about to be burned alive. Even when in such a dilemma she didn't lose her faith and her beliefs were unshaken. The Lord had tested her once like this, time he surely will help her. The last time was a test of her resolve. Surely this time she would not have to go through the agony she went through last time. She folded her arms and did another prayer, but unfortunately for her the prayers didn't reach the one intended. Jean's last memory was getting burnt at the stake, after she was wrongly accused of heresy. The pain she felt at her skin burning, the smoke filling her lungs and the contempt of the people, were the last things she remembered before everything went blank. She didn't know what happens after that, she was in a deep sleep, she had woken only 2 times, both when she felt pain. The pain was like someone was ripping apart her very existence. But that had happened only twice, and that too at very long intervals of time. And then suddenly she finds herself inside a body with a fleeting resemblance to her own, with different parents and more than a century after her birth. She instantly knew that she was reincarnated. She was joyful that she got a second chance to fulfill her duties to the Lord. She also knew that she was now said to be a martyr. Some good lad had cleared her name and figured out the foul intentions of the original heretic. And thus with renewed vigor she began to march towards the nearest church and asked the Father there to help her contact the Pope. But everything from then went like her previous life. She was again accused of heresy and was condemned to a similar fate like her last life. As she was reminiscing about her current and past lives, suddenly someone tapped at the iron bars on the sole window of her small prison. She raised her head and looked at her sneaky visitor, silver hair, blood-red eyes and a smirk on his face. "What do you want?" Her hoarse voice came out of her parched throat. And magically the man crossed the wall as if it didn't exist, and came in front of her. The dress of the man along with his unmistakable aura gave his race away. The saint jumped back, her moves precise, still the grace that she had in her past were present in her movement. "Devil." The scorn in her voice was palpable. Cain only smirked and sat down at the cold floor, and motioned her to. "Calm down, Saint, I am only here to talk. My name is Cain Levon Lucifer. It's basic courtesy to introduce yourself, isn't it?" Hearing the name, the saint was even more perturbed. She wasted no time in using an ability this body possessed. Purple flames rose and moved towards Cain, to burn him to cinders. But just as the flames touched his white suit they vanished. "Now before I force you to sit down, will you do it yourself?" Although Cain was looking unfazed, internally he was jumping in joy. That was the incinerate anthem. Jackpot. Seeing that she is powerless, the saint begrudgingly sat down as far away as possible in the cramped space, and then tried to kill him with her glare. "Heh. Look at you hating me, but where is that God of yours? He isn't here to help you, I am. I would never accept help from a devil, and moreover from the Lucifer." "Oh really? Then why are you here, in this cold, cramped space waiting for your execution? Why didn't an angel come to save you?" At that the saint was silent, but the cold and sharp words of the devil continued to reach her soul. "Do you want to know why I am here?" "Why?" she asked with a tremor in her voice. Cain took out a box and kept it in front of her. "Well, have you wondered what happened to the original soul of your current body?" Jean's face scrunched up in distaste, showing her guilt. "Well, the soul came to hell. Now I was very surprised at that, so I just checked the sin of this soul. And I was blown away when it was obstructing God's will. Isn't it ironic that a poor, innocent soul was thrown into hell just because a saint inhabited her body? That is not possible. You are lying, trying to deceive me." "Oh, then look at the soul yourself." The box opened and the soul inside it tried to rush back inside its body but was unable to. But just as the saint touched the soul, she touched the mark, and thus she knew that the devil was right. She had doomed a perfectly innocent soul to eternal damnation. But before she could say anything, Cain took back the soul and kept it inside the box and made it disappear. "So, dear saint. Want to hear more?" The sinful words of the devil rang in her ears. The saint wanted to ignore it and believe in her Lord, but her faith was shaken, and thus she allowed the words of the devil to sink into her heart. "Yes." A whisper came out of her mouth, but Cain was already grinning like a Cheshire cat. That whisper was the opening he needed, and now, his new knight was as good as in his hands by now. "Let's start with your previous life. You did well fighting on God's command, had his vision, made Charles win multiple battles. But only 2 losses and you fell out of favor, your name dragged through the mud by various people, who in reality were heretics. He tricked you and killed you brutally. Finally, after some years, a good guy removed the dark mark on your name and you again became the martyr you were supposed to. But wait a minute, where was your Lord when you were suffering? That was a test of my resolve, and I passed. Hence why I am here alive once again." Although she tried to refute the growing sensation of betrayal in her heart, the cracks were forming. Cain said calmly, not affected by her little outburst. "All right, let's just accept that as the truth for now, even though we both know you are simply denying the truth. But the real stuff starts now. What do you think happened to your soul after your death? Why didn't you go to heaven? Let me guess, you were in a void." "It was because I was to be reincarnated. If I went to reveal, I might not want to come back." "Wrong. Your soul was used as a catalyst to make your descendants, just like the one that you are using the body for. There was one before this too, and she died a horrible death at the hands of a crazy noble. But let me tell you more. Your soul was ripped apart as the big pleased and used you, like a tool. He didn't even acknowledge your efforts. He kept you like a pet, using you whenever he liked and then leaving you alone." The words continued to hammer the wall of belief inside the saint's heart, but the wall was now full of cracks. No, the Lord wouldn't. "Oh, then let me tell you this. The body which you are using now, do you know what happened to its parents? The village she was born in. Let me tell you, the parents were killed for birthing a heretic, the village was razed to the ground and the women and girls were raped. Why? Because the crusaders which went there were the retainers and sons of the greedy nobles. Where was your God then? Where is he now, his precious saint sitting with the devil, and soon to be burned at a stake, again? Where is he? Cain said, and his laugh was increasing in volume, as the biggest bomb was yet to be dropped. He will come, he will dash. He won't. Want me to tell you why? Because God is dead. The last 3 words were whispers, but to Jean's ears were the horn which blew at Armageddon. No, lies, lies all of these. Yes, lies, that must be it. This is also a test, I must resist. Ha ha. And I am the kindest guy, see, we both can lie. You know deep inside too, you were betrayed by your Lord, or should I say, the Archangel Michael. The hands which were at the head, now fell to her sides, her eyes were now lifeless. And the wall of belief was now crashed, she was completely defenseless, she knew that the devil wouldn't be any better than her so-called Lord, but still his words seeped into her heart, she allowed them to. Now, Jean, don't you want salvation? To be free from the paltry chain of belief? Don't you want to take your vengeance? They tricked you, killed you, betrayed you, yet you remained steadfast. Even my father, the light-bringer, fell due to his unjust treatment, you are only human. Why must you go through such pain? Your soul was ripped, your descendants murdered, their soul sent to hell, that too forcing that sin on you. They killed innocents just because they supported you. Now leave the title of a saint and embrace the darkness. Come to me, my witch, become vengeance. Cain's grand speech completely changed the atmosphere. Jean's eyes, which were till now filled with kindness and despair, burned with rage. In this moment she didn't focus on the father part. And seeing that Cain embraced the witch, his witch, the witch also allowed her to sink deeper into his chest, as if letting him shoulder all her pains and sin. Don't worry, I am the punisher of all sinners, your sins won't go unpunished as they are yours, and your punishment is to stay with me and as my loyal knight forever. I will bear all your pain. Yes, my lord. The saint whose mouth only sang the praises of God, was now calling the devil her lord. All according to the plan, now to cement her place as my knight. Lay down, my witch, I shall fulfill our contract. The former saint did as she was asked of, and Cain brought out his night piece. Putting it on her clothed chest, he again began the chant. I, Cain Levon Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me, Jean's dark, bound your soul back to me and become my witch. You shall become my knight and rejoice in your newfound life. The piece sank into her body and her ripped soul was mended, and the transformation began, with purple flames surrounding her. The flames died to reveal the new Jean Dark. With a smile on her face that promised nothing but pain and misery, she said in a silky voice. I have been reborn, master. Indeed, my witch. And new chapter, now gimme those stones. Do point out the typos if you guys see them, help a poor guy out. Chapter 71, Vengeance. Third person POV. So, master. What is the plan? Well, how do you want to torment these holistic bastards? You can wait till they try to burn you, and then you can strike back. Superb. That will be glorious, I shall do that. Telling these morons that their glorious God is dead will be most exciting. About that, it is very hidden information. So you have to make sure that no one who knows this is left alive. Oh master, you are giving me good news after all. Denying their faith and then killing them ruthlessly. Magnificent, it will be a slaughter. Ah, yeah, sure. Cain said, seeing the enthusiasm in the new witch's voice. So now, we wait. Till then, let me bring you up to date in the supernatural and the normal world. Yes, I will require information to inflict the most torment on my subjects. It will also help me continue my plans for torturing the Catholics even more. Is she right in the head? Cain was now wondering if he created a monster. The day passed by easily. Cain was a veritable encyclopedia of information. To be fair, he had lived for more than a century now, so that is to be expected. And he is nearing the completion of the hidden library below the Vatican. As the night fell, Cain got up and said, well, the time is here. I will be outside watching out if someone above your level is going to interfere. Thanks, but I think nobody would care. They never did. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about Uriel. He still regrets the time I murdered the Pope, so this time if a massacre happens, it is highly likely that we will get an angel to intervene. Even so, they will fall before me. But for you to have killed a Pope, I have made the right choice in choosing you as my master. Now calm your tits down, you are a good fighter, with a Longinus and demonic power now, but without learning to use Incinerate Anthem and gaining its balance breaker, you would be pretty useless when an ultimate class comes. So, never be overconfident in the supernatural, unless you are me. Fine. The Longinus user begrudgingly accepted. Well, off I go. Cain, with those being his last words in this cell, went outside and disillusioned himself, sitting on top of a cathedral to watch the show. Come out, you witch. Your turn to be sent to hell is here. Fucking heretic bitch. Jean moved quietly out of her cell, barely suppressing her laughter as unknowingly the guards were saying the truth about her now. Her hands were tied with chains joined to each other, one leading to her neck and other two to her legs. Walking thus was troublesome, but for a devil this was nothing, their bodies are many times sturdier than humans. Jean didn't offer any resistance or said anything even when outside the people pelted her with stones. They said God knows how many awful things about her. After all, what does their words and thoughts matter? To her these guys are already dead, they just don't know it yet. And why should she give a damn about their actions? They can die for all she cares. When she was hoisted upon the stake for burning she didn't even look scared, her eyes were filled with glee. The father responsible for her hoisting looked into her eyes and was scared. Those eyes are not of a saint, but a devil. She must be burned today. The stake was then raised and a fire was lit below it, in due time it would reach the higher level. Roasting the person on the stake. Jean watched the people present, to see if someone would say anything or go away, the scene would be gruesome. But not everybody present here looked at her with contempt and barely disguised hatred in their eyes. Ah. This will be even more enjoyable than I initially thought, seeing those emotions turn into fear, what joy! Her thought would even surprise the most devious devils, but no one remains the same after they devote their lives to a cause, burned on a stake and their soul ripped apart. And forced to go through the same again. The purer the soul, the darker it becomes after falling. It has been proven time and time again. First by Lucifer and now by Jean. The flame reached the foot of Jean and instead of burning her, the color of the flame changed to purple. Seeing that the audience of this gruesome scene was surprised. The father said. See. That is the proof that she is a heretic, impersonating the name of the holy saint, Joan of Arc. Impersonation. Proof? Heretic. Wrong on each account, father. I am Jeanne d'Arc. The Saint of Orleans and from now on, the Witch of Vengeance. The chains holding her broke apart, the flames surged and consumed the entire stake. Her clothes which Cain reverted to their original state now became her true clothes. Her landing was accompanied by the solid thump of her metallic shoes meeting the ground. She raised her flag, now with a different symbol and traced with purple flames. Before anyone could do anything, Jean showed why she was feared as the Saint of Orleans in battle. All evil shall gather here. This is the howl of a soul filled with hatred. La Grandement du Haine. And with the sweeping of her flag, the purple flames became a tsunami and engulfed everyone near her. This ability, which was primarily defensive during her first life, was now also offensive due to her Longinus, Incinerate anthem. The flames were able to kill 100 people before anyone could understand what had happened. But soon the priests understood what needed to be done. The priests took out their swords, laced with holy energy, and the sisters fell back, to heal the wounded and provide support. Due to the constant wars during this time, the church waged against the supernatural, the priests and sisters knew what to do. Although the initial number of people to fight was reduced from 150 to 100. It was still an uphill battle to fight alone. The innocent people caught in the flames died and the rest were now running. But found themselves bound by the barrier put up by Cain. Seeing this, the grin on Jean's face became even bigger. So, Father, where is this God you speak of? Shut up. You heretic, the Heavenly Father will pass on his judgment on you. Oh, will he now? Because last I checked in with the devil, God was quite fucking dead. With a scream of hatred, the most closely guarded secret of heaven, Gregory, and hell was disclosed to a number of people. It can't be dash. She is lying. That is not possible. The morale of the fighters fell at an all-time low. The father tried his best, but was unable to get the people back into the zone like before. Now it was only a matter of time they all were annihilated by the Witch of Vengeance. But the pleas of the people and the howl of hatred could not be stopped even by the barrier put up by Cain. It is inevitable that those prayers would reach heaven, and an angel would descend. Damn, she is really going at it. Cain said with excitement in his eyes. Even if he doesn't show it, his devil nature still craves for things like violence and war. Is it really necessary? A male voice came from behind Cain. But Cain was unfazed, as if he knew who was there. Necessary? Maybe not to you. But to her this is her salvation, you know. After all those things your faction did to her. The unknown being sighed and said. What happened to her was regrettable, we have no excuse for that. But if she does the same as everyone else, then why was she a saint? Look carefully, Uriel. Is she a saint now or a witch? The angel, whose face lit up due to one of Jean's attacks reaching high up, looked at the saint and said with resolve. I apologize, Cain. Our last meeting wasn't good. I understand that it was my fault that the Pope died. I decided on my own who needs to die and who doesn't on my own. But today, as the Archangel, I cannot let the pleas of those below me go unanswered. I will stop you and kill the former saint by my own hands. And use her soul again like last time. Cain questioned, while standing up and stretched his arms, as if getting ready for something. Cain turned his head at Uriel and looked into his eyes, seeing if he still hid some resentment towards him. But was surprised when he found none. It seems you are better than I thought. Well, my conduct wasn't the best either, last time we met. Cain livian Lucifer, nice to meet you. But unfortunately, neither you are killing my dear Jean or are you saving those rabid dogs. Uriel unfurled his 6 pairs of wings and said with determination. Uriel, flame of God and one of the seraph of heaven. I will do as I said before, even at the cost of my life. I shall not wrong the teachings of my father and brother. Well, do your best. Cain said, encouraging the seraph. With a blast the church was razed into the ground, and Uriel appeared on top of the plaza, where Jean was slaughtering the church members. It seems that Cain's initial barrier was destroyed by the preemptive attack of Uriel. Fear not, children of God. Uriel, the flame of God is here to save you. Uriel Sama. God is alive. We are saved from the witch. The morale of the faithful were once again raised. But the witch glared at Uriel. With his 12 wings and otherworldly appearance, managed to pull everyone out of the despair they felt while fighting Jean. But once again Cain was here to show why Lucifer is said to be the seducer of mankind. The silver-haired devil appeared opposite of Uriel and unfurled his 12 black wings. Good evening to all, Cain livian Lucifer here. Dear Jean, please continue your actions, I have something to discuss with our dear archangel. Did you guys really think you were saved just because an archangel came? Even if all 4 of them came I would still win. And now that he is here, why don't you ask him whether the words of my witch were true? Cain's words cracked the newly made belief the church members had gained when Uriel appeared. Uriel Sama, is it true? A sister asked, she was bleeding heavily. Uriek looked at her and said. Yes, father is dead. Regardless Cain, is it necessary to tell them this? Weren't you advocating for peace with heaven? They are not gonna live past today anyways. And true, I am still advocating for peace with heaven, not the church. In fact you are the one, instigating a fight. Uriel glared at Cain at that. Cain was using loopholes and doing as he pleases. By now the morale had fallen even lower, as Uriel confirmed the words of doom. Even the corrupt members still believed in God. Oh, don't worry, I will welcome you all in hell warmly. They are true believers, Cain. They will be in heaven, if they die. What are you talking about? Aren't they dying at the hands of a saint? Aren't they classified as evil by the system then? Cain said, his grin threatening to break his jaw. Cain, you truly are evil. As Michael doesn't have enough control over the heaven system, he can't change the entry of Jean, as the falling is registered only for angels, not for humans. For the system she still is a saint and any who die by her hands are evil. Cain just gained the ability to get anyone in hell, whether pure or not, whether sinful or not. Truly a monstrous power. Now no innocent person in the world can be sure of going to heaven. The fire of Uriel burned even brighter. And a seed of regret was sown in his heart. What if he had killed him when he came to the Vatican for the first time? What happens to this seed? Will it ever bear fruit? That remains to be seen in the future. Or will this seed be the reason of Uriel's falling? Chapter 72, Super Angel. Third-person POV. The fight between Cain and Uriel was not as flashy as one would think. There were no large dark light spears or flame dragons attacking, yet. Both of them didn't want to cause too much destruction. This was working into Cain's hands. Because even if Uriel tried hard enough, he couldn't do any attacks which would even harm Cain. All the while Jean was having the time of her life. Gradually the battle at the ground was coming to an end. By now only a dozen people are alive, that too with varied injuries. They had already given up on surviving. Even they could see that Uriel was no match for Cain. Even in myths the only one with fight equally was Michael or God, not Uriel. Uriel was sensing the despair in the humans, and it was gnawing at his conscience. How long could he ignore such despair coming from the believers? What happened, Uriel? Not feeling up to the task? You were being awfully determined just a little while ago. The flame of God remained silent and continued to gather energy. Kai stopped seeing this. Oh. His power is rising. Does he have a hidden trump card? But Cain was even more surprised when Uriel's holy power didn't stop rising but soon surpassed Seraph class and entered into the transcendent level. Uriel is a super angel. Cain was confused. According to him only Michael was super level when boosted by the heaven system. Since when did heaven have another super angel? This question was bugging Cain. The changes in Uriel's appearance became prominent. His 12 white wings were now lit on fire, his hair was now orange-colored, giving him the appearance worthy of the title Flame of God. His clothes also caught fire and now he was cloaked in a flaming coat. Cain, I know even now I would lose, I am not stupid enough to believe that I can beat someone who won against Thor. But listen, Cain, even if I lose, I will save them even if it is only a single person. The excitement that came with fighting opponents at super level always was a good thing for Cain. Now that Uriel was a super angel, this fight got even more fun. Cain forgot about how Uriel became a super angel, now all that matters is the fight. This may be bad from a collateral perspective, but this does put a smile on my face. Cain said and launched a liquid dark light cannon at Uriel, attempting to gauge his defense or speed. Does he burn stuff near him to defend, or does he have explosive acceleration? But Cain was surprised when it was none. Uriel tanked the hit, and was bleeding badly. What? Ah, it must be hard controlling his power, he hasn't used his transcendent form much after all. Cain this time again launched the liquid dark light cannon and the result was the same. Uriel just got more badly injured. He almost looked dead. Cain was now hesitant, because if another good hit connected then Uriel may die. TCH, is he deliberately not defending or dodging? But why? Surprised, Cain. Why am I not dodging or defending myself? Why don't you try another attack? This time Uriel taunted Cain, even though he would get thrashed by Cain, it's his time to talk back. I can't kill you, you are using it against me. If I kill you it will be war and my words will be wrong. Splendid, you outwitted me. But now what, the fools down are still gonna die. Yes, they are going to die. Cain was now stumped, an angel wanted their followers to die. That is something new. This is one of the drawbacks Cain has, strong as he may be, he isn't old enough to have enough experience to outwit people like Odin or Uriel. There is a reason why Ajuka and Falbium are considered geniuses. Ajuka could have probably seen this coming and Falbium is too good with fighting tactics to be caught like this. But what Uriel said and did next was something extreme, even for Cain. If they die by a saint's hand they go to hell, but what if I guide them to heaven by my own hands, by God's flame? Are you really going to such extreme lengths? Cain was now extremely solemn, he didn't expect Uriel to be this serious about the lives of the church members. An injured lion is more dangerous. Cain said cynically in his mind. Uriel started to charge all of his power into one single flame attack. He is going to purify everything and everybody here with his flames. That will be considered as guidance by him as he is purifying them, and even if they die, they will go to heaven as they will be technically pure. But Cain isn't one to give up easily, if Uriel wants to play this game, he can too. Dying by your flames will be considered purification. Then by that principle, dying by my dark light will be considered corruption. Well Uriel's mouth twitched, what Cain said was correct. The heaven system was primarily made for sacred gear. And then later on more features were added. God being dead, they can't fine-tune the system like he used to, so there are loopholes like this everywhere. The two were staring at each other and a drop of water fell on Uriel's head, making a sizzling noise. And rain began, yet both the angel and devil kept their eyes focused on each other. The wind was blowing both of their hairs. By now only 5 people remained alive, but by now Jean was too tired. And the remaining 5 were also on the ground, Jean was dragging her body to kill them through sheer hatred. Stop it, Jean. That much is enough. Cain said. They will be dead soon anyways. Shield yourself. Uriel started charging up his attack. Seen from the height the two were flying. A giant rose of fire was forming with its center being the point just below Uriel. Cain was also ready, he raised his hand up in the air and the clouds parted, and a lance of dark light was revealed. This is the strongest attack I can perform without going super devil, Uriel. Try not to die. It was true, without his scythe, this was indeed Cain's most effective attack for area of effect. The lance hanging like the sword of Damocles in the sky was enormous. Seeing from the ground it looked like a pillar of light coming from the heavens rather than a lance. Its length was in kilometers, Cain had gone above and beyond this time. The rose of Uriel was also ready to burst. Just then Cain saw Uriel falling to the ground. His appearance back to normal without any wings too. And then it clicked in his mind, and Cain was disappointed and his mood dampened. Really, Uriel? You sacrificed your strength, speed, defense, and almost all holy power just for this one attack, you even got Michael to get you a boost from the heaven system, and here I thought you were a genuine super angel. Cain was at this moment the embodiment of the phrase, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. A easier way to understand will be that Uriel reduced his stat points and redistributed them to his special attack, except HP. The rose bloomed and the lance fell to pierce it. Uriel watched the apocalyptic scene with his own eyes. Jean was stupefied at the scale of attacks. Cain shielded Jean and Michael who had appeared at some point raised a barrier to save Uriel from his imminent death. The clash was cataclysmic and the after effects were even more disastrous. The entire town was demolished. Earthquakes were felt all across the country of France. Tremors reached the surrounding countries. The only leeway was that Michael managed to hide the initial fire that rose up in the lance of light. The observer would not know about what happened here. The dust finally settled down on the ground, which was charred beyond repair. Any kind of life will not exist on this for months or years. The crater was huge, reaching a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, and its depth unknown. Two beings just changed the geography of the world with just two attacks clashing. Cain was still in air, watching the aftermath from high up. His dark light shield had saved Jean from getting reduced to cinders. Michael was helping Uriel stand up while looking at Cain. There was no anger or negative in those eyes, just a question. Why? Cain finally came down and looked at Michael and Uriel. Uriel was happy. Why? Cain knows exactly why. So you managed to purify one? I take it. Why, yes. Cain sighed at that and looked at Michael. Seeing his eyes, he said, yeah, I know I messed up. This much was unnecessary. But I ain't gonna mop about it. It happened. Probably my fault, but me being sad or having regrets won't save the people. I will reincarnate them instantly if that helps. It was completely out of Cain's expectation that Uriel would be capable of doing an attack at this level. In the first place, he shouldn't be this determined to fight him off. It was way too unpredictable to Cain. To Michael, who knew his brother, he knew that someday this would happen. The stake burning of Jean was just the first domino. After then the past and present collided. Before this, Uriel was living in the past, regretting his decision to let the corrupt pope die. Cain was in the present, thinking that Uriel would not hold the past grudge for this long. It has almost been a century. In the end, Cain's miscalculation led up to this. What would have been an easy peerage grab, turned out to be an incident big enough to send waves across the entire supernatural world. Cain went near Jean and told her that they were going to hell. Come on, Jean, we are going to your new home. Did we win? No, it was a draw. He managed to purify one of the remaining 5. TCH. Save your ranting for later. We will go over this battle over in hell, both you and me, in great detail. Just as the two were about to teleport, Michael said something that caught the attention of Cain. A certain crow likes to visit a tavern in the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Cain heard that, raised his eyebrows but didn't comment much. He was surprised that Michael was willing to help him even after the debacle that had just happened. Maybe Michael didn't mind the corrupt church members dying. As a leader, this is a good thing. He could probably say that this was a cleaning of the church, and from now the believers will be much more obedient and pure. Who knows, being a leader for a long time, it wouldn't be surprising for Michael to be able to make cold decisions like this. Cain simply teleported back to hell. He really needed a good drink to relax, maybe even have an orgy. Cain, reaching his castle, was greeted by Melissa. It seems Graphia was busy with something. Welcome back, my lord. Would you like to have dinner, a bath, or someone? A bath. Then dinner, then multiple choice. Melissa's flirting backfired. She was very well used to having threesomes along with Vanessa. Sometimes it was a foursome with Graphia, but still it was embarrassing. Anyways, this is the latest member of my peerage, Witch of Vengeance. Formerly known as the Saint of Orleans. Melissa was gaping at that introduction but quickly went back to normal. She was almost used to it by now. Leaving the witch to his trusty maid, Cain went to find Scathatch. He found her playing chess with an unexpected person, Morgan. It seems the two like to have little games like these. Seeing him, Scathatch looked at him. She was immediately able to tell that something was wrong. His frowning face was a dead giveaway. What happened? Morgan wasn't able to tell this, but hearing Scathatch say that she was also interested. Tomorrow you and Morgan will be having a very detailed discussion on the event that happened today. Sure, master. Morgan said with cheek in her voice. And Morgan, we will also be having endurance training tonight in my room. Please come after dinner. Scathatch knew what was meant by that but showed no outward reaction. Morgan, as always, was overjoyed at having more time to spend with her secret husband. Alas, she would come to know later that today she won't be able to call him that. An end of this arc. The next arc will be the Lucifer clan tournament. Also, quick question. Which one is more preferred? Vote. 1. Fate/Stay Night fanfic, which after the 5TG Holy Grail War moves into Fate/Grand Order. Or 2. The Eminence in Shadows fanfic. Your thoughts? Chapter 73, Lucifer Clan Tournament I. Third-person POV. It was early morning in hell. At this time most of the devils were sleeping. At such an odd hour, Cain was standing in the arena. In front of him were Scathatch and Morgan. Scathatch looked used to such a thing, while Morgan looked like she didn't sleep at all last night. Having a fivesome last night, with his maids and Morgan, Cain was now relaxed. That definitely had the calming effect on him. So what did you want to talk about? Scathatch asked. Even if her face didn't show it, her curiosity was there. She hadn't seen Cain being troubled at all. If he was troubled, then it must be something strong or unique. Maybe she will get to fight a new opponent. Now that Cain had rested and his mind was back on track, he He thought that this was a good time to check how strong everyone in the Lucifer clan is. Wait, I had a better idea. You will love it, Scathatch. The God's Lair tilted her head at that. I will love it. There is not much that I love. What does he plan? FIA. The silver-haired maid appeared with a magic circle. Yes, my lord. Bring everyone here, Zira, Rayla, Lilith, the goddesses, my peerage members, Vanessa and Melissa. Ask them to stop whatever they are doing and come here. If they are doing something important, then tell them to postpone it indefinitely. As you ask. The maid disappeared. Graphia would be lightning quick for this. This move had left both Morgan wide awake and Scathatch intrigued. Within half an hour everyone was standing in front of Cain. Zira and Rayla were looking pissed, while the others were curious. All right, where do I start from? Cain launched into the happenings of yesterday, explaining everything from his point of view. His true motives, unknown to the audience. So that's why, to keep everyone on their toes, I announced the Lucifer clan tournament. Everyone was looking at Cain with a deadpan on their face, even Graphia, someone who went along with anything he did. Hey, came on. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Cain, if you have forgotten, there are 3 people here who are in the top 10, isn't the result obvious? Zira said. And that is the point, to be used to fighting someone stronger, smarter, and better than you. And even in the top 10 there are levels, I can beat both you and Scathatch at once. Both the women in question started boring holes into his face. Dear, I am not really a fighter, can't I just sit this out? Maybe I will be a cheerleader or manage the tournament. Rael asked coyly. No, all of you are participating. And that is final. Even me, and the goddesses. Lilith questioned. Yes, Mom. You, Nyx and Ereshkigal are participating too. I have worked up the battles. Here they are. With a clap, the matchups appeared in the sky, written in flames. The matchups were. Round. Melissa and Vanessa v/S Jean. Medusa v/S Brynhilde. Round. Ereshkigal v/S Morgan. Nyx v/S Graphia. Round. Lilith v/S Scathatch. Rayla v/S Ingvild. Round. Zira v/S Echidna. Seeing the matching, Ingvild asked a question. Cain, you are not in this. Ah. Ingvild, I will fight whoever wins. Ingvild looked confused at that, but everyone simply accepted that it was understandable that he would not fight in these matches. So when are the matches starting? Scathatch, eager to start, asked. It had been a while since she was able to fight seriously. The first few fights will serve as a good warm-up for her, while the later ones will be challenging even for her. But Zira had other plans. Even then, I am not fighting. It is pointless. I will win and then fight you, it's already determined. Who knows, Zira, maybe you will be surprised, and there is an incentive. I will give the top 3 competitors a ticket to summon me and to order me to do anything for a single day, as long as it is doable by me. That line changed the moods of every woman here. Now, that is very interesting, Master. Jean remarked. While Ereshkigal was licking her lips, maybe Isther did influence her a bit. Then shall we start today's bracket? Cain said with a huge smile on his face. This was worth enough for him to give out something like tickets for controlling him. It's a win-win for him. In the end he will be the one on top of the bed by nighttime for every ticket. The arena was ready, the competitors were ready, and the referee was ready. The Lucifer clan tournament has now started. Round 1, Match 1, Maid Duo v/S Fallen Saint. The first battle was between the oldest members of Clan Lucifer and the newest. While Jean was the lucky one, in a twisted sense. Longinus, experience, she had everything. While the 2 maids only had their clan traits, Vanessa didn't have her clan trait. Cain was flying above the arena, he was the referee for every match except the one where he would fight. Begin. With a single shout the fallen saint moved into action. She had her sword in her hand and rushed towards Vanessa. The stoic maid quickly reacted and blocked the attack with her twin knives. She skidded back but was not harmed. Jean didn't relent and kept on pushing her advantage. While they were going at it, Melissa was concentrating hard. She was calling the demonic beasts in the forest behind the castle. She wasn't prepared for fighting as this was very sudden. Thus, as she was calling upon her tamed beasts, Vanessa was keeping Jean busy. You maids would lose against me, the Witch of Vengeance. Vanessa didn't say anything and kept on defending. Her lack of real combat was showing itself. While Jean was in her tempo, the cuts and scratches were accumulating on Vanessa's body, the white portion of her maid dress was already being dyed red. Just then a howl sounded from outside the arena and following that multiple demonic beasts jumped inside the arena. Demonic beasts. Did the barrier fall? Ingvild questioned. But Lilith answered her query. No, it is Melissa's clan trait. As a Barbatos, they can control and tame the demonic beasts. These mindless beasts wouldn't prove to be any useful. But instead of Vanessa, Melissa answered. Who said they are mindless, Jean-sama? A huge spider managed to get its web on Jean's legs while she was focusing on Vanessa. She tried to cut it off but her sword was blocked and a well-timed cut by Vanessa made her sword fall. The sudden change in the tone of battle caught Jean off guard. In her newfound powers, she was still arrogant. The web pulled and a gorilla punched her. She spat blood, before she could come back to her senses. A wolf jumped on top of her, it pressed its paw against her back and brought his mouth near her neck. The spider wrapped her legs and the gorilla kept an eye on her. Please surrender, Jean-sama. Melissa said, but Jean was in rage. Two maids managed to defeat me. The Witch of Vengeance. Reduce them to cinders, incinerate Anthem. And the three beasts were burnt to ashes before they could react. Incinerate Anthem's flames could instantly kill devils even at high class. Jean stood up, with the flames blazing around her. Her hand now held the flag she used in the past. With a swing the flames rushed towards the two maids, who were unable to dodge or outrun the flames. They simply decide to try and survive being hit by the holy fire. But the flames stopped midway, extinguished by something more powerful. Match end, Jean wins. Cain announced. He had stopped the flames, no way the two maids could survive that attack. But Jean's arrogance is getting bigger day by day, well her next opponent will curb that. That was disappointing. Scathatch said in a bored tone. I agree, the maids should be stronger. Brynhildr said. No, I was talking about the saint, for someone that's strong, she still got caught in a trap and had to use a Longinus. While the maids did a splendid job. Round 1, Match 2, Gorgon v/S Valkyrie. Who do you think would win? Zira asked Scathatch. As someone who had some experience in training both of them, she should have a fairly good idea of who should win. I have no idea. Brynhildr has experience in magic, with good spear skills. While Medusa can negate her magic prowess, and she can physically overwhelm her. It's a match to decide, long range or close combat. Whoever manages to get past another, wins. It should be fairly short. Scathatch gave a detailed analysis, although if Brynhildr's skill with spear was good according to her, then Brynhildr's skill should be truly impressive. Begin. Medusa rushed towards Brynhildr, her chained weapon held taut in her hand. But before she could travel halfway through, vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare her. Medusa, although surprised by the speed of magic casting, used her unmatched agility and maneuvered her way through the creeping vines. It took her less than a second to do this, but by then Brynhildr had already casted 3 spells. Becoming a devil had only boosted the strength of Brynhildr, her magic now faster and stronger. 3 rock golems stood tall, covering the body of Brynhildr and hiding her next move. TCH. Medusa didn't stop and continued moving. 2 of the golem came up to Medusa but got their necks crushed by her chains. Medusa made her way to the 3rd golem and landed on its head with a high jump. An axe kick ended the golem's short life. But it was too late. Nordic runes were etched in the air and ground. With a roar, a Chinese dragon came into life. Lightning and fire coursing through its body. Leaving Medusa to the dragon, the Valkyrie once again started chanting a spell. Medusa only got annoyed at that and used her full speed. Running around the dragon, she saw the area unprotected by the elements. The dragon was unable to keep up with the agility of Medusa. It tried launching its breath but Medusa had dodged it every single time with ease. But even Medusa can't focus on Brynhildr if a beast like this is focusing on her, so she had to end it fast. Who knows what spell Brynhildr is casting? Medusa pulled at her chains and trapped the dragon's snout in it. The large reptile tried to open its maw but Medusa was stronger than it. She kicked the ground and vanished, appearing exactly at the weak spot she had seen. The dragon rolled its body but was unable to avoid the stab. Medusa ran along the dragon, cutting it open from one side. The dragon with a wail died, but Medusa didn't stop her running and before the body disappeared through it at its summoner. But alas, the body was not able to stay for long enough to reach the still Valkyrie. But that was enough of a distraction that Medusa was almost near Brynhildr, her knives near the Valkyrie's throat. But a blinding light rushed from outside the arena and crashed into Medusa, throwing her away. Medusa skidded for a while and stood up. There was a trail of blood on her chin, coming from the corner of her mouth. What was that? Rayla asked. That was a trick of the Valkyries, their loyal steed, which always stay in Asgard until called. Lilith answered having known about this. So now Brynhildr will win? Rayla again asked, she was a bit out of loop here. No, after all that horse is a magical beast. And anything magical against a Gorgon is almost useless. Nyx said, showing her wisdom. Medusa looked at Brynhildr, and found her sitting on a Pegasus. Seeing a Pegasus brought bad memory for the snake woman. And the runes she had placed in her eyes, courtesy of Scathatch, were undone. The eyes of the Gorgon, capable of sealing all magical properties, watched the Valkyrie in her stead. The Pegasus of Brynhildr vanished and the Valkyrie landed on the ground confused. Most people only knew about the petrification property of the Gorgon. But Medusa wasn't done just yet. She began to transform into her true form. She dwarfed Brynhildr, the lone Valkyrie who was now looking at her opponent with a spear on her hands. Medusa rushed, her snake body slithering on the ground at speed far above she showed before. The claws and the snakes of her hair crusaded on the Valkyrie. Brynhildr was now completely out of options. She wasn't strong enough to overpower the eyes of Medusa, and without her magic she is only half strong. Even so, the Valkyrie struggled defiantly, her spear moving with grace that mesmerized the audience. But in the end she made a mistake of blocking Medusa's attack instead of parrying it. A little mistake caused her to lose her weapon and balance. Brynhildr didn't know that Medusa was physically this strong. The claws of Medusa came to the stomach of Brynhildr, who was not as any shape to block or dodge. The Valkyrie twisted her body to minimize the damage she would take and gritted her teeth. But just like Cain stooped in for the maid duo, he stepped in here too. The claws were stopped in their tracks. Medusa was getting flashbacks of their first meeting. She quickly jumped back and reverted back. Her instincts controlling her body in that instant. Winner is Medusa. Cain announced calmly after helping Brynhildr stand up. He also whispered in her ears. You did well. Brynhildr sitting in the audience asked Scathatch. What did I do wrong, Scathatch-sama? You played too defensive. Against someone physically superior to you and literally has anti-magic, your defense, which is primarily magic-based, is bound to fail. You should have taken the offensive and capitalized on her initial weakness of not being in her top form and her sealed eyes. Scathatch gave her an honest opinion. Brynhildr nodded her mind at that, mentally made sure to be more proactive in the next fight she has. The next match is sure going to be interesting. Nyx said. Yeah, it is. And Lilith responded, understanding what Nyx was implying, leaving the other a little bit confused. Round 2, Match 1, Goddess of Souls v/S Fey Queen. And mostly a action-based arc. After this will be the last stretch of this volume and we would get to the pre-canon volume, aka the birth of the main cast. The remaining arcs are 1. Lilith's reveal and raiding games. 2. Crow and Pigeon. 3. Chaotic Karma and Crescent Circle. 4. Nine-Tailed Fox and Swordswoman. 5. Lucifer's Peerage v/S East Yokai Faction. 6. The Shinto Problem. 7. The Aztecs. Chapter 74, Lucifer Clan Tournament 2. And so for the massive delay in chapter, I was busy. Very busy. Lord of the Mysteries 1 and 2, Reverend Insanity, ORV, Nano Machine, as a barbarian in a game, Priest of Corruption, I am the fated villain and domestic girlfriend reread. Yeah, I was binge reading millions of novel words and hundreds of manga/manhwa/manhwa chapters. Thank goodness I didn't start Martial Peak reread, or it would have been all over for me. Anyways, I should be back on my regular schedule by this week. Point out any typos or errors, this will be proofread later, too busy reading TEIS fanfics. Enjoy. Third-person POV. Ereshkigal and Morgan were standing at opposite ends of the arena. Ereshkigal looked motivated and a little bit nervous, while Morgan was confident and not nervous at all. This was due to their experiences in life. As Mesopotamian gods, Ereshkigal along with Ishtar didn't fight much, relying on their overwhelming powers to win. When they met someone of equal strength or stronger than them, they simply asked someone stronger to fight them or use something like Gugulana. But one thing Ereshkigal had was the absolute ability to rule in the underworld. On the other hand, Morgan was used to making her way to the top. Scheming, plotting, fighting, she was well versed in all of them. Even if Ereshkigal was the stronger one between the two, she wouldn't necessarily be able to win this fight. Begin. Cain's voice began the match. Just then both the fighters started doing their preparations. Both liked to be prepared for their fights, Morgan even more so. Ereshkigal immediately tried to use her authority in Soulscape to instantly win the fight, but she was unable to. That is not usable. I have sealed all authority abilities here, that will even the playing field as to speak. Ereshkigal was caught off guard by this and her main plan failed before it even began. Morgan's main plan was to use her authority of the World Tree Garden to win, but unlike Ereshkigal, this was not the only plan she had. As always, she had multiple plans. She calmly raised her staff and summoned multiple fairies and launched them towards Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal by now had calmed down and fought back. She summoned blue flames and launched javelins of fire at the fairies. The fairies easily dodged the javelins and used their powers. Multiple balls of fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind were launched at Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal created a wall of mud to block the attacks, but also blocked her vision. The wall fell after tanking all the attacks. But by then fairies had charged up more attacks. But Ereshkigal didn't resort to defense and created a spear and trusted it multiple times. And each time the spear pierced the fairies they vanished. But then an explosion of magic happened behind Morgan. A tree fastly grew behind her, but the aura it excluded made everyone present shocked. It was the world tree. Ereshkigal looked at Cain and said, "Hey, isn't that cheating?" "No, it simply connects to the tree to use some of its power. It doesn't use the authority of Morgan. It's like borrowed power. My advice is to surrender. Even though it borrowed power, it's not something you can handle." Cain calmly advised while internally marveling at the strategy Morgan used. He had thought she would do this, but he ignored as this would be too obvious. But sometimes the obvious is the hardest to predict. "Let me try one attack. If that doesn't work, then I will forfeit." Ereshkigal was initially determined to win at least the third position so she could get the ticket from Cain, but it seems his chances of even advancing are tough. A prison in the heavens. Blue sky on the earth. Submerge into the abyss, my heart. Namu Abzu Gugalana. Gugalana. Isn't that a bull? Cain wondered. The spear in Ereshkigal's hand was thrust forward and a tremendous amount of heat was generated. Cain quickly closed the place around the arena. The heat generated was high enough to damage hell. Was this a bad idea? Well, too late to back away, I guess, and the actual strong ones are not yet fighting. Cain was thinking. Morgan was surprised by the attack but made the world tree replica tank it. She fully opened the connection as wide as she could. But she didn't place all her hopes on this. She also cast a curse to stealthily degrade Ereshkigal. Due to the big attack, the curse latched onto its prey easily. But then the light finally went out and the arena was visible once more. And then there was no arena, only the stands. Ereshkigal was panting, Morgan was panting, and the tree was not there. "Can I win now?" Ereshkigal said with a tired voice. "No." Morgan said, her voice a bit more steady than the goddess. "My curse has already latched onto you. All I need to do is make this battle drag on. You are already tired due to the attack." Morgan coldly explained the situation to the blonde goddess. Ereshkigal's eye went down at that and she said, "I forfeit. The winner is Morgan Leafy." Cain announced without any delay. Nobody spoke anything on this battle as this was simply Morgan outsmarting Ereshkigal, although that attack was fearsome, but it could be dodged and its range, leaving the heat behind, is rather small. Round 2, Match 2, Night v/S Darkness. The most awaited match began. Most of the matches had their results already known by the members. But this was interesting. Aside from Cain, no one knew that Nyx was trying really hard to regain her strength. She wasn't easy to spot, concealment authority, and whatnot. Even those who knew that she was training didn't know how strong she was compared to her past. While Graphia was strong, it was known by everyone. She was strong enough to fight Seraphal and win. Even Scathatch said she was a tough opponent to face. The two met face to face. Graphia looked as stoic as she looked any other day, while Nyx had a nostalgic smile on her face. "We faced each other like this, didn't we?" "For different reasons, but yes." The maid replied earnestly. "Begin." Cain said he knew that he may or may not have to spend some time with his maid after this match. Cain's words were the beginning, and all light in the arena vanished. Graphia used darkness while Nyx was the goddess of night. It was to be expected that they would fight in such a way. What with this? Last take too much light and now too much darkness. Rayla complained. But her sentiment was true with all. Graphia's darkness was seen through by some good eyes, but Nyx it was impossible for most to find what she did in the night. Cain could see if he used his authority of hell, but he didn't. "I need to be neutral here. I trust that Nyx won't be too hard on her. Graphia is no slouch either." Cain hardened his heart. But still his senses were fixed inside the darkness. A little change in the aura and he would rush inside like lightning. No, he would be faster. The darkness gradually froze with ice, and it stayed that way for a while, but gradually it was submerged in the darkness. And after that, in a few moments, Nyx and Graphia came out of the darkness and there was light again. But the onlookers were surprised. Nyx looked unharmed while Graphia's situation looked dangerous. She was bleeding all over, her maid uniform was in tatters. Her hair was almost red, and she was barely able to stand. Nobody knew what happened between the two inside that darkness, but it was obvious who won this match. Many were disappointed that they didn't get to see one of the most exciting matches, but they didn't say anything as it would be rude to ask, seeing how Graphia was. Maybe they would ask the participants at a later date, when Cain wasn't around. Cain gently landed near Graphia and saw her eyes, they were moist. He didn't say anything and hid her face from the others. He lifted her brutal style and teleported back to his room. He cast basic healing magic on her and asked the other maids to help her. "My lord, I dash. SHHHH. Don't talk. You did well, I am not disappointed," Cain said to her in a shooting tone of voice. He stroked her silver hair, which was now clean of all, now tags he had cast cleaning spells on her. I will be back, sleep and recover till then. Cain said and stayed for a while. As she fell asleep he left. Appearing where he left he announced. Nyx wins. Nyx looked worried and asked. Is she fine? Yes. The match ended in a somber tone, but everyone gradually recovered, but one thing stayed in their minds. This isn't just a normal tournament, this is much more. Round 3, Match 1, Succubus v/S Godslayer. A match that Lilith wanted and a match that Scathatch dreaded to have. The last time Scathatch dreaded something tasty she had forgotten. The purple-haired beauty still remembered the day she had a talk with Lilith, she still blushed at the things she said to her. And that was not the only problem, it was the way Lilith said with absolute confidence about her likes and dislikes tags she was scared. And Scathatch was scared because Lilith was right, and now she was worried she might have to face it once again. But she is a warrior first and foremost, a queen second and a woman third. She will fight even if it means she will lose her dignity. The Godslayer raised her eyes to meet with the twinkling mischievous eyes of Lilith. Scathatch could almost hear what she thought. Oh, you're pitiful, masochistic lamb, I will make sure you enjoy this fight. And that was exactly what Lilith was thinking. Lilith had no doubt that she would lose, but she would lose after making Scathatch all hit and bothered. After all, who can be a better winged woman for a son than his mother, who was by chance also the progenitor of the species who even made Olympian gods shiver at their debauchery? Lilith was very tame compared to some other succubuses. The white-haired seductive wench liked her fingers coating them in her saliva and made a peace sign, showing it to Scathatch and making her dread what is to come. Begin. Cain said, for the 4th time today. But this is interesting, I am seeing Scathatch nervous and mother happy, that is one hell of a devious smile on mom's face though. And no sooner than Scathatch ran towards the succubus her entire world changed. An illusion created by the progenitor of the species who mastered the art of illusions was not easily escapable or breakable. Instead of the arena she was on the bed, instead of a spear in her hands was a pillow, heart-shaped. And instead of Lilith, Cain was lying on the bed, shirtless, his eyes looking at her body in lust. And finally Scathatch noticed her clothes, or noticed the lack of them. She was wearing only her lingerie, image in the comments. A purple set, with embroidery on them. Being a warrior she wasn't that thrown off by being naked, but being in front of Cain sure made her, what do they say it, self-conscious. Beautiful, my dear bitch. Cain said, a weird kind of strength in his voice. Normally Scathatch would rip anyone who talked to her like this, but instead what should happen? She only felt her core heat up. Yes, Scathatch was a huge submissive masochistic woman, her dominant nature was only in a fight. Cain moved towards her, eyeing her like a prey to be devoured, even a mere gaze like this by him made Scathatch feel a tingle in her pussy. Cain, stay back. But her word didn't have her usual sternness in them, Cain didn't stop. In the arena, outside the illusion. The onlookers waiting for a good battle only saw Lilith yawning and occasionally show a depraved smile on her face. Scathatch was standing at her staring point and her body occasionally twitched as if being stimulated by something. Oi, Zira. Aren't fights with Scathatch supposed to be fast and brutal? Why am I seeing her stand and twitch like that? Is she having a wet dream now? Rayla said she was very disappointed by the lack of high intensity in the battles. Others also wanted to complain, but they didn't speak to Zira or Cain that way. Your guess may not be wrong, Rayla. Mother may have pulled Scathatch into a rather intimate illusion, who knows? Zira said with a knowing smile. So would Scathatch lose? Ingvild questioned. Nah, she'd win. Zira said with her eyes focused on the said woman. Chapter 75, Lucifer Clan Tournament 3. Third-person POV. Cain moved towards Scathatch, and she moved back. But she wasn't fast enough, Cain caught her hands. And she was pulled into his embrace, his hands rested on her waist. His eyes full of lust devoured her. Let me go, Cain. Come on, Scathatch, we both know you are lying to yourself. Don't you want me to take you like this, hard and rough, like beasts in heat? Cain's hand began to knead her ass and Scathatch's will faltered. She tried to leave but Cain only turned her around. His cock rested nicely in the crack of her ass cheeks. His hand snaked around her waist and the other one touched her panties, which were surprisingly damp. He didn't waste any time and a finger went inside the silk underwear. His fingers trailed over her bottom lips and Scathatch shivered. Oya. What is this? Someone's wet. Cain raised his finger and showed them to Scathatch before roughly shoving it inside her mouth. Lick. Scathatch followed that order without much resistance. She felt her remaining clothes vanish and Cain's rod touch her entrance. But that was a mistake by Lilith. Scathatch held the hand of Cain and said. You know Lilith, Cain said he wouldn't do anything until I accept him as my king. He isn't one to break his word. Cain's hand was broken and he screamed. He isn't weak, his hand would never break like this, nor would he scream like this. As a mother, Lilith couldn't help but transmit her own thoughts at that moment. As for her, seeing Cain getting his arm broken must be painful for her, hence the scream. Scathatch stretched her hand and her trusty spear appeared, and based on her intuition she threw it with her all. Her skill combined with the strength of the giant, it was guaranteed to kill Lilith. Scathatch had trust that wouldn't happen though. Nobody except Zira was able to see what happened. One moment Cain was in the air and Scathatch was a twitching statue, and next they saw half the arena destroyed by air pressure, Cain standing in front of Lilith catching Balg and his hand bleeding, while Scathatch looked murderously at Lilith. "You know this would have skewered you easily," Cain said exasperatedly to Lilith, whose face still had the mischievous smile she had at the start. "Wanna see what she saw?" "Nope, I have enough material to not depend on illusions." "Winner, Scathatch." The battle ended with the expected person winning, but Scathatch did ask Lilith one question. "How did you know my underwear?" "Secret." "Tisk. Cain is bleeding." "I have never seen him bleed," Rayla said in disbelief. "Well, that throw was a lot more stronger than I thought it was augmented by her skill and her strength, normally she only uses one. I didn't reinforce my hand enough, hence the bleeding." "That and the space you grabbed, her spear and the cause and effect ability, doesn't it?" Zira commented. "What is that?" Ingvild asked. "If the spear is thrown, the heart of the opponent must be pierced. It's as if the heart was pierced just as the spear was thrown." "How did you stop it then?" The little bundle of joy asked. "Catch the space the spear travels. It does the trick, unless there are runes interfering with that." Cain explained patiently. By now his wound was healed by Morgan. Round 3, Match 2, Phoenix v/S Leviathan. "If all the matches are like this, then I also have a chance of winning. It's all thinking and no real fighting," Rayla commented. Everyone looked at her with pity. It can be said she was the person with least fighting strength in the entire Lucifer clan. "I apologize in advance if I hurt you, Rayla-sama." "Same, Ingvild-chan." "Begin," Cain said with a look of pity on his face. It was a complete one-sided match. Ingvild defeated Rayla within 2 moves. Cain declared the match, and once again to stop the tournament as Rayla began to sit on the ground and began throwing a tantrum. She was literally whining. How did Cain like someone like her? See her other skills once. A kingdom isn't run with just strength alone, Scathatch. The God's Lair acknowledged Zira and focused on the upcoming match. This was the same as the first match of the 3rd round. Round 4, Match 1, Empress of Destruction v/S Mother of Monsters. Echidna had already entered the arena and was standing at her position ready. She was ready to fight to the best of her capabilities. She had seen her son work tirelessly, sometimes even in the night along with his wives and maids. She will win this tournament and make use of that ticket to help him relax. As a mother, this was her job. Zira was taking her time to come, and when she came, the people who had participated in the Devil Civil War were shocked. She was wearing the clothes and armor she wore back then. Cain had a huge smile on his face, because this means Zira was taking this fight seriously. Begin. Echidna was a monster. Her instincts were never wrong. Hence, just as the match began, she transformed into her beast form. Her instincts were ringing just like they did when she attacked Cain in Olympus. This meant that Zira was as strong as Cain. The behemoth monster stood at the place where Echidna stood once. It moved its head where Zira was and launched all of its attacks at once. The beams enough to lay waste to entire cities in just one go vanished in a sparkle of red. And as always, only 2 people actually watched it happen, others only saw red glitters sparkle. Echidna was confused, but she didn't deter from her goal. She charged towards Zira, her massive body shaking the arena. Zira didn't look amused. She raised her hand and fired balls of destruction. The balls connected with Echidna and made her howl in pain. Seeing that even such basic attacks from her opponent will damage her, Echidna charged her cannons again. "This much is enough," Zira declared, and her aura covered Echidna. Echidna's body would have dissolved into nothingness in a few moments. Zira's aura of destruction was too potent for Echidna to resist. And like the last few matches, Cain stepped in and removed the aura of destruction and helped Echidna. "Winner, Zira." With the declaration, Zira turned away and started moving towards the stands. But Echidna in her pain had lost her rationality. She still moved towards Zira. "Stop, the match has ended," Cain said with authority, and Echidna felt even more terrified at that moment than she felt of Zira. She reverted back and became rational again. Her clothes were tattered and her boots were visible. Cain helped her go back to the stands and got her new clothes. He has gotten even stronger since last time. Both Echidna and Scathatch thought the same thing. Cain stood in front of the audience and said, "Today's matches have ended. The matchups for tomorrow are as follows." With a snap of his fingers, the words were again written in air out of flames. Round. Jean v/S Medusa. Morgan v/S Nix. Round. Scathatch v/Essingwild. Zira is given free pass to next round. Everyone went back inside the castle. Everyone who had lost thought upon their loss and wondered about the next day. Those who had moved on were mentally preparing themselves for tomorrow. But Cain was busy with a different thing. He had some wishes to fulfill. With the maid duo, the two were walking towards their room when they were teleported in a different room with Cain sitting in the bed. What happened, my lord? Nothing, so what is your wish? Didn't we lose? Yes you did, but the rewards is a hoax anyways, everyone gets a wish. Cain explained, hearing that surprisingly Vanessa said. Please let us serve you, my lord. Is that your wish? Yes. Absolutely. Then do as you wish, I would like massage first. Cain spent around 3 hours with the maids, their service ending with a dual blow job. With Brynhildr. Brynhildr was busy honing her spear skills, she had taken Scathach's advice to her heart. She didn't wake any time as just after the matchups ended and she had rested, she had began training. It was then she found Cain standing near her observing her. What do you want, master? Do you have a wish? I lost. She said resolutely. Everyone gets a wish, the reward is just lie. Then please tell me the fight between you and Scathach-sama. Sure. By the time Cain went away, Brynhildr was gleaming like a child who got their favorite birthday present. With Ereshkigal. She was sulking inside Soulscape, she didn't expect that she would lose to Morgan. Stop sulking, you are a goddess. Anyways, what is your wish? Cain said, appearing beside her suddenly. Ereshkigal jumped from her chair and glared at him. What wish? One explanation later, Cain had a date booked for a date with Ereshkigal. Well, this saves my time today. With Lilith, who was with Rayla. After giving them a short myocardial infarction, Cain explained his wish-granting system. Fuck in front of me. No. Let me peek. Rayla. I want to act as your disciple and get praised. A roleplay. Yes. Tonight, alright. Yeah. Rayla did a fist bump. Can I watch? Ask Rayla. Cain vanished saying that. Can I? As long as you don't make direct eye contact with us. Deal. Why do you even want to do this? A succubus needs the emotions aroused during sex to create their illusion. I used a lot today, and only hearing from far won't do. Succubus really are a deacon state species. Thank you. With Echidna. By now it was noon, and Cain was taking a nap. With Echidna's body part as his pillow, sometimes her chest, sometimes her thighs and sometimes her stomach. He had a good sleep, and Echidna's wish of him relaxing was fulfilled too. Both were happy with this outcome. With Graphia. By now Graphia had woken up and was sufficiently healed. Just as he woke she found Cain sitting beside her. Cain, you were here. Yes. And do you have anything to ask of me? I lost, horribly too. I don't think I get a wish. You do, just ask of me. I am proud of you. In fact I am thankful that you are my Lucifuge. So ask. Graphia felt her heart beat fader at that and said meekly. Lur. What? I want you to act like my butler. Cain began laughing at that and said. Sure, next day. I am at your service, my lady. After a little more time spent chatting with Cain went to do his job, he left for today. Just as he went away, Graphia stood up and changed her lingerie. That was not good, I almost got caught doing such shamelessness, what was just thinking asking Cain to do. Cain wore the best teacher clothes he could find and entered Rayla's room, but before that he checked where Lilith was. Finding her hidden in the closet of Rayla, he first drank some wine, a lot of wine, and then went inside. And the praises he gave to Rayla made her wetter than a waterfall. While he was fucking Rayla, his empathy sent some thoughts in the closet. And those thoughts would put Aphrodite, Freya, and Ishtar combined to shame. And it didn't help that Cain with his empathy was able to see some of them. And it also didn't help that he was also in those thoughts with his mother no less. I swear succubuses went extinct due to their degeneracy, they must have been busy fucking while they were attacked and died. It was a good night for everyone, except Cain. He was still hard due to someone's thoughts after all, being blueballed by a succubus feels horrible after all. Chapter 76, Lucifer Clan Tournament 4. Third-person POV. The Lucifer Castle's arena was once again filled by the members of the Lucifer clan. Everyone was seated and was waiting for the tournament to start for today. But two people were missing, Graphia and Cain. Nix, how bad did you hit Graphia? Rayla questioned. Not much, she should be fine by now, does anyone know where she is? No, Lady Nix, both Lord Cain and Lady Graphia were missing from the morning. Vanessa answered. Just then Grafia walked into the arena and sat down, but the reaction given by the others over such a simple action were over the top. Why? Grafia was not wearing her French-made dress but a normal dress. Till date no one had seen her in casual clothes, except Cain. Grafia was wearing a yukata, a white-based yukata with different floral patterns on it with black endings, image. It accented her figure nicely. Everyone was in shock. Grafia was already a beauty, but in such a dress her level became too high. Zira was the first to ask her question. Grafia. Ah, yes Zira. For today I am not the maid of Cain, but just his wife. Her sentence sparked two questions again. Firstly, she didn't add lady to Zira, and second, she said she is the wife of Cain today. Wait, what do you mean by wife? Rayla asked if she was confused by the sudden change in Grafia. No need to act so surprised, Rayla, this is just for today. No, I mean the wife part. Rayla clarified, she ignored that Grafia hadn't called her lady. The bond of a Lucifer and Lucifuge is akin to marriage. It wouldn't be wrong to call her Cain's wife. If she wasn't such a hardcore maid it would be a bit different, the lifestyle you girls have. Lilith explained. Before anyone could comment anything on that, Cain teleported on the arena. He was wearing a butler suit, seeing that everyone just gave up, too many weird things were happening today. What's next? The oh-so-great and mighty Cain Levon Lucifer will call us ladies. Ereshkigal said before drinking the drink in her hands. Ladies, it's time to start the tournament. The participants, please come up to the arena. Spit. Ereshkigal spitted the drink out, her face full of shock. Did I hear correctly? Scathatch said, even she was shocked. Someone as prideful as Cain called them ladies. Medusa and Jean in their shock didn't go up immediately. And they saw a vein bulge at Cain's face. Please, come up to the stage. The two girls ran up to their corners and got ready for their matches. They calmed their hearts and minds down and focused on the match. The others were only looking between Cain and Grafia. Round 1, Match 1, Fallen Saint v/S Gorgon. The two contestants glared at each other. This time Medusa had uncovered eyes before the match. Medusa didn't need to worry about petrifying Jean. The flames of Incinerate Anthem could destroy her petrifying powers easily. But the reason Medusa glared at Jean was different. She had seen the look in her eyes, the same as those gods of Olympus. Thinking they are better than everyone else, thinking themselves as the smartest and the strongest. Medusa hated that with burning passion, and Jean also acted like that. She didn't know what her problem was, but as a former saint, that arrogance was not needed. Oi, saint, don't blink, don't think, just try to survive. Begin. What dash? Jean said, being annoyed at being underestimated, but soon understood why her opponent had said that. The moment she blinked, she was flying. No, she was launched. The pain in her side made her miserable. Arg. But before she could land or crash into a wall, her leg was caught by chains. Jean was only able to see the angry expression of Medusa before she was yanked and kneed in the face. If anyone doesn't know, being kneed in the face at Mach 10 doesn't feels nice, doubly so, if you survive that. Don't believe that. Jean would argue that. So as she crawled into the walls of the arena, she only thought. Why is there so much pain? But before more thoughts could be formed in her already shaken brain, her head was grabbed with force. She didn't think her head could survive without being popped like a watermelon. That was the amount of force in the grab. She was dragged through the arena walls and tossed back into the middle of the arena. But this time she wasn't yanked midair. This gave her enough time to say. Incinerate Ant dash. Or did she get enough time? Medusa's chains gagged her mouth, curling around her face. And she felt a solid punch land in her gut. She puked and her vision turned red. So did the floor of the arena. But Medusa didn't stop, neither did Cain interfere. A solid kick landed on the arms of Jean, cleanly breaking it initially 2 and shattering 3 of her ribs. More blood came out of her mouth, and before her momentum could take her away, a front kick broke her jaw and made her spin like a Ferris wheel midair. This time Medusa didn't follow but looked at the ragdoll falling down. That's it. For a Longinus wielder and a saint you are pathetically weak. Medusa mocked the fallen saint, but that brought out the remaining embers within Jean. In a last-ditch attempt to hurt Medusa, yes, hurt not defeat, she had long since given up on that, the first hit onwards. The Witch of Vengeance screamed with her soul. La Grandement du Haine. And the flag of vengeance swirled in the air, and a terrifying wave of purple flames ravaged the arena, moving towards the Gorgon. Impressive, but it is useless if it doesn't hit. Medusa vanished in a burst of speed, and Jean felt a hand grip her neck and she was tossed into the flames she had just released. Jean was horrified. She had used up all of her magical energy to launch that attack. Now she would be burned to cinders by her own flames. But that was if Medusa didn't launch her own attack from behind. That bitch won't let me die even with my attack. Jean mentally thought, and with the declaration of Medusa, Jean closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Please allow me to kindly crush you, Bellerophon. A blood-red magic circle appeared in front of Medusa and a shining white Pegasus appeared from it. The Pegasus with a neigh ran towards the airborne Gina, as if to crush her. But before Jean could touch her flames or the Pegasus could trample her, she once again felt a hand on her neck, but this time it was gentle. Cain decided that Jean had learned humility and the time for him to intervene is here. With one hand he stopped Jean and saved her from being roasted alive by her own flames while his other hand caught the mouth of the Pegasus. The mystical beast roared, and tried to trample Cain, but its meager strength was far from enough to accomplish that feat. All right, horsey, time to stop horsing around. And the magic sustaining it was destroyed. Winner, Lady Medusa. Cain said that looked at Jean and said with a smile on his face, as she didn't just almost die, to someone who was supposed to be her teammate. But in the situation which was intense no one noticed that he called Medusa with a lady. See, Lady Jean. You are weak here, so work hard, get strong and then act arrogant, remember that well and also it is a bit late but, welcome to the Lucifer clan. Cain said that with a smile on his face. Jean could only fade into the realm of dreams seeing his smiling face and hearing his words. Wow. That was super intense. Rayla said and Ingvild agreed. But Brynhildr didn't. That was the most one-sided brutal beatdown I have seen. And I have seen Thor beat Loki. Round 1, Match 2, Fae Queen v/S Knight. The two participants came face to face and looked into each other's eyes. And Morgan gestured to Cain to start the match. Begin. I forfeit. Cain looked at Morgan as if she didn't just give up. Why do you do so, Morgan? Nyx questioned. I would lose this match no matter what I do. Morgan calmly answered. Why, though, you have your fake world tree don't you? Rayla said from the stands, she was upset that she didn't see one more fight. Morgan looked at her and explained her reasoning. I do, but if Nyx used her own divine domain, would my fake domain be able to fight against a real one? No, I would lose, rather than end up sustaining injuries, I would forfeit. Although it may be seen as cowardice, it was indeed an action that someone as calculating as Morgan would do so. And I have no reason to fight, I will get what I want anyways. The Black Madonna said cryptically before going back to her seat in the audience. Cain could only praise her for deducing that he would grant their wishes regardless of their rankings. Winner, Lady Nyx. Now in a calm state everyone noticed the way Cain was acting, all formal and stuff. And he was also offering them snacks and drinks. Especially Graphia, she was calling him every 2 minutes to ask him to get her something. Oi, Zira, is he really acting like a butler? Rayla whispered to Zira. Yes, it looks like it. Zira whispered back. Both of them then started having their own fantasy. After all, a butler can't refuse the commands of his lady, can he? Round 2, Match 2, Godslayer v/S Leviathan. The two stood face to face and Ingvild looked at Cain and asked him. I want to face her at my strongest, can you make a lake here? It's cheating you know, Lady Ingvild. Cain said. Ingvild felt a weird tingle heading that. Make it, it wouldn't be a fair fight if she isn't at her strongest. Scathatch said, she wouldn't be satisfied if her opponent held back even if unintentionally. Sure. With a wave of his hand, the middle portion of the arena was lifted up and the surrounding became filled with water. Begin. Cain announced but Scathatch looked at him and asked him. Is that it? Give her more water. Is that what you truly want, Lady Scathatch? Scathatch was getting annoyed by this, she wanted Cain to be dominant, not to be a subservient butler, so she being irritated said something ridiculous. Yes, make a damn sea for her. As you wish, Lady Scathatch. And with a snap of his fingers, the arena expanded and Tremdo's amount of water was poured into it. After 15 minutes the arena was ready, but one couldn't even see the end of it without augmenting their eyes with magic. Scathatch's eye twitched seeing that and she glared at Cain, but to infuriate her even more he simply smiled and said. Enjoy your battle, Lady Scathatch. The battle began with Ingvild activating her sacred gear. Her eyes glowed in lavender color and particles of the same color floated around her. A weird flute-like sound came from those particles. But Scathatch was neither a dragon nor a water being, so she wasn't affected. Ingvild knew this and it was just the beginning of her plan, she had seen Scathatch fight and train. Ingvild knew she had one chance to win this match, and it relied heavily on Scathatch giving her time and some luck. Her body's aura gradually soared and reached Satan class. And then she shedded her human form and became a huge water dragon. This was her clan trait, Sea Serpent of the End. Now that she was a dragon that was made up of water, her Longinus, Nereid Kyrie, which controlled water and boosted dragons would boost her. The sounds of the flute became more and more prominent. The water from the surroundings, controlled by her Longinus clung to her dragon form, making her even bigger, and the song also strengthened her form. All this while Scathatch was looking at Ingvild with glee and battle lust. So much potential, I must thank you for grabbing me a good warm-up, and I will make sure you become strong enough to give me a good fight. Well, this won't last long, Cain said, observing the smile on Skathaka's face. Why? Ereshkigal said. That Leviathan looks pretty strong. She also has a Longinus which suits her to a T. Lady Ereshkigal, what you said is correct, but she doesn't have a balance breaker, and Lady Skathatch, when too excited for a fight, ends her fight too quickly. I would say at max 2 strikes before I have to interfere, Cain said. I pray for your safety from the training devil, Ingvild. By the end of her boosting session, Ingvild was a dragon of mammoth size. Her body cast a shadow so huge that it looked like an eclipse in the arena. The dragon had no wings, but its body was full of terrifying might. It opened its mouth and charged up its strongest attack, an aura beam. This attack launched by Ingvild was horrifyingly strong. A Satan-class devil, using her clan trait to its maximum, boosting it using a high-tier Longinus, twice and then launching it after charging it up to her best. It was sufficient to say that such an attack was enough to treat her as a natural disaster, but it took too much time. But Skathatch allowed it. It was her greatest pleasure to face such an attack. Come, child of Leviathan, show me you strength. The red cursed spear thrummed with power in Skathaka's hand. Her hand already covered in ice, she was prepared to throw her spear at a moment's notice. The runes were already attached where they should be, now only launching the spear of casualty was left. The aura beam was finally ready and was released at Skathatch. It was fast and equally destructive. The ground had already been torn apart from the air pressure it released. And as it reached the halfway point, the spear of mortal death met it head-on. The spear was faster, almost instantly reaching near the beam. And the awaited Colossine shook the underworld, or it should have, if Cain hadn't sealed the space around the arena. This throw of Gibalg was far stronger than the one Skathatch used at Lilith. And the result was as predicted. The attacks cancelled each other, but the state of the participants were very different. Skathatch had leaped and was holding her spear above her ready for another throw. While the dragon was all out of energy, barely painting its form, its movements lethargic as if it didn't have a speck for energy in it. Stab and penetrate. Thrust and impale. Gibalg. Skathaka's voice, full of fun, rang and she launched her spear. The aura of death it radiated made even the people sitting away under the barriers shiver. The bloodlust from the spear had made Ingvild frozen. The water was decaying from the curse on the spear, and was turning red. It passed through the water and reached the true body of Ingvild in just a blink of an eye. But that spear, which had killed everything it was thrown at, gods, spirits, monsters, humans, devil, angels, was being stopped in its path. The very space which was shaking due to the force behind the spear was being held in place. It was the sole person to survive the spear. It was Cain Levon Lucifer, standing in front of the spear with his hand stretched open. And another chapter done, 2 or 3 more until this tournament ends. Also a question, which piece of fiction, LN, manga, anime, do you think would be the best fit with the gamer system? Tell me your thoughts. Also, any fanfic recommendations? Chapter 77, Lucifer Clan Tournament v. Third-person POV. Gradually the spear lost its momentum and strength, leading to Cain tossing it back to Skathatch. He then gently looked towards Ingvild and sent her back to the stands with a simple wave of his hands. Winner, Lady Skathatch. Cain was looking a bit tired, from the look of his body and clothes. His right arm was completely mangled and bleeding while his clothes were non-existent for his right arm. That was something. Who knew the cute and innocent-looking Ingvild-chan had that much strength? She would have killed me if we fought seriously. Rayla said. Not really, Cain would interfere. Graphia said. Well, he would, but you get the idea. Anyways, Graphia, what are your hobbies? Now that I think about it, we don't know much about you. My hobby is acting like a maid. Graphia said nonchalantly, as if that wasn't already known by everyone. Cain was now once again ready, as he had changed and healed himself, courtesy of Morgan. The new matchups are Nyx v/S Medusa, Zira v/S Skathatch. Semi-final 1, Knight v/S Gorgon. The 2 contestants were standing in the arena facing each other. Medusa was as ready as she could ever be. Her eyes were uncovered and she was in her Gorgon form. She was saving her snake deity form for later. She knew that she was nowhere near as strong as Graphia, hence her chances of winning were next to 0. But how could she accept defeat? Even if she were to lose, she would be graceful. Whereas Nyx looked just as calm as she was in the stands. Begin. Medusa used her eyes to seal off any magical abilities Nyx may have and tried to rush and engage her in hand-to-hand combat. But to her surprise, the shadows in the arena crept up to her and slashed at her. Her large body moved faster than it should for its size and she dodged the shadows. I sealed off any magic, then why? Why did you think I used magic? Nyx asked in response to Medusa's question. You wouldn't have that much divinity to spare for even such mealsy attacks. You don't have Olympus providing you with divinity. Echidna does that. Little girl, I am one of the primordial gods. I also have my own divine realm which is a domain for me. I have plenty of divinity to spare. I am not like these half-baked gods of Olympus, I am Nyx, the one who even Zeus fears. I am far above the likes of Echidna. Medusa could only gulp hearing Nyx speak, and without waiting for any longer she used her true form, she became a deity of snakes. But Medusa's shock only grew more as instead of finding Nyx standing in front of her, she found herself. A similar replica of her, except that it was completely black, as if submerged in darkness. You know, if you stare at the abyss it stares back at you. Nyx said playfully, and with that the dull eyes of the dark Medusa gained sentience and the black snake deity roared. What the dash? Before Medusa could say her sentence, she was tackled by the dark Medusa, throwing her to the floor. But a fake would be a fake. Medusa was a lot better at controlling her powers now, but the Medusa Nyx had created was a replica from her past. I can win it. And with renewed determination, Medusa rushed towards the different her, but alas her determination didn't last long, as her reptilian body was ensnared by tendrils made out of shadows. You shouldn't forget about me, Medusa. And the last thing Medusa saw was her own face grinning and landing a solid punch on her face, knocking her out. Winner, Lady Nyx. Cain announced. He was a little surprised that Nyx could do something like this. It would seem that working with souls has helped her quite a bit. He carried Medusa, who had reverted back to her casual form, and laid her beside Echidna. Nyx came to the stands too, walking calmly. She sat down at her place, and before Cain could start the next match, she uttered words which were very unexpected. I forfeit. Why do you say so, Lady Nyx? Cain asked calmly, understanding her reasoning. I won't fight Zira, she is even stronger than Hades, and as of now I am not as strong as my prime. And fighting the Godslayer as a god is a recipe for disaster. You presume I can't stop the two of you if things get out of hand? You can't, unless you give up this distasteful butler roleplay. Scathatch said sternly. Why so, Lady Scathatch? Cain asked her in a teasing voice. You are weak like this, you are not a Lucifer, the embodiment of pride. You are just a common butler right now. Cain didn't answer her and looked into her eyes and found she truly believed what she said. It seems I might have unintentionally pissed her off. Do you truly wish to forfeit, Lady Nyx? Yes, I am already third-ranked and happy with my strength. I see, then why don't we make the tournament more interesting? What do you mean, Cain? Zira asked. I shall face both of the remaining contestants at once, then I will decide the first and second rank. Cain said confidently. Are you mad? Rayla asked Cain. No, I am simply doing what any butler should do, making things easier for his master. This way there would be no match tomorrow and Lady Scathatch would find the answer to her question. Fine, I am in. Zira said. What? Zira, you can't be serious. Scathatch exclaimed. I am, look. I know his little chard is rubbing you the wrong way, but he is stronger than both of us. If we want to win, it will be this way. Fine. Then please, go take your places, my ladies, I shall join you shortly. The two of them walked onto the arena side by side. Did you really have to provoke him like that? Yes, how else would he fight me seriously? You know one day your battle mania will bite you in your ass. I didn't know you could curse like that. Oh, you don't know how much I can curse, when he slams me down like he owns me. I can't hear you. By then both of them had reached near the place they needed to be. And then Cain appeared in front of them. The referee for this match is our hell-friendly Beelzebub, Ajukakuan. I am still of the idea that this tournament is a stupid thing. The green-haired Devil King said with a sigh. Cain had just taken him out of his laboratory and talked him into doing this. Come on, Ajuka-sama, it's just a match. Please stop that, it's creepy. Ajuka said, shivering and rubbing his shoulders with his arms. Zira could only laugh lightly seeing that. The match, which would be the last match of the first Lucifer clan tournament, began with a calm shout from the former Astaroth. Begin. Both Scathatch and Cain rushed at each other at speeds faster than anyone could see. Both Ajuka and Zira were able to see them fine, but Zira only followed the upcoming clash with her eyes. She was seeing how serious Cain is. And the two of them reached each other, and Scathatch thrusted her spear at Cain, but he nimbly dodged it and got to her behind, and he raised his hand. And with a speed which blinded even Zira, landed a quick slap on the latex-clad bubble butt of Scathatch. Spank. And then he quickly took his distance from the Godslayer. Everyone was shocked by this, no one could even believe what just happened. He did not just spank the Scathatch in the middle of a fight. Brynhildr said in horror. He just did, my dear Valkyrie. Rayla said, stifling her laughter. Cain Levon Lucifer, I will skewer you with my spear. Bold words, Lady Scathatch. Scathatch finally had enough and got serious, and with a twirl of her spear multiple runes were etched into the air. Boosting her physical stats and her spear, the Godslayer rushed at the wannabe Alfred once more, with vengeance in her mind. Cain also reciprocated and rushed but found his stepping vanish. I also am fighting, Cain. Zira finally took action and created a crucial opening for Scathatch. But Cain was not deterred, he let his body fall and using his hand did a front flip, making his foot come in front of Scathatch's face. But alas, the place his hands were on were again destroyed by his wife, leading to him disbalancing himself and Scathatch landed a kick to his side. And Cain was launched, but he quickly regained his footing and came to a halt, near the end of the elevated platform. His smirk was still on his face. Splendidly done, Lady Scathatch, Lady Zira. Fuck off. Scathatch growled before crouching and jumping towards him like a feline predator. Her knee, on the same level as Cain's face. But Cain easily redirected her using his hand and ignoring her ran towards Zira. Oh you don't. Zira said and the platform vanished, but this time Cain didn't lose his footing and began running on air. But his speed was visibly slow as compared to running on solid ground. Miss me. Cain heard Scathatch whisper into his ear, before he teleported away. Cain barely dodged a sphere of red destruction, as he appeared away from Scathatch. He finally glanced at Scathatch who was standing on the air, using runes. Runes are so overpowered. Come on, Lady Scathatch, use your other set of powers too. Scathatch didn't speak but the grinding of her teeth gave away her state of mind, but all of a sudden her anger vanished. It was almost as if she wasn't just ready to gut Cain like a fish. I admit, I was wrong. But that doesn't change anything Cain, you will not win as long as you are not the king of devils. And with that the temperature of the arena dropped low and Valkyries made up of ice sprung up one by one. The runes once again glowed strengthening the god's lair even more, a second spear appeared in her hands and she crouched low, loaded like a spring, ready to shoot. Zira surrounded herself with orbs of pod, the time for playing around was over, both the challengers were now taking the fight seriously. Her eyes were finally focused at Cain, she was really getting into this. After all, if she lost to Scathatch, how can she maintain her dignity as the first wife? Cain also changed his stance and hundreds of dark light spears rippled out of thin air behind him. His eyes lost their mischievous glint and hardness was now visible in them, he was done playing around. I still say this is a stupid idea. Ajuka said lazily but his aura was anything but that, his body and mind were ready to handle any problem. The audience likewise had sensed the change in the atmosphere. Everyone watched with bated breath as the long-awaited clash was about to begin. The wind stopped moving and Cain blinked. And the wind moved at a ridiculous speed, in less than a second, the time taken by Cain to blink. He was surrounded by ice swords, orbs of pod, and a red spear near his throat. Seeing such a scary loadout, a smile broke out on his face, one full of excitement. Bring it on. And chaos broke out in the arena. And I have decided a few good options. 1. Fate/Stay Night, but with male Saber and female Shiro and female Emiya. 2. Harry Potter, WBWL but Harry goes to Gryffindor while his brother goes to Slytherin. Instead of Ray going to Slytherin. 3. MHA, Gamer Izuka Midoriya, with some twists. Chapter 78, Lucifer Clan Tournament 6. Third-person POV. Chaos, that was the only word suitable enough to describe the battle that was happening, even then the word's meaning was stretched to its limits. All those attacks were shattered at once when Cain just flexed his ridiculous amount of demonic energy. Even Zira and Ajuka didn't have that much. Ajuka could only sigh and strengthen the barrier even more. Cain was not on the offensive, it would seem he was still not taking the fight seriously, or at least not completely seriously. Same could be said for Zira, she was still in her normal form, not her super devil form. But the same couldn't be said for Scathatch. She was using all of her powers, runes, spear arts, magic, Valkyries and her giant strength. The sole reason Cain wasn't hanged by her spear was due to him knowing her fighting style, thanks to his past experience and the spars they did. But still with Zira supporting Scathatch, he couldn't go on the offensive unless he stopped holding back and went super devil or he planned ahead of time. Scathatch rushed towards Cain, dual-wielding her spears and using runes with one and magic with the other, while still using them as weapons. Cain nimbly dodged the two stingers, as he liked to call them, but just as he made some distance from the god's lair, his wife's love came from behind. He was able to avoid those gorgeous red orbs of annihilation by doing a sudden backflip, but his shirt was destroyed a little. He didn't have the time to wallow as the purple-haired menace was already back to stabbing him. He created a makeshift shield of dark light and began deflecting the spears, hoping that the god's lair would misstep, giving him an opportunity. But alas, his wish didn't come true, but he did manage to not get stabbed anywhere, but again one can only be so hopeful. In the stalemate between Scathatch and Cain, few swords made up of pod entered, Cain was forced to either dodge or deflect them. And that gave Scathatch a chance, the god's lair instead of stabbing, slashed with her spears, with the rune of disabling on it, and a shield vanished. And an orb smashed into Cain's ribs. Before he could do anything, Scathatch had stabbed both of her spears into the ground and landed a powerful double kick into his gut. Cain could only hopelessly fly to the other end of the arena, but he didn't even have that much leeway. He was caught in a web of pod, and found runes sticking on them. Cain smiled ruefully as the web turned into a sphere enclosing him and blew up. And an explosion happened. Cain had managed to mitigate some of the damage by creating a small barrier just before the explosion went up. But still his upper clothes were almost gone, only some parts remained, hanging by a thread. And he was bruised on multiple parts of his body. Fucking runes, so overpowered. TCH, my clothes. Cain finally went on the offensive, creating a dark light scythe and rushing towards the grinning god's lair. He now kept an eye on Zira too. His mind was already busy with handling the Valkyries summoned by Scathatch using Darklight and fighting Scathatch. It was burdened even more now. Scathatch didn't back down and kept up for blow with Cain, and even now Cain was slightly worse, as Pod was too troublesome to be dealt with when fighting Scathatch. In a momentary burst of speed, Cain kicked Scathatch away and rushed towards Zira, but alas, runes, enough said. An explosion went off again, but Cain suddenly appeared behind Zira, and a kick to her sent her tumbling near Scathatch. The redhead only glared at Cain, while rubbing her now sore ass, while Scathatch was grinning even more. Now that the two are close by, I need to keep them close, much easier to attack them together. Cain was always ready for random runes and thus was able to teleport behind Zira just as the explosion happened. Finally the Valkyries were dealt with and Cain was a bit free to use his Darklight, much more easily. The two weapon users rushed but Cain was much faster and collision happened really close to Zira. The pod user wanted to teleport but was unable to as a chain of Darklight came near her. She jumped back but was met with a sea of chains coming for her from every direction. But instead of panicking she released a large burst of pod, much more powerful than the Darklight, evaporating the part of the arena and the sea for chains. But before the crimson-haired princess of destruction could have a moment of rest, a purple blur was shot towards her, clashing with her stomach and making her fall. Mid-fall Cain appeared near them, his scythe above his head and coming down, like the Reaper's embrace. Zira's hands were busy with Scathatch and she couldn't use an AoE attack due to Scathatch being near her. While the god's lair was unable to use her hands, as Cain had specifically targeted her hand muscles, making her hands unusable for some time. Before Cain had rushed near the two after kicking Zira in the ass, he had already made up a short but effective plan. Zira doesn't have much control over her pod when she uses it in high amounts. I can use that. He did just that. He deliberately kept Scathatch near a fixed distance from Zira. As the sea for chains was destroyed, so was Scathatch's footing. Due to Cain being ready for that he was able to capitalize on that. He swatted away the spears, and made quick chops at the biceps and triceps of Scathatch, making her hands redundant for a short moment of time and kicked her, making her crash into Zira and leading to the current situation. The two women mid-fall by now had already realized that they have been played by Cain. He used my lack of control against me. He knew I wouldn't go to help Zira and used that to his advantage. But that was all for naught as before Cain could make his attack and end this battle, a heavy aura of death appeared and forced both Cain and Zira back. Cain finally lost his clothes, except his pants, which were shredded below his knees. Zira had half of her arm made up of pod. Whatever that aura was, forced her body to instinctively use her true form to defend. And a huge circular structure appeared on top of the arena, and Scathatch stood directly below the center of the said structure. The circular gate, now clearly visible, had various primordial runes etched onto it and was trembling. Cain and Nyx immediately understood what it was. Nyx even had something like that. Scathatch opened her mouth and began the chant. I will show you what lies beyond the world. I will lock you away in the darkness from the age of the gods. Tremble, freeze, and shatter into pieces. Domain expansion, gate of sky. The gate shivered even more and opened. Winds like the one that flowed in Tartarus came from it. The darkness of it was unsealed. Growls of beast long since forgotten came, but the beasts didn't come as their master didn't call for them. This was Gate of Sky, the personal domain of Scathatch Scotty. Cain could only laugh seeing that. Someone in his clan had achieved a domain before him. Now he would be the third person as Nyx had one too, but he didn't feel angry. It brought him joy. He had more power to attain, more being to match and dethrone. The journey to the top of DxD is still not finished. Bring it on. Scathatch. The gate started sucking everything, living, non-living didn't matter to it. Even though beings in the audience felt the pull before it was neutralized by a Juka. Both Zira and Cain resisted by using their demonic energy, but it was being drained quickly. It was unknown what would happen if one went through the Omnius Gate, but sensing that it was radiating concepts of darkness, death, and casualty, it wouldn't be anything good. Cain felt that his body wasn't able to move as all of his focus was on stopping the terrifying suction of Scathatch's domain. And that was exactly what Scathatch wanted, to freeze Cain, making him an easy target to pierce. Her domain had two main functions, sucking everything and killing it instantly as it passed through the gate and summoning the beasts she had slain in the former land of shadows. Now she knew no amount of slain beats would make Cain feel pressured but making him unable to move. She could do her best. Scathatch grinned even more, her facial muscles being torn by her smile. And she raised the two of her spears. She would have liked to get Zira's help too, but this was her first time using her domain and she didn't have much choice on who to pull and who not to pull. You win some, you lose some. Runes of all kinds began etching into the fabric of reality and the space and time were altered. Stab and penetrate. Thrust and impale. 2 lines, one for each spear, and she thrusted the two in front of her, a red Eastern dragon sword, and rushed at the frozen Cain, who could only watch as it reached for his heart, ignoring all the laws. Everything stopped for Cain and he used his trump card for moments like this. His body changed, becoming bigger and stronger. He gained a tail and 2 horns, his muscles became more strong, and that was all he could sense before a force so great hit him that his body shut down temporarily. And the arena was no more, the land behind the arena was no more, and nothing would be behind that direction anymore, if Ajuka hadn't stopped the thrust's remaining energy. Scat Hacka's attack was equivalent to the infamous, I cast fuck everything in that direction, as she almost erased a cardinal direction from the map of hell. But that was a tough job even for him, without going super devil, that is, even then he would be tired as he was now, sweating and taking deep breaths for some time before he went back to normal. What was that? Did Cain survive? Rayla asked, scared to see the result of that attack and its effect on Cain. He should be fine. Nyx said, but her voice didn't sound so sure. He is alive. Ajuka said, looking at the rubble that had somehow remained in existence even after getting acquainted by Scat Hacka's full power attack boosted by her domain. The rubble trembled a bit before a black-haired man emerged from it. Wearing brand new pants, 2 horns on his head and a tail waving behind him. He was bleeding from multiple points and the most prominent wound was the one on his chest, on the left shoulder, just above his heart. It would seem Cain had managed to survive Gibog once more. Surviving its casualty reversal. That wound was hideous, his collarbone was visible, and the flesh around it was squirming, trying to regenerate as the curse countered it. Cain was sending dark light there internally to corrupt the curse and eradicate it. Knowing that the wound would heal itself after a week or 2, after the curse was released. But he needed to do that fast. He remembered how much he had suffered the first time he was hit by it and didn't stop it quickly. That was splendidly done, now allow me to end this fight. Cain said and raised his hand. The scythe of death came to its master's call, from the depths of the world tree. Scathatch, now completely out of energy, could only watch as Cain raised the scythe behind him and chanted, but she didn't get angry or scared. She was finally happy that Cain was not holding back, he was using his strongest attack. The Godslayer stood her ground. Even if she was guaranteed to lose doesn't mean she wouldn't even try. But it would all be meaningless. Scythe of death, Darklight's embrace. Unleash the tempest, the void to trace. In the dance of echoes, let chaos surge. The final requiem, the eternal dirge. As the words were uttered, a huge scythe formed in the sky in purple color, which was gradually covered by dark light and started shining brightly. Blight the heavens, shatter the veil. With each swing, let dimensions quail. I am the bringer of fate untold. In this dark symphony, your tale is foretold. With that, 2 enormous hands appeared and held the scythe and swung it down at the place where Scathatch was standing. The Godslayer closed her eyes, accepting her defeat, both in heart and body. But the attack never came, as it was completely destroyed. The Godslayer turned around to find Zira. No, it would be the apt term for whatever that was. It was neither devil, neither anything living. It was like a concept manifested, like the embodiment of destruction itself was here. Zira stood there, her body long since destroyed, only Pod remained. She had activated her strongest card, her super devil form. The entire hell was shaking, the space, time and concepts themselves were being erased out of existence. Ajuka was already getting helped by the 2 goddesses and Morgan. He didn't want to transform 2. 3 super devils would most certainly destroy the fabric of space and send this place into the dimensional gap. And the worst thing was, that it was going to happen regardless of what the 4 did, unless someone stopped the pod emanating from Zira. Move. It spoke, and Scathatch felt fear, something even Cain didn't make her feel till now. But she didn't budge, she wouldn't be the Godslayer if fear made her run. And then it exploded, dyeing everything in red. And when Scathatch opened her eyes, she found herself hosted on one hand by Cain. She looked at their surroundings to see that, they were in a kaleidoscope, or not, they were in the dimensional gap. Ajuka had sent the 3 of them here to stop any further damage to hell. The audience was still able to watch them through a tear in space created by Morgan, using the powers of the world, stabilized by Ajuka. She can't really control it well, so, get back, it will end quickly and devastatingly. Cain said before he sent Scathatch back to hell, in the arena, or what remained of it. How does ending it in one attack sound? Sounds fine to me. It said, and then both the monsters prepared their attacks, intent of ending this match in one go. While a certain dragon was approaching their battle space in the dimensional gap at tremendous speed. Chapter 79, Unbridled Destruction. Third-person POV. Zira began her final attack by spreading her aura of destruction as much as she could. That dyed the dimensional gap red, at least till where one's eye could see. And then slowly she began calling it back and giving it a shape. Little by little a western dragon was being formed behind her, of colossal size. Its wingspan would put even Great Red to shame. Of course, the red dragon god emperor is much stronger. That process took a veritable amount of time, one that Cain had used wisely. Knowing that his wife's control isn't that great, he used an attack that was even stronger than his limited death. Zira didn't chant anything, but continued pouring aura into the mouth of the huge dragon. Her attack was inspired by Ingvild. While Cain did chant. From the abyss of corruption and sin, I call forth power from Lucifer's kin. By devil's blood, your fate is sealed. With a single swing fate is unveiled. 6 arms of sin, 1 body of wrath. I alone am the master of my path. With my aura bright, let chaos reign. None shall stand, none shall remain. And a behemoth equaling the monstrosity created by his wife, was made by Cain using dark light. Image. The 2 titans clashed just as they were ready. The dragon released all of its pods stored in its mouth, and the 6-armed Azura used its massive hands to thrust the spears of dark light. But before the 2 attacks could connect, in a blur a massive red body appeared, and it took both the attacks head-on. Both Cain and Zira were shocked. One moment they could see each other and the next they couldn't. But before they could see what effects their attacks had or what had actually happened, a soil-ringing roar came from the front of the huge red entity. And even Cain felt fear, fear that came from one's primal heart, fear of the strongest species in the world, the pinnacle of this the world, Great Red, the red dragon god emperor. Before they could do anything, they were zipped back into hell by a Juka. The first thing Cain did was wave his hand and seal hell. Even from the dimension gap, he didn't want a beast like Great Red to come knocking to hell, just because he got hit by him and his wife. That happened on instinct, as he knew nothing less than cutting off hell from the dimensional gap would save them from that. He looked over to Zira to find that she had fainted. And so had Scathatch, who was lying beside his wife. He himself wasn't doing much better, but he couldn't just fall yet. He looked over to a Juka who only sighed. Winner, Cain. And then he fell down on his back, laying in the arena. Shit, that was scary. I thought Great Red was only 1 class above me, but I was wrong. He was above even that. No wonder he is jointly accepted as the strongest in the world. Cain was thinking that he was plenty strong, and that was true, but he still wasn't in the top 5, much less the above the ranking guys. Cain, do you know how much shit you are gonna get in the next Ars Goetia? This time you won't be able to send Zira and get away. A Juka said he personally wasn't much affected. He was prepared for much more destruction. After one reaches a level like them, destruction of this level is only average. If Scathatch had mastered her domain or Cain was seriously going for the kill or even Zira, the consequences would be even more grave. But, devils like Seraphal and Falbium would only see this as meaningless destruction. Seraphal, even though her ability has the fastest killing ability, is very kind. The entire GKF would be after him for this. Yeah, I know. I will attend the next one, be prepared for the evil pieces to be announced, and I will reveal my mom's existence too. You wish to put this under the rug? It won't be easy. A Juka said. Yeah, but that is exactly what politics is about, lying and hiding the truth. I will accept the wrongdoing and even pay reparations, if any, but I won't apologize. It will give the opposition a weakness to strike, and you don't do that in politics. And then what about Seraphal and Falbium? They won't understand such things, and they most certainly won't see it with your or mine eyes. I will cross that bridge when it comes. Anyways, I am gonna rest now. Me too. Saving your ass from a giantess red reptile who could end the world as we know was really troublesome. A Juka said sarcastically before he teleported back to his home for a good nap. Cain looked at the audience who were still in shock and said while smiling. So, dear ladies. Please take care of me and the other 2. And closed his eyes for a well-deserved rest. 2 days later. Cain awoke from his slumber and looked at the ceiling. This time, it was familiar. He was lying in his own bed, covered with a soft velvet cover. He didn't feel any clothes on him except for pants. He gradually moved and sat with his head resting on the bed backside. He felt some discomfort at his left shoulder and saw the wound of Guy Bog still there. His flesh had almost regenerated and skin was on the way to full recovery. He looked around for a bit and sighed. He had a lot of time to ponder on what would happen in the Ars Goetia and how he could handle it better. I never expected Scathatch to awaken her domain then. Just then the door to his room opened and Graphia walked in. She looked a little bit relieved seeing him awake. Congratulations on your recovery, Cain. Yeah, how are the others? They woke up a few hours ago and are having breakfast. I see, I will take a bath and then join them. Cain stood up showing his sculpted body and said to Graphia. Also FIA, I wasn't able to fulfill your wish entirely. It's fine, it was due to that you riled up Lady Scathatch that much and got that wound. Thanks. He said before moving to the bath. Cain entered the living room and found it empty, except for Scathatch and Zira. So how are you? Cain said as he sat down and Graphia gave him his plate, full of breakfast. Fine, you didn't attack us much except the few ones where you went all out, but how are you? Better, the wound is almost completely healed, the curse was eradicated by me before. What about you, Zira? I am fine. But Cain, that thing, it was great red, right? Yes, it was. Do you think anyone could match it? She said almost hopelessly. Zira, don't be demoralized, we are young, not even 2 centuries old, while that thing is millions of years old, and yes, our Ouroboros exists, so we have hopes of matching it. It didn't change anything, both are dragons, aren't they? Shiva, Okwang, Yahweh, Chaos, there are many names, Zira, they may not be able to kill it, but they won't lose easily either, it is only a matter of time before we enter that list, we are still young. Yes, he is correct, Zira. But what about me then? I am plenty old. Scathatch said. Did you actively wish to get stronger? No, you didn't want anything except dying like a warrior, that too was half-assed. I never asked you, but how do you know that, even I don't? Scathatch asked in confusion. That's something for later. Maybe when I understand the how part completely myself. Cain said, eluding a tedious question. So what is our game plan for the next Ars Goetia? Zira asked. Blame it on Great Red, announce evil pieces, peerage and Lilith, we will try to suppress our huge blunder by making it seem nothing serious, we will pay reparations to all the devil pillars whose land was affected. So we are doing the usual political shenanigans. Essentially, yes. So then about the peerage, what if they go ballistic with it? They won't, or more correctly, I won't let that happen. Very well, then I will talk with our other factions members and tell them beforehand on how to proceed. Yes, that will be good. By then the 2 women had finished their breakfast, they got up and went away, leaving Cain alone on the table, only with Graphia standing beside him. A week later, in the Ars Goetia. Every devil pillar was already seated, they were waiting for the Satans to enter. The GKF, like Zira, had already met under Zekram's order and reviewed their questions for today. They were getting a little anxious as the Satans were later than usual. But their worries were for naught as one by one they entered. Starting from Falbium, who looked energized, followed by Seraphal and Ajuka, the female Satan having a serious look on her cute face, while the green-haired Mao had his usual poker face. And finally Cain entered, with Graphia and Zira coming along with him. Unlike other sessions of the Ars Goetia, today he will be the one sitting as the head of internal affairs, he usually sent Zira. As they all settled down, Mephisto rose from his seat and said, Satans and pillars, I Mephisto as the overseer of Ars Goetia, start the 652nd session of Ars Goetia. Today's session's main topic is the massive destruction that happened in the eastern region of Hell, with over 25% of all barren land in Hell being reduced to an uninhabitable region. Cain already knew the exact statistics for the damage caused, but hearing it again made him shudder. What if he didn't close Hell and Great Red attacked? That number may as well be double or triple. It was thankfully barren land which was destroyed, or else if populated regions were affected, nothing short of another civil war would be enough for that. But thankfully the Lucifer castle lies at the outskirts of Lilith, and Lilith is virtually separated from the other cities, except from one side. Before anyone could say anything he stood up and walked to the podium as Mephisto stood aside and let him take the stage. Cain stood at the higher ground and looked at everyone. And began to speak with a single thought. Let's see how good my ability to bullshit as a political leader is. Let's not bore with pleasantries and get started with the issue. The damage was caused by the Great Red. That single sentence caused everyone in the GKF faction to go bonkers, while the Satan faction was calm. As they were briefed on this, of course the real situation was only known to the ones involved. Do you take us for fools? Lord Lucifer. We are not stupid enough to fall for your bullshit. The Lord of House Gamagen said, appearing righteous. But all his bravado was sent to hell when Cain glared at him and said, You would come to know that this isn't bullshit, if you let me speak, Lord Gamagen. As I was saying, the attack was done by Great Red. As for why he attacked, I will explain that now. Taking a small breath, Cain began to weave a story, which was half lie and half truth. After all, those are the hardest ones to see through. A while ago, I had organized a tournament between the members of the House of Lucifer to check our combat strength. It was coming along nicely until the last match, which was between me, my wife Zira and Scathatch Scotty, the Godslayer. Gasps were heard across the room as the Godslayer was mentioned. A legendary being, mentioned in fables, was just said to be present in Hell. Before anyone asks anything, I will explain the presence of the Godslayer today later on, so please be patient. Cain said, knowing that he needed to speak freely here. As that happened, the fight reached an unpredictable level, where the Beelzebub was the referee. As such, I, having defeated Scathatch, went on fighting one-on-one with my wife, which resulted in us going super devil and unleashing our strongest attacks. And taking precautions against that, the Beelzebub sent us to the dimensional gap to not let any of it affect Hell. Cain waited for a bit as he watched the hall again and began to speak as he saw everyone focused on his made-up story. Chapter 80, Politics. And I am back from the dead, just kidding. Combine writer's block with some Rizevim fanfic and you get this kind of inconsistency. Though no worries, I will get back to my usual schedule now, my other FIC will also get an update soon. But seriously though, the rabbit's hole known as fanfiction is very deep. Third-person POV. Thus we unleashed all of our power, and at the critical juncture, Great Red appeared between us, getting hit by both of our attacks, which enraged it, as it was injured. It retaliated. Both me and Zero were too tired to do anything, hence its attack was stopped by the Godslayer and Beelzebub's combined effort. Gasps went around the hall, and Cain could feel the eyes of Falbium and Sarah fall in the back of his head. But he would deal with them later, and he focused on something else. The resulting destruction was only the aftermath, which the Beelzebub had directed away from the populous areas of hell. As for the reparations, the Lucifer clan would handle them all the lords whose land was damaged would receive money equivalent to what that piece of land would have been worth 100 years in the future. Although such a high amount would be a heavy burden on the Lucifer clan's vault, it meant nothing in the long run. And if some gold can handle half of the protesters, then Cain was very willing to part with it. Many lords who were enraged during the beginning were quiet, only some of the GKF were still persistent on this matter. But now that most of the matter was handled, he now needed to change the topic. But Rizevim was not letting go of this easily. You speak as if this is over, Lord Lucifer, isn't there something else to say? Cain looked at Rizevim as if trying to see his intentions, but he gave up, only finding a small smile on the old cook's face. Indeed, there is something else. I know that this was my fault, and although I can't change what has happened, I will make sure that this doesn't happen again. Now the Beelzebub has something important to tell the Devil Pillars. Cain said and stepped down from the podium. Ajuka stood up from his seat and began walking, but Rizevim again said, "Isn't an apology due, Lord Lucifer?" Cain slowly turned his head towards the old devil and glared at him, but didn't say anything for 5 minutes. Everyone in Ars Goetia was holding their breaths. Nobody asked the Lucifer to apologize, and Rizevim just did that. Mephisto was munching on some peanuts, and the other 3 Satans were ready to jump in between Cain and Rizevim. While Zero was mentally chanting that Cain didn't just kill Rizevim. Calm down, I can't hurt or kill him, it would be very bad. Let's hope he backs off after this. Rizevim, I didn't think I just heard what you said, care to repeat it? The smile of Rizevim grew and he said calmly. Nothing, Lord Lucifer. The head of Baal said and sat down on his seat, while his back was wet with sweat. Although he had guts, Cain had just issued an underlying warning. It was a one-time thing, Rizevim and everyone present understood that. Ajuka sighed and then stepped up to the podium and began to explain his evil pieces. He brought out his box with Pars Mala written on it and opened it. 15 chess pieces, all except the king. These are evil pieces. They are the boon that will help overcome the poor fertility of the devil race. But not in a conventional way, in a very interesting way. These can reincarnate recently dead beings or those who are alive and turn them into devils if their original race's bloodline is weak, or if strong then into mixed hybrids. Everyone's breathing was audible as Ajuka said that, and he smirked. He was feeling quite proud. He had just one-upped Cain. Even his false claim about Great Red hadn't gotten such a reaction. But these aren't absolute, so they can't reincarnate gods or Buddhas. They can work on ascended beings if the user is strong, and the person to be revived is dead. They have been created using the unique crystals found in the Agar's territory. How much, Beelzebub? The head of the Phoenix clan asked, greed visible in his eyes. Ajuka ignored the man and kept on talking. Each of the pieces acts just like their chess counterparts. Knight increases speed and agility, Bishop gives a boost in magic, Rook in strength and defense, the Queen is an overall boost, Pawns also give an overall boost less than the Queen, but they can promote with the permission from the King. Any drawbacks, Lord Beelzebub? Zeoticus asked. There are a few restrictions. The reincarnated devil, if it runs away from the king, it will transform into a beast, losing its reason and only acting on its instinct. The time depends on how strong the devil is. That is the only major drawback, but it also acts as a barrier for those who want to betray the king. It is splendid, Lord Beelzebub, you have outdone yourself. With this the devil faction will once again regain its former glory. Yes, that is the plan, but not everyone will be given the pieces, only high-class devils and above. They will be thoroughly checked that the person is not forcefully reincarnated, and don't worry, it will be done by someone everyone can trust. Ajuka said. With that, he went back and motioned for Cain to come back and explain the remaining things. As all of you must have figured out, such a piece of information must not be leaked. As such, a Satan must be present whenever a new king is being crowned. The devil who wants this must write a letter to a Satan of his choosing. The Satan will decide the timing, and the ceremony will be held in Agar's. Also after that, you must be screened by a special someone to make sure you didn't abduct a person and reincarnate them. Cain said with a tone that allowed no talkbacks, and he continued. As for the question asked to me earlier, why was the Godslayer in hell? I take it some of you must have connected the dots by now, but for those whose brains were not able to understand, I present to you my peerage. With that said, the magic circle of the Lucifer clan came to life near the stage and multiple women who were breathtakingly gorgeous appeared. Starting with Scathatch Scotty, the God's Lair as my queen, Morgan Le Fay and Ingvild Leviathan as my bishops, Jean Dark as my knight, Brynhilda the Valkyrie as my rook, Medusa and Echidna as my pawns. And yes, all of them are the real deal, the ones from the legends. Cain said before anyone could say anything stupid. Lord Lucifer, are you trying to create a dictatorship? One meek voice spoke up. What do you mean, Lord Valifor? I created this peerage by taking risks, you know. I had to fight Thor and Scathatch for this. It wasn't easy, also I was only testing the pieces so that no problems arose after anyone else used it. Lord Lucifer, is she the descendant of the Leviathan clan? Zekrom asked. Yes, she is a half-devil, she was born in the human world and was sick with the sleeping disease, she has just recovered due to her special circumstances. As the only living descendant of the original Satans, she comes within my area of jurisdiction, I hope no one has a problem. We do not have any, it was just an old man's curiosity, Lord Lucifer. Although most had ignored the fact that Cain had boasted about beating Thor, Zekrom hadn't. I am afraid even if he decides to do a dictatorship, we can only watch. No problem, Zekrom, your curiosity will rise even further with the next reveal. Cain said with a shit-eating grin on his face. Zekrom only sweated at that, what could be more important to him than the survival of the devil race? As I have decided that the next reveal will be the last matter to be dealt with today due to its importance, the changes I had intended to implement will be compiled in a short letter be given to everyone present, we can discuss them in the next session. Now everyone's curiosity had peaked, Cain was speaking as if the next topic was going to be earth-shattering for them. Some context before I reveal the person. This person will be responsible for the screening of the reincarnated devils, and I can say comfortably that she would be fair, her ability will make sure there isn't any foul stuff going on. She is a very important person in the devil's history, and is presumed to be dead till now. Cain's little tease did nothing to appease the curiosity of the devil pillars. But the sighs of the Satans before him were also audible. Let us welcome the mother of all devils, Lilith Levon. Again the circle of the Lucifer clan shone bright in the room and a petite pink-haired devil appeared. Pin-drop silence reigned in the Ars Goetia and suddenly the noise that erupted would have put a fish market to shame. But Zekrom went one step ahead and questioned Cain, anger palpable in his voice, his aura raging and the furniture was getting erased. Lord Lucifer, is this some sort of sick joke? Cain understood where Zekrom was coming from, he revered the OG Satans but he still had to go against their descendants due to the self-preservation of the devil race. Now that Cain suddenly says that Lilith is alive, it means that the civil war could have been avoided if she just intervened, the power Lilith carries in the devil's society is immense. But his response was based on the fact that Lilith was staying with Cain before the civil war, which was not the case, as Cain only found her after the war. First of all, calm down Zekrom, it is not some sick joke, she is real, and no she wasn't alive around the civil war. Zekrom calmed down a little and looked towards Lilith who was still standing unaffected by the chaos her being alive had brought. She turned her head towards him and said with a soft smile on her face. It's been a while, Lil Zek. Zekrom could only shake his head at his progenitor, although he didn't say anything, he knew he was dangerously close to setting Cain off, calling Lilith mother would probably be his last word. I will let the devil pillars have a moment with mother, please stay within your limits, lest I be forced to do an impromptu cleaning of trash. Cain said before walking away, as he glared at every single devil lord present there. He was shortly followed by the other Satans and his wife. Graphia stayed back to help Lilith, not that anyone could have harmed her here. The four Satans and Zera were sitting in a different room, while Graphia was standing beside Cain. Before anyone could say anything, Seraphal began. What happened, Cain? And do not try to make some unbelievable shit like the one you rattled in the Ars Goetia. Cain raised a single eyebrow at Seraphal but didn't comment on the way she spoke. Believe it or not, most of what I had said back there was true, it's just the villain who was changed. So Great Red appeared and you and Zera attacked it. Do you take me for a fool? You wouldn't be standing here if that happened. Seraphal said. Cain still didn't rebuke her as he knew she was the Satan with the most compassion, she ran hospitals for free for Satan's sake. But he didn't have to comment on that as Ajuka jumped in the conversation. He isn't lying, Sarah, Great Red did appear and he was also attacked, but I managed to save the two in time and Cain sealed hell before it could retaliate, if it felt anything. I am pretty sure it felt those attacks. Zera muttered, which was not unheard by anyone. Falbium sighed heavily at that. Seraphal looked at the Lucifer couple in disbelief. You two are unbelievably reckless. Chapter 81, Drastic Changes, R18*. Third-person POV. With Seraphal stating the obvious, the tense atmosphere finally vanished, and Falbium spoke up. So what are the new changes? Cain put on the table a parchment full of writings. These are the new changes. 1. Soul stealing is outlawed, any breaking of the rule is a serious punishable offense, and the death sentence may also be ordered. 2. All disputes between high-class devils and above will be resolved through rating games. If the person in question doesn't have a peerage, he can sponsor one and have it fight for him. Asterisk. Asterisk. The letter attached to this contains all the information on the rating games. 3. Ranking up of devils will follow the procedure given below. Low-class devil, 1 summon completed. Mid-class devil, 100 summons completed. High-class devil, 500 summons completed. Ultimate class devil, 2000 summons completed. Satan class devil, 10,000 summons completed. Special class devil, criteria based. Please note that for each class up there must also be an accompanied theory and practical test. Also, you must fight a Satan class devil and gain their pass to become a Satan class devil. This title is not to be confused with the 4 devil kings. 4. The class up procedure is only applicable to devils from now on. Previously achieved ranks are still viable. 5. Instead of souls, the summoned devil may take money, anything of monetary value, or something of emotional importance as a payment. 6. Peerage is the sole responsibility of the king, not the clan or parent or anyone else. Any offense by a peerage member will be equally accounted for by the king of the peerage. 7. The king's crowning ceremony will be held in Agars, which from now on is a territory completely under Lord Beelzebub. 8. The Norse pantheon is not to be troubled. Hell has a non-aggression treaty with them. 9. Rating games will follow a strict regulation by a Satan class devil present as a reference in each match. If 2 such devils of equal class have a rating match, the devil kings will be the referee. 10. Rating games can be the decider for anything, from marriage annulment to outright territory conquests. Anything is up for a bet, even lives. While that's a lot, are you sure they will accept it? Yes, I am essentially encouraging gambling, just a tad bit more dangerous to get the devils hooked. No one has been harmed by a little gamble. Cain said nonchalantly. So when will we start the games? Ajuka asked. He was rather excited about this. It was something he had a very high involvement in. In a while, the devil while I will get a few more members. Till then the others will also get one. We can do an exhibition match for the first one, between me and one another devil pillar. Fine, but be quick. But even lives can be bet on. Isn't it a bit extreme? Seraphal asked. It is, yes. That is what will attract them. It may be brutal, but we are a species made for war. This will keep some of us on our toes. Cain said calmly. I agree, the newer soldiers are a bunch of pussies. The older ones are far more used to war. We may have top-tier forces, but it will be useless if they are not mentally prepared. Equipment and individual strength can only take one so far. Falbium commented. Well yes, Seraphal, how about the Shinto? Still no progress, but I managed to learn that Amaterasu is on the run. What? Yes, that was my reaction, but it would seem she is being forced into marriage by Izanagi. Izanagi wouldn't do that, he isn't like Zeus. Well, I will be going to Japan sooner or later. I will try to understand the situation and try to get a benefit out of it. Any potential recruits in your eye? A certain swordsman is getting popular and the legend of a fox is also in circulation. Cain said cryptically, and the meeting ended on that note. Cain and Zira returned to their home. Cain had some wishes to fulfill while Zira had work. She needed to prepare for the next Ars Goetia. Cain didn't waste any time as he went to find Medusa. He found the Gorgon training. Why so serious? I lost to a god, that is unacceptable. Really? I mean, I know you hate the Greek gods, but Nyx isn't like the rest of them. I know, to whom I lost isn't a big deal, but to what I lost, it was another me controlled by a god. Oh. That was not you, it was just a replica of you, and before you go on ranting about that the shadow had sentience, that was something Nyx has learned during her time spent in Soulscape. Medusa finally stopped her training, looked at Cain and said in a trembling voice. Is that true? Cain saw the damnness in her eye patch and reassured her. He didn't comment on it, it would be disrespectful for him to do so. Yes, also do you have a wish? Medusa didn't let her emotions control her and asked. Yes. Not surprised. Cain asked. Echidna told me. Medusa told Cain. I see, so what is it? Cain wasn't really surprised. Can I drink your blood? Now he was caught unguarded. Do you have vampiric fangs? He asked, even though he knew she didn't. No, but I have these. Medusa said, as her hairs turned into 4 thick snakes. Well, kinky is all I can say. Have your fill, I guess. Cain said as he rolled up his sleeves and gave up his arms for blood-sucking by snakes. The 4 snakes immediately latched onto his arms and began sucking in earnest. Cain didn't feel much pain, he had felt much worse. But Medusa did feel this, her thirst was finally satiated after so long. It was last quenched by Perseus, who she had killed and eaten. Her mind short-circuited, she saw white. This was more powerful to her than any orgasm she could have gotten, although a twinge of regret shadowed her face. Cain saw that and understood what to do. After the snakes left, he brought his arm near his mouth and began to suck his blood. He didn't drink but kept it in his mouth. After filling it sufficiently, he came near the purple-haired maiden and kissed her, feeding her his blood, mouth to mouth. It was at that moment that Medusa understood pleasure. Poseidon, Athena, Stheno, or Euryale, none of them mattered. All she needed was this pleasure, the strength, the flavor, the pleasure. She gained it all when the devil's blood touched her throat, mixed with Cain's saliva. One hot kiss and a mind-shattering orgasm later, Cain walked away with a slightly poisoned body, which would resolve it in a few hours, while Medusa was left standing, with her thighs wet and mind numb. Cain, after that kinky wish, found Jean and found her sitting on her bed and eating fruits. She still had some bandages but looked relatively fine. As soon as she saw Cain, she beamed in happiness, almost as if she knew what was going to happen. "I want to get stronger. I am not even going to ask how you knew I would grant you your wish, but sure, go and train. There is no shortcut, but try to train with Ingvild. She also had a sacred gear." "That's unfair." "Then what do you want?" "Give me permission to write a book about my faith for you and publish it." "Sure, but get it seen by Graphia before you publish it." Alas, Cain would come to know much later that he had a literal cult following in the human world after the publication of a book named Gospel of the Silver Devil. Now Cain only had one wish left to grant. Ereshkigal's date would be on a later date. And the other three would get it after Ereshkigal. He went to the World Tree Garden and found Morgan sitting on a small mound. Fairies flying around her, and a gentle smile on her face. She was a picture of kindness and love at this moment. Looks like she is finally changing. But Cain's bubble burst when he got closer. The fairies were scared and tired, and the smile was a cruel one, not a gentle one. "Morgan, what are you doing?" "Husband, I was wasting time waiting for you to come." "By torturing fairies?" "No, this is endurance training. I wouldn't torture a fairy," she said in all seriousness. Cain sighed and asked, "So what do you want?" Cain knew she knew he would grant her wish, so he asked directly. "Avalon." Her answer surprised him. "Where is it?" "With Vivian." That lines up with the legend. So he asked again. "Do you want me to bring it?" "No, I want to take it from her." "Then go. Who's stopping you?" "The Pendragons." Cain was surprised that she was stopped by mere humans, but maybe they had some secrets. "Well, now they won't," he said. No matter what secret they have, it wouldn't work against him. To top it off, they weren't in cahoots with any faction. Maybe some magician supported them. "You sure?" Morgan asked. "Yeah, now that you mention Pendragon, I got a good idea. So when are you going?" He could use this as a date idea for Ereshkigal. "The day after tomorrow." "Fine by me." With that and a chaste kiss, the two parted and Cain went to his study. By now Lilith should be back, and so should be Graphia. He needed to do some work today. Everything was going normal till now, and now Cain was ready to go to bed, but what was different from other days was that no one had come to his room till now. Every night someone would come to sleep with him, even though they didn't fuck all night long. Well, either there is going to be an orgy or I might have to call Graphia. Cain muttered as he began to go sit on his bed, but the gate opened and Zira walked in. "Hey, I want my free wish now." Cain raised his eyebrow but didn't say anything, as this was not what he expected. "I want fuck in our true forms." Cain was too dumbfounded to say anything. While Zira looked like a nervous high schooler about to confess her love. How would that even work? Isn't she just energy in that form? Will my dick survive? Will the castle and bed survive? Will the others survive? Having too many questions, Cain did what he always did. "Fuck. Let's do this." Hearing that Zira began to transform, her clothes got evaporated and the room would have too, if Cain didn't cover it in his aura, as he too had assumed his true form. Seeing his wife ready, Cain swooped in and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling his wife into a kiss and devouring her soft moan. Chapter 82, Avalon Bond, R18*. Cain and Zira were sitting at the dining table and having their breakfast. The two looked well rested while everyone else looked like they hadn't had a wink of sleep. "Cain, my child, I know there are some problems in married life, but please do not use your true forms to argue," Lilith said, shaking her head from side to side. Both Cain and Zira looked at her and asked, "What argument?" "We didn't have any." "Then what was that last night? We could sense you going full super devil." "Oh, that, it wasn't an argument," Zira said meekly. "Then what was it?" "I wasn't able to get any sleep due to that." Cain snickered at that and answered Rayla. "Oh, that, you see, Zira asked me her wish last night. It was to be fucked in her true form. It was wild, to say the least." Saying that, Cain teleported out of the dining room, having finished his breakfast, and went to his study to do some work. Everyone glared at Zira. She felt mortified by the shame. "You know, I thought I was down bad, but here I am being bested by Zira by all people," Rayla said in frustration. "His tool is fine, right? It didn't get destroyed by you, did it?" Nyx said, making Zira go even red, her hair and face not distinguishable from each other. It must have been fine, he also went all super devil on her, right? Lilith said in amusement. Finally, Zira had enough and teleported to do her work, leaving the others to laugh. Finally, the expected day arrived and Cain went to take Ereshkigal to their date. He had informed Morgan to be ready for her little daylight robbery. Reaching Soulscape, he quickly latched onto the blonde goddess's energy signature and reached her. She was dressed in her normal clothes, but he wanted to make it a bit special, so he had prepared a different dress for her. Yo. Eresh. Ready for our date? What? Is it today? Well, yes, here, take this dress and get ready. Be quick. Yes. Ereshkigal squealed in happiness and went to change. While Cain looked at the Soulscape, he still saw that only a few had managed to get into the worst punishment level. Soon Ereshkigal came dressed up and gave her hand to Cain. Image in comments. Well then, let's go. And with a snap of his finger, they vanished. While Morgan also teleported, her faithful staff come halberd with her. Today is the day I take my sister's scabbard back. Cain and Ereshkigal found themselves in front of a huge palace. It had nothing on Lucifer's castle, but it was huge by human standards. Where are we? England, Europe. This is the Pendragon family's castle. You mean the Pendragons, descendant of Arthur Pendragon? Yes, but it was Artoria Pendragon. King Arthur was a female, few people knew that. Really? I mean, it's not something groundbreaking, but still, aren't they supposed to be rulers? Why live like normal nobles? How much back in history are you? You see, Artoria was killed by her daughter, Mordred, a homunculus created by Morgan using Artoria as a parent. After that, the Pendragons lost their power. Excalibur was taken by the church, and somehow it was broken into 7 parts. Avalon is with Vivian, and no one knows what happened to Romhominiad. Caliban is broken, so Pendragons now are just a wealthy noble family with a glorious past. They have some semblance of strength, but it isn't much. They are heavily dependent on the humans. They are also not in cahoots with any pantheons, so they aren't much of a threat, is what everyone thinks, but Morgan says otherwise. She says they have some troublesome individuals protecting them. Wow. Didn't take you for a history nerd. And like I say, Morgan is a devious woman to have as an enemy. Well, when you have multiple legendary beings in your family, it happens. And yes, that is indeed true. I guess, so what are we going to do here? Meet up with the so-called troublesome persons and meet with the fallen royalty. And is that supposed to be a date? Yes, you see, all of my previous dates have been too simple, so this one is an adventurous date. Fine. Cain began to walk towards the castle with Ereshkigal in hand. Morgan walked through the mythical forest where the Lady of the Lake and her other sister lived. She had come here to end it today. She stood at the edge of the Fey Lake and looked at her reflection. Staying like that for a few minutes as if to contemplate her choices, the Dark Madonna finally steeled herself and took action. With a wave of her hands, the water parted and a portal appeared at the bottom of the lake. And a lady walked out of that, made up of water, her facial structure similar to Morgan's. Why have you come here, witch? The water Fae asked calmly. Where is Avalon? Morgan answered that with her question. Safe, where it should be. Finally, an answer was given. Well, then I would be taking it, Morgan stated as if she was sure of her victory. I know I am not your match, but even you won't be able to fight me and Merlin together. Vivian calmly replied. I know, so why don't you call him? Aren't you a hypocrite? You hate him when he scorns you but call for him to help when in danger. Vivian didn't comment on that and only focused on her lake, planning on stalling Morgan until Merlin came. Oh, he won't come, dear Faye. After all, my husband must be having a nice talk with him. Let me take Avalon. I do not need to fight you. That is the last bond connecting me to this wretched land. I shall not let a witch like you take a holy relic of the Fae with you. Vivian said resolutely. Humph, then suffer. The two sisters began their fight, one in the hope of stalling and one in the hope of destroying the last bond she held with Britain. Cain was sipping tea, sitting on a large dining table, while 2 persons sat in front of him. A man with white hair with a pinkish hue to it, his beauty almost approached Cain. But it was eclipsed by the woman sitting beside him. Long blonde hair, green eyes, a curvaceous body, and most importantly a face very similar to Morgan's. The man looked troubled while the woman was expressionless, as if she wasn't capable of feeling emotions. Man, who would have thought I would meet the great mage Merlin and King Arthur who became a divine spirit at once, what luck? Cain said jovially. Why are you here, devil? The emotionless Artoria asked. On a date with a beautiful goddess, I am sure Merlin would understand, he is a man and a known player after all. Then why here? King of Devils. Merlin asked, as another butterfly familiar landed on the mage's shoulder and vanished and his expression became more troubled. This was the second time this had happened. I just wanted to check on the mighty Pendragon family. I have to say your gardens are most impressive, enough that Ereshkigal wished you see how they tended to. Worry not, I will go back after she is done. I see, then please excuse me, Devil King, I have some matters to attend to. Merlin said and began to stand up. Oh. And here I was planning to hear about your exploits, what a shame, why don't you stay here, Merlin? The name was called in a stern tone by Cain. The mage finally had enough of this charade and said. Devil King, I know Morgan is with you, this play of yours to keep me here is not as secretive as you like. Please tell her to go back, Vivian has no enmity with her. Oh, I know she has no enmity, but she has Avalon, Morgan wants that, worry not she won't kill your former lover. Cain said, sipping on his tea. Hearing that Artoria also spoke. If that is true, Devil King I can't stay put, Avalon must not fall in the hands of my evil sister. I see, and what are you going to do about that? Fight me. Cain said mockingly, he knew the two weren't a match for him. Merlin looked tense, making Cain wonder if the deceptive mage was as cut off from the world as people thought. While the divine spirit raised her hands to attack, but was stopped by Merlin. I am not that foolish, Devil King, I still have to learn a lot about humans, I would rather not cut my own life short. Cain chuckled and a butterfly landed on his shoulder. He knew given time the two in front, or even Merlin alone could give him some trouble, even stall or trap him, but he came here suddenly. Morgan can easily counter Merlin's clairvoyance, and Cain is too strong to be watched like that. It would seem Morgan has got what she wanted. Well, I also have a date to look after, if you want to learn more about humans, how about visiting my mother? Cain left that piece of advice and went to find Ereshkigal, leaving Merlin tempted and Artoria worried. Done with gardening lessons, Eresh? Cain asked, seeing his date stand in the garden with a pout. Yes, and some ladies guy you are leaving your date like that. The blonde said in annoyance. Haha. We still have the entire day and night to ourselves, what's a few minutes in that? Let's go. Cain didn't take her words too seriously and took her hand in his. Fine. Ereshkigal easily relented, feeling the warmth of his hands on her. The two went on to spend their date splendidly and their night even more hotly. A week later. Where are you going, Cain? Lilith asked. To meet a crow. With those cryptically said words Cain left for the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And yeah, I know some of you are mad, but only one lemon for now, Ereshkigal will get hers later on. For now we finally enter the next arc, this volume is in its last legs, maybe a dozen chapter more, so stay tuned. And gimme those stones. Chapter 83, Pigeon. Third-person POV. Cain hadn't been to the Grand Duchy of Moscow till now, so he didn't directly teleport there. Instead, he decided to teleport somewhere nearby and fly from there. Cain quickly saw his surroundings and knew he had reached Norway. Cain was about to fly off before an angel appeared in front of him. He had blonde hair and green eyes, like most of the angels. He looked rather timid, even scared when he saw Cain. Why are you here, waiting for me? Cain asked casually. He was planning to go and finally meet up with the legend himself, the orgy lord, but looks like he might have to postpone it for now. Well, I would have to wait a little to meet the legend himself, makes sense. Michael Sama told me to tell you that Gabriel Sama is waiting for you in the Vatican. And what am I supposed to do, babysit her? You know, I might just cause her to fall right. Cain teased the little angel. The angel seemed shocked and raised his hands. In a fighting position he said. Even if I am weak, I will protect Gabriel Sama. To Cain, the angel looked comedic and he laughed. Haha. Just kidding. I will go and see what my aunt wants from me. Cain said before laughing once more at the confused face of the angel and then teleported just outside of the Vatican. He wouldn't want the church to be made aware, would he? Cain walked through the barrier of a church and saw the priests were busy doing their job. Cain internally snickered as he passed them. He went inside and sat on the bench and looked at the figure of Christ. Just for the jokes he closed his eyes and brought his hands to his chest and clasped them. O Lord, forgive me for the sins I will commit. He felt the rejection of his plea and laughed internally. After all, even though the heaven system is bugged, it is not bugged that a devil's prayers would be accepted. But just as he opened his eyes, he saw heaven, heaven for every man. Gabriel was standing in front of him. Her dress for an angel was positively tempting. Cain, why are you praying? Don't increase the workload of Big Brother Michael. The strongest woman in heaven said with a pout. She didn't see this as something harmful, just a prank. Truly, too innocent. Cain thought mentally. Don't worry, Gabriel, I wasn't praying. Oh, is that so? Then no worries. And she believed me just like that. No wonder she always needs an escort, she might be eaten alive by the cunning world. So why are you here? Gabriel. Brother Michael finally allowed me to go and roam the world. Is that so? Well, you are in luck because I know a lot of interesting places. Really? Then let's go. Gabriel took hold of Cain's hand and dragged him out of the cathedral. Cain had already put up an illusion to hide their true appearance and aura. It wouldn't do if they were seen together. But he still was surprised at the action of Gabriel. She doesn't see me as an evil guy. That STH. Cough. Cain looked around and saw a suspicious bonded-haired green-eyed man cough. He rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice. Really, Michael? Not even an iota of trust. You know your thoughts can be read. They can't, now scram. Cain said and teleported with Gabriel in tow. The two appeared on the peak of a mountain, and the scenery was picturesque. The sun was shining brightly. There was a river flowing in the valley and the clouds occasionally blocked the sun's rays, giving shade to the people. There was a small village near the foothills of the mountain. People could be seen like dots moving around from the peak. Where are we, Cain? Switzerland. What? Where is that? Oh, I mean this is the old Swiss Confederacy. So you are also like me, saying things with no meaning sometimes. Well, you can say so. I certainly do that a lot. I can't wait till modern times arrive. Cain internally thought. Well, what are you waiting for? There are a lot of animals and beautiful places hidden in this mountain. Gabriel heard that and began to quickly walk down the mountain, and Cain followed her slowly. The two gradually explored the mountains and found many places. Gabriel enjoyed and played with the animals. Even the ferocious animals didn't harm her and were gentle with her. Cain didn't have to do much aside from stopping her from getting too curious. The sun went down and the sky was now dyed orange. The two had finally reached the village. This was the last part. Just as they entered the village, many people looked at them curiously. Cain shrugged their glances off, but Gabriel didn't. She waved her hands and smiled at the people. Some people snickered seeing that, while some hid their children. Gabriel became a bit downcast seeing that, but quickly regained her enthusiasm as the village head approached them. May I ask what you want, my lord? The men spoke in a different language, but Cain and Gabriel understood it perfectly. Both were wearing rather expensive-looking clothes, hence the village had misunderstood them for some nobles. Once or twice a year some nobles would often come here to hunt animals here. Sometimes one of them would separate from their group and venture into the village and wait till his companions took them. Thus the village head was rather used to the nobles. Nothing, we were just looking around. Don't worry, we will go back after a while. Although it would be great if you could offer some food. Cain said fluently, his accent like the nobles around here. Silver tongue was a really useful ability in such cases. The village head nodded and went away. Gabriel and Cain walked around the village for a while. Soon they sat and enjoyed the cuisine. Cain could see that what he was eating was a rudimentary form of modern Swiss cuisine with some wine. They were quite far away from the village and a little patch of forest was between them and the village. They were sitting on some logs that had fallen and eating. Let me drink it too. No. Cain said and drank her cup in a single gulp. Gabriel pouted and looked at the little girl who was holding the wine and asked her. Pour me some more. Cain simply glared at her and she shrinked back. Gabriel pouted even more at that and began to eat her food, ignoring Cain. I am going to tell Brother Michael about this. She muttered quietly. Cain only lightly laughed at that. Soon they finished and began to walk back. Ouch! The girl behind them exclaimed. The two looked back to see that she had accidentally stepped on a sharp rock and hurt her feet. Gabriel immediately went near and crouched while healing her quickly. But that was a mistake, as the girl ran away while screaming. Which? Gabriel became sad at that while Cain sighed. What do we do now, Cain? Why was she screaming? Gabriel remembers this in the future. Not all people are worthy of kindness. Why? It was a simple question, but Cain had no answer to it. Ask Michael, he would know better. This time the outing ends now, I will be teleporting you back. Okay, don't harm the villagers. Bye. Gabriel said as her figure vanished into the magic circle. Not possible, Gabriel. Cain said, a little regretful that he didn't stop her from healing the girl. If he simply left the place, the rumors from here would spread rapidly, like wildfire, and multiple witch hunts would start. People would begin to burn innocent people in their ignorance. Even though Cain couldn't care less about the consequences, Michael would. A sudden influx of souls just after he and Gabriel went on an outing. That was just asking for a misunderstanding. Even if Michael understood the situation, Gabriel would be sad seeing so many people die just because she healed a girl. Cain looked at the direction the girl ran and waved his hand. No. That was the last thing that came from the forest before it went eerily silent. Cain left after that. Soon after, a group of people came near the forest and found the girl, or more accurately her corpse. Her skin was blue and there was a bite mark near her ankle. The village mourned for her and soon they went back to create her. None of them remembered the nobles that came here today. Neither any traces of them were present there. Cain was flying towards the Grand Duchy of Moscow. He had to check quite a few taverns after all. Michael didn't explicitly state which one the fallen angel would visit, it was to keep some spice in the process. Cain didn't mind it. It was a novel experience seeing the variety of drinks and people in a single duchy. But his mind was filled with other thoughts. He was a leader, and even though he ignored most of his jobs and left the paperwork to his maid, doesn't mean he lived in ignorance. Currently, his main focus was his peerage. Hell was relatively stable, and no one was going to call him up for the peerage ceremony. Seraphal and Ajuka were favorites for that. Falbium was in the same category as him. The Interpathian relationships were also going nicely. He was planning a trip to Japan, and it would probably end well for him. It mostly did well for him anyway. Others' misfortune was not that great a matter to him. Finally, he found the tavern at which Azazel came frequently. This was the 23rd tavern he visited. By now he had drunk enough to put a village to sleep, but he didn't feel any of that. Rather than feeling downcast, he was in a good mood. Should I wait here or put up a barrier to remind me when he comes here? Cain said to himself, but decided to wait. Azazel, although was easygoing on the surface, he was a cautious guy. He probably would turn back if he sensed Cain's barrier. Thus Cain sat down and began to drink. Money was not a problem for him. Rather, the owner might be in trouble, whether he had enough wine or not. Today's drink is on me. Drink till you drop. Cain said while throwing a huge bag of coins towards the counter. Immediately the tavern became noisy. Hell yeah. My wife's ain't gonna stay awake tonight. Cain had drunk a lot. It was nearly midnight, and almost everyone aside from him and the tavern owner were dead drunk. Cain couldn't get drunk with low-quality stuff, while the owner wasn't drinking. Although it was a huge surprise to Cain that this tavern had such a huge stock of drinks. One more jug. Cain said, purposely acting drunk. His voice slurry and loud, he banged his empty cup on the counter. I'm sorry, lad. But I need to keep my remaining drinks for a regular guy. Cain's mind instantly knew today he was going to meet with the orgy lord. He then acted like he was about to fall asleep and hurled a few slangs in the local language. Just then the doors of the tavern opened and a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee, walked in. He looked surprised seeing Cain here and sighed, seemingly making up his mind. He came and sat beside Cain and said, Bring only 2 jugs, old man, today I have brought the drink. Cain instantly sobered up and said, Finally something worth drinking. Azazel only smiled mysteriously at that. And Happy New Year. Hope you guys fulfill your resolutions. Mine are you'll be more consistent here. Let's hope I don't be as bad as I was this year. Cheers to a new beginning of regular updates. Gabriel's pick will be posted in the next chapter. Post some of your ideas too. Chapter 84, Crow. Third-person POV. Wasn't Gabriel's beauty enough to make you drunk? Azazel said. You know I really envy this super secret fast-paced information gathering trick you have. Care to share some? Cain said back. Too bad it's a trade secret. A fallen angel doesn't get tricked easily, even if it is the first scammer himself. So, why did you act surprised when you knew I was here? Cain said, and finally, Azazel's smile vanished. How did you know? The owner, he's a magician isn't he? Cain said, easily revealing a fact. Even Barakiel and the others don't know of him. Azazel said with a sigh. The two of them took a sip of their wines. Good stuff. Cain exclaimed. Of course, it is. Azazel remarked. For a while, the two of them stayed silent before it was broken by Azazel. So what do you want to talk about? How about starting with a peace treaty between Hell and Grigori? Not possible, it will cause a rebellion on my side even if I merely speak about it. Azazel said with a grim tone. You are the leader, what do their opinions matter? Sorry for not being a born transcendent being, who could beat ultimate class gods like it is nothing. Azazel said, his sentence filled with sarcasm. True that. But still, you should be plenty strong. Barakiel, Shemjai, and Penium are obviously on your side, and maybe some more too. Only 2 or 3 are imbeciles, no. Cain said, swirling his mug. Yes. But I would rather not start a civil war. The fallen are in lower numbers compared to the devil and angels. So long-term plans. Those can be worked upon. Michael has already agreed. I plan to rope in others after the 3 factions have agreed. Cain revealed his grand plan to Azazel and even the most sinister fallen was stumped at that. You plan on allying with the other pantheons too? Yes, why not? I am on good terms with the Norse already, and I am planning on going to Japan soon. Why never thought about peace like this? Azazel didn't say anything for a while before he drank his wine in one single gulp. Fuck yeah. I didn't. Not everyone is like you. Azazel said the wine was finally taking its effect on him. Cain also mimicked him and said. Then what is there to be worried about? Plan, scheme, and plot. We will create a world of peace. Damn right, we will. The two hugged each other's shoulders and began to scream weird things like world domination and titties. A few hours passed like this. The two were both dead drunk. Cain also took out a few expensive drinks after Azazel's stock ran out. While the two were lying on the counter like drunkards, the tavern owner revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee. Finally, all those years of planning and acting like a simple magician will come to fruition now. He activated a small magic circle hidden in his palm and multiple hooded people appeared inside the taverns. The drunkards who were lying motionless stood up and began to turn into werewolves. In a short while the entire place was filled with ominous creatures and beings. While Cain and Azazel lay on the counter. The same thing was happening all over the town. Werewolves were causing a massacre all around. Hulls were going all over the city was covered in a layer of mist, and the magicians were flying around to maintain the barrier of mist. The werewolves were killing people like cattle. Screams of children and adults alike were heard all across the small town. Inside the tavern, the 6 werewolves jumped at the sleeping crow and bat. But alas, who was going to tell them that this was probably the last thing they would do in their life? Before their sharp claws could reach their prey, their bodies were ripped apart by chains while some got their head pierced by light spears. Cain and Azazel gradually woke up, yawning and stretching, and looked at the tavern owner, who was cowering in fear. So you didn't know he is the leader of Grigory and I am the king of hell? Cain asked the tavern owner and then looked at Azazel. Don't look at me, I didn't tell him much, he just knew I was involved with the supernatural. So this attack was sudden. Come on, you must have some ideas about this. Cain asked Azazel. They both were still heavily drunk, but such problems weren't serious enough for them to sober up. Can't say. I knew he was on terms with some mutts, but I didn't know there were these many. So anyway, to know what is going on, I can search his soul. Azazel shrugged at that and Cain opened his palm and an ethereal ball came out of the man's mouth and landed in his hand. It was an impromptu decision. They planned on doing this elsewhere, but some sudden changes forced them to attack here. This guy didn't know much except he needed to give a signal at a certain time. They had kept him here as a backup. Cain said, and the ethereal ball crumbled soon after. Azazel looked at that and said, You destroyed a soul. That is considered taboo in the supernatural. Is that so? Too bad I am drunk. So can I count on you to promote peace? Sure, but first we need to handle the problem here. What problem? These are just some guys who are mere dogs, no? Or is your old body finally giving up? Cain snickered before flying up and attacking the werewolves. Damn you, brat, I am older than you. Give me some respect. Azazel said loudly with a slur in his voice before going after the magicians. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. That is all it took for the two of them to deal with an entire tribe of werewolves and around 50 magicians. Azazel dispelled the barrier and cast a large-scale, healing, and memory-altering magic. Tomorrow was going to be a hectic day for the remaining residents of the town. Cain didn't do anything except start drinking more, and soon Azazel followed him. The two of them drank a bit more, discussed some more topics, and then bid each other farewell. Azazel teleported back to his home in the overworld while Cain had no plans to do such a thing. He began to fly with no fixed destination in mind, like a wandering bird. At the same time, a certain evil dragon had come out of its reclusive cave to take a breather. Alas, her timing was too bad. Crum Crutch was a simple dragon. She wanted to be strong, just like every dragon around, or she thought. Such was Crum's mindset too. But her life wasn't easy, getting controlled by Baylor and freed and then chased again by Luff. And finally, when she settled down peacefully to recuperate and train herself, the Christians invaded her territory. Regrettably, she had to give up her cave, but from then she pursued true strength. She wandered the underworld and human world. She gained a different view on life compared to the other evil dragons. As such, she preferred to be in human form compared to her dragon form. On some days she would turn into her dragon form and fly all around. Wherever her wings took her, it was a way for her to relax from her constant brutal training. She had reached a bottleneck and only a tough battle would help her now. She had found the other dragon kings too weak, and Tiamat refused to fight her. As such, the only option she had was to fight other evil dragons, but they were too annoying, bloodthirsty, and worst of all didn't pursue strength but only destruction, not to mention they were quite a bit weaker than her. As such, she was in search of someone who could give her a good fight. She had heard rumors of the 2 heavenly dragons hosts causing trouble, but they were too weak. Oh, how she wished to fight Albion or Drake. But they were dead and sealed inside some stupid toys made by the biblical god. She thought about fighting other gods but soon gave up, as that might lead to her being hunted by an entire pantheon. She may be a big battle maniac, but she isn't stupid. As such, she was wonderfully excited to fight one of those devils she had heard about. A Lucifer, a Gremory, and an Astaroth. Said to be stronger than their predecessors by a huge margin, their powers made even gods scared. Especially Lucifer, he was rumored to have fought Thor and even won against the behemoth of a god. Some even compared him to the morning star, who was said to be a monster in his own right. Even after he lost the majority of his powers and became a devil, he was able to fight with Azrael and God and force them to a standstill. I wonder if the new devil brat is like that. Forget it, even if he is half as good as his father is said to be, it will be a good battle. I am so close to reaching the heavenly dragon class. The dragon muttered to itself, but the voice boomed and clouds were displaced due to the sheer magnitude of her muttering. It had no problem fighting a devil, they were not a complete pantheon, she hadn't really paid much attention to any other information other than about strong people. Dragons were like that, forces of nature. Their actions reshaped the very place they moved to. Crumb looked at the moon and saw a dot getting bigger. What is that? The massive dragon flapped its wings, making the air displaced and flying her even higher to the target that had managed to earn her sight. Cain wasn't really sure for how long he was flying, but he was sure that he had long since left the Grand Duchy of Moscow. His wings continued to flap and keep him flying as his demonic energy reserves were replenished at a faster rate than they were being emptied. In his drunken stupor, he didn't manage to see a building flying towards him at the speed that would leave most beings awed. Wait, is that a dragon or a huge bird? Cain muttered, his voice slurred and his eyes drooped, his senses were dull and he didn't manage to figure out that a dragon was flying towards him until it was floating just in front of him. The distance between Crumb and Cain was less than 100 meters. Cain finally managed to sense that it was indeed a dragon, upon which he had accidentally stumbled right now. While the crescent circle dragon looked inquiringly at the devil which was in front of her. Devil, what are you doing here? Me. Oh. Me. I see. What am I doing here? Well, I don't know. Can you tell me? Cain said, his body swayed in the strong wind that blew at such high altitudes. Crumb was angered by such a disrespectful answer and roared in anger before asking another question. Devil. Where is the Lucifer? Lucifer? Do you mean our leader? Well, I don't know. Cain muttered something more under his breath, but even with her enhanced hearing was unable to hear it. The devil's body had a dense layer of energy surrounding it, and the winds were harsh, making it much harder to talk and hear sounds. Don't test my patience. You have silver hair too, what is your relation to him? The beast growled, getting impatient. Crumb had already decided to kill the insolent being after he answered this question. Oh, now I remember. I am the Lucifer. Cain said while giggling as if he had said a joke. The dragon's eyes gleamed with excitement and it stretched out its maw. The horrifying large teeth of the beaten were out on show before a roar far louder and terrifying was released from the huge abyss of a mouth. Fight me, Lucifer. Crumb shouted as her body shot at a speed that made her flying look like a snail. All the while Cain was laughing like a madman, ignoring the evil dragon rushing at him, itching for a fight. And Gabriel's pick in the comments. Chapter 85, Crescent Circle. Third-person POV. Boom. A body was thrown across a kilometer in the air, piercing through the clouds. But rather than howling in pain, the owner of the body was laughing out loud. The evil dragon quickly followed its prey, whom it had launched just now. The wings at the back of it flapping morbidly. Cain finally stabilized himself, stopped laughing and looked at the dragon flying towards him. Oh. You want a fight? Bring it one. Cain roared and Crumb did so in retaliation as well. The two began moving towards each other at tremendous speed. The two collided. Cain's punch and Crumb's snout. Cain was thrown much farther this time. The dragon was also launched behind, but not by much. To match the momentum of a behemoth like a dragon, Cain needs to put in much more effort. Is that all? I expected more. The deep voice of Crumb came from the throat of the dragon. Cain didn't say much except rushing in once again. Crumb was also overjoyed at that. Most beings don't fight like dragons, pure physically, but Cain was doing just that. Thus she rushed again. Cain also did. With twice the speed and strength. The same thing repeated, fist versus snout. Cain got launched, but this time Crumb was launched further. Again. Cain screamed and rushed back, doubling in his ferocity. Crumb didn't have time to gain her speed before his fist collided with her snout and it broke. Roar. Crumb roared in pain, her snout scales were broken and blood was leaking from underneath them. Cain's hand wasn't doing great either, but he was instinctively able to heal himself. He was much more used to healing himself mid-battle. You dare. Crumb opened her jaw and black flames came out of them. The flames covered the sky and were darker than the night sky itself. The temperature was enough to dissociate the nitrogen atoms in the air around the flames, and destroy much more. Cain shielded his body with a dense amount of demonic energy and rushed straight through the flames and landed a solid punch again in the same position. Tears welled up in Crumb's eye as she retaliated with her claws, but they weren't as fast. Cain nimbly backed away and again landed a punch on her snout. You. Stop that. Crumb's claws and flames were made redundant by this. Whenever she would use them, a swift punch would land on her snout. Finally having enough, with a quick flap of her wings, Crumb backed up and looked at Cain, who was smiling at her in a gloating way. But he didn't follow, but instead motioned her to come to him with his hands like one would motion a pet like a dog or a cat. Crumb almost rushed back in but managed to control her anger. Any retaliation like that would be met with swift retribution. She needs to figure out a way to get out his tempo. Calming herself, Crumb began to use two of her best abilities: Dragon Aura and Stealth. Her huge body melted into the night and her body was covered by a thin layer of black aura, invisible to most. The thin layer was many times stronger than the layering Cain was using currently. Cain, seeing his opponent vanish in the air like that, scratched his hair. He wasn't sober and his cognitive abilities were a bit slow. Vanished? Maybe it got scared and ran away. Haha. Cain laughed and began to fly away, but his back was hit with a gargantuan force, propelling him at breakneck speeds to the ground. He didn't have the chance to stabilize and crashed into the ground with a boom. Dust and soot covered a large area of the barren land. Cough. What happened? Cain said as he stood up, his legs wobbly. At the crucial moment before impact, the hand managed to make up more layers of shield on his body, mitigating a lot of damage. Even then he was hurt badly. It was an evil dragon he was fighting. Cain once again felt the air displacing above him and punched as hard he could in the gap. Boom. The dust was blown away and a huge tail came in front of Cain. Oh. You want to play like this? Cain said happily as he immediately caught the huge tail between his arms. Leave it, devil. But Cain ignored it and began to spin around. His spinning generated an enormous amount of wind, uprooting the few trees in the wasteland they had landed. Growl. Crumb growled and launched her flames by turning her head backward but was released by Cain at that moment. You annoying bat. Crumb tried to halt her fall by a bit using her wings as gliders but still suffered a concussion due to being thrown like that and colliding head first into the ground. Her huge body stood on its four legs and shook its head, and glared at Cain, who was flying above her with that same damn smile on his face. I'm going to skin you alive. Cain didn't do much and rushed. Crumb did that too, but the result was the same. Her snout was once again smashed, but this time Cain's arm was brutally mutilated. Dragon Aura. Whatever it is, it just needs more strength. Cain said to himself and once again charged. Crumb tried to fall back but Cain didn't let her do that this time. Once again, his small fist landed on her snout, more tears welled up in her huge eyes. Soon this became a game of taming dragons. Whenever Crumb would try to attack or move, a swift fist would make her tear up. Half an hour later, a weird scene was playing in a wasteland in the middle of nowhere. A man was stroking the snout of a dragon, while the said dragon was shivering and keeping its hands on its head, trying to cover it. Alas, its head was too big and couldn't be covered fully. The man started to speak as he finished healing the dragon. Who's a good girl? Come on, let's go for a walk. Cain said, jumping and sitting on its back. Go fly. Cain said excitedly. Reluctantly the dragon flapped its wings and began to soar. The wind hit Cain's face, his hair fluttered wildly. Woohoo! Cain screamed as a portal opened, the beast went into hell. Cain-sama, wake up. A voice entered his ears, a familiar voice. He won't wake up that easily, let me try. Another familiar voice rang in his ears. You two stop it, I will wake him up. Another voice familiar to him sounded, and finally, he noticed that whatever he was sleeping on was exceptionally hard. Cain's eyes gradually opened and intense light shined on them. He raised his hand to block the light as he stood up. His eyes adapted and finally, he looked around. To see that he was surrounded by his wives, Scathatch and Graphia. He wobbled a bit before standing upright and his head was hurting like hell. He raised his hands towards Graphia and said, "Fia, hangover." With a speed worthy of her job, a glass of water mixed with some herbs to alleviate hangover appeared in her hand and was passed quickly to Cain. Cain drank it and waited for a bit, soon he was sober and looked good to go. So what happened? Cain asked, looking at the four women standing in front of him. The four of them looked at him with wide eyes, Graphia a bit hesitant. You tell us. Yeah, what was that hard th dash? Cain turned around and saw, or more accurately his vision was filled with black. And then in a sudden burst, all the memories of last night came inside Cain's brain at once. Fuck. So now, what happened? Rayla asked, this time with mirth in her voice. Yeah, about that. You awake? Cain asked the sleeping beast. And a flap opened, revealing golden slit eyes. And the mountain moved, slowly the dragon sat up from lying and said in a deep voice. Yes. Nice to meet you, Crumb Crutch. What? A chorus voice came from behind, while Cain chuckled helplessly. The dragon looked at the small group of people in front of it with confusion as to what the occasion was for such a reaction. With that, Cain recounted what happened after the two of them entered hell. Hey! What's your name? Cain shouted, and the dragon replied. Crumb Crutch. What? Really? The one with the history with Baylor. Yes. The dragon replied, but there was a hint of reluctance in its voice. I am Cain. Cain what? Any last names? Lucifer. So, Cain Lucifer. Livian also. So Cain Lucifer Livian. No, it's in the middle. Cain Livian Lucifer, then. Yeah. Our battle was merely halted due to your drunken state, we shall continue at a later date. Crumb replied with vigor as to hide the shame of losing so badly. Sure. Oh, land here, silently, and hide yourself. Crumb didn't ask much as she saw that there was a castle below them. She landed in the backyard. Her stealth ability made it such that no one knew, or so she believed. At least half a dozen people noticed her all across hell. Most of them ignored her and half were used to such things happening. Cain lived in hell after all. Cain jumped off the back of the dragon and sat down beside it, laying his head on its tough scales. Sleep. No, I must train. We shall fight very soon. Crumb tried to leave, but Cain raised his fist, making her delay her plans. Fine, I am a bit tired, do not think for a moment that I am scared of you. Sure, now sleep. It is imperative that you sleep, it is the secret to my strength. Really? Crumb replied enthusiastically. She ignored sleep for as long as possible, only sleeping when completely fatigued. Indeed. Then I shall partake in it. I have lost so much strength. I should have slept, no wonder it was like that, all beings love sleeping. I must sleep. The two of them slept like that, Cain resting on her side while the beast lay its head on a makeshift pillow of its claw in some dirt. It didn't take long for the two to fall asleep. So you beat Crumb Crutch, the strongest evil dragon, drunk? Scat Hatch asked incredulously. Kinda yeah. No, he didn't, I just didn't want to embarrass him, it would be against my pride if I beat someone drunk and proclaimed my victory. The dragon roared. Yeah, sure buddy. Everyone will say that. Rayla snickered. A mere flaming bird dares. Calm down, Crumb. Cain said sternly, before saying. Why don't you shapeshift to a more simple form, it would make it easier to talk. Why? Well, I hate it when I have to look up when talking to someone. Cain said smilingly. Crumb pondered for a bit before agreeing but didn't forget to add. Attitude worthy to be a dragon's rival. I shall accept your proposal. It's gonna be a pain sometimes. Cain muttered to himself, everyone but Crumb caught it. There was a little movement from Crumb and the great dragon vanished. In place of it a woman stood. A woman worthy of being a dragon. And the AI wasn't able to generate a single good image like I wanted, so I will be describing her in detail. I have posted some images in the comments, at least what the AI was able to make. The first thing that was noticeable about her was her height. Easily towering over everyone present. Even Cain only reached till her underboobs. She had split hair, the left side golden, the right side black. There were two imposing black horns atop her head, curved, making an urn-like shape between them. She had elf-like long ears, her hair reached till her back, she was heterochromatic, her left eye black and right, golden. Some of her bangs landed on her right eye, covering it slightly but failed to hide the glint in it. Her body was curvaceous, not overly so but in the right proportions. Her dress matched her theme, yellow undershirt, black leather jacket, black pants, and leather boots which reached her shins. Her skin was tanned, chocolate-colored, a tail whooshed behind her, short enough to not touch the ground but long enough to curve around her waist if she wanted to. Her face was rounded, fat at the right places. Her light-colored lips are a contrast from her skin, making it even more delectable. An arrogant frown on her face, but one could see her blushing when embarrassed like a typical tsundere. Damn, she lives up to the dragon name, doesn't she? Zira said, which Rayla supported from her nodding. Even Cain isn't that tall, in his super form. Scat Hatch mentioned. I think I would reach her mouth. My horns I mean. Cain said, guessing as to where he would stand up to when in his super devil form. You still have to look up, Cain. Crumb said smugly. To which Cain could only give a rueful smile. So what to do now? Cain said, looking at the dragon girl standing in front of him, in all her glory. And poll time. Should I make Tiamat, DxD, his familiar or peerage member? Vote. 1. Peerage. 2. Familiar. Crumb's design is inspired from Vritra, Fate. Post images if you find like the description. The images I post in this chapter are only somewhat accurate, the AI couldn't understand the profundity of my words. Anyways, Chklate Dragon Girl Supremacy. Chapter 86, Chaos Karma. Third person POV. So, Crumb, do you want to join my peerage? Cain asked the dragon lady. What is that? Cain motioned to Rayla and in a few minutes, Crumb knew Cain's question. No. Why? Cain asked, seemingly understanding her answer. I am a dragon, a free creature. Also, you haven't made me accept you. We still haven't decided a victor between us. Cain nodded at that and said. How about this, you fight Scathatch, and if you win I will fight you, if you lose, I will get you to join my peerage. Crumb grinned at that and said. Sure, suits me, I get to fight 2 opponents. Fine, Scathatch please. Also, FIA I am going to find Tiamat, I will return after that. Yes, my lord. But your breakfast. I will take it after finishing my job. Cain said before unfurling his wings. Tiamat is almost as strong as me, don't be overconfident. Crumb warned. But Cain laughed and said. Wait till I bring her to you. And Cain blasted away at full speed. So Godslayer, I have heard of your fame long since, but you always stayed cooped up in that dimension of yours, let's see if you live up to your name. I am also waiting to see the might of the strongest evil dragon. The 2 of them followed Zira who was supposed to be their referee, while Graphia and Rayla went to do their jobs. In the familiar forest, there was a huge cave, enough for even the largest creatures to enter. But no one dared to enter it, even the devils most used to the familiar forest didn't dare come near it. Zatuji, the 6th, was as always trying to breed more familiars in order to gain stronger ones so that he could become a familiar master. But he suddenly saw a shadow pass above him, at extreme speed. Who was that? No wait. That way is the Chaos Karma Dragon's cave. Zatuji ran behind the shadow but was too slow, but he was determined to save a life today. He knew the destination of the fast devil, so even if he is slow he can reach there and hopefully save him. His father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and more worked in the familiar forest. Maybe the dragon would spare the devil if he begged her. Tiamat yawned, she was currently in her dragon form, it was huge and covered in celestial blue scales all over. Damn that drag, he took my treasure and then lost it all, my current hoard ain't anywhere near to even begin to match my previous one. This was normal to Tiamat, cursing the red dragon emperor like nothing. She was about to go inspect her collection for the 10th time today when she sent someone at the entrance of her cave. Which fool wandered here? He will go away on his own, WH-. Tiamat had no time to react as a large spear of light crashed into her shoulder. Her scales weren't even pierced, but the blunt force forced her a few steps back, in dragon steps, that is. Which fallen wants to die? Roared Tiamat, her roar traveled throughout the forest, making every single beast go into hiding. Only Cain and Zatuji were the ones still standing fine and working towards their goal. Tiamat rushed out of her cave at an astonishing speed and came face to face with a silver-haired, red-eyed devil, instead of the fallen angel she had been expecting. After all, only one clan used light spears in the devils. Tiamat, I shall beat you and then you will join my peerage. Cain said dramatically, his newfound dragon knowledge from Crumb on full display. You fucking idiot, couldn't you have just asked nicely then? Tiamat roared. Don't dragons only listen to someone stronger who has beaten them? No, only some dragons do that. Oh. So we can talk. No, I am going to kill you now. Again, it seems that could have gone better, weird I feel like I have said that exact sentence. Cain dodged a sea of pale blue flames as ravaged his former standing place. He looked at the angry dragon and sighed. I shouldn't trust battle maniac's words casually from now on. Cain created more spears and launched them, Tiamat ignored them and rushed forward. The spears once again failed to pierce her scales but the blunt damage accumulated. Tiamat was aware of this, thus she chose to end this battle quickly, but Cain was too fast for her to achieve this. This she had to focus on dodging and defending from those spears. This made the fight harder as she was trying not to harm the forest. TCH, my cave is here and the forest is too precious to be destroyed. Damn this Lucifer. Tiamat began to make this a battle of attrition, but Cain had other plans. He wanted to end this quickly, a long drawn-out battle was not in his mood right now. Cain transformed, it's not that he wasn't capable of defeating Tiamat in his normal form, but it would take time, she wasn't like Crumb who gave up the fight for pride. Cain's body changed, he grew taller and more beefier. His hair became back and landed till his neck, horns grew on his head. A tail grew behind him and his eyes became purple. He looked at Tiamat whose eyes were opened as wide as they could. The pressure radiating by Cain just by standing there was already suffocating Tiamat, she didn't even want to think what would happen if they fought now. But Cain wasn't thinking about that. My breakfast will get cold, gotta end this fast. Cain created several blacklight spears, the same size as before but the power stored in them was numerous times stronger now, and launched them at Tiamat. Tiamat cursed her luck and dodged but two managed to pierce her scale. Tiamat had already covered herself in the thickest layer of dragon aura she could. She growled in pain but her head was banged down to the ground by Cain's legs. Her scales broke and began to bleed. She tried to fight back but Cain quickly immobilized her, punches and kicks landed on her legs and back, breaking her scale and creating a large puddle of blood below her. To reduce the area she had to protect, she shapeshifted to her human form. Her body became smaller, but her strength was unchanged. Dragons who have mastered their shapeshifting don't lose their combat power if they change to human form. Tiamat, the only female dragon king, was lying on the ground, with multiple wounds all over her body. Blood dyed her hair and skin red, her clothes were similarly damaged by dirt and the fighting. Her slitted eyes looked at Cain with animosity, but Cain looked indifferent to her. Cain's tail snaked around her neck and lifted her to eye level with him, and began to constrict. Her oxygen flow was being cut off, and darkness was encroaching on her, so was the feeling of death. She clawed at Cain's tail but didn't manage to pry it off. Gradually her resistance died and she went limp, and then Cain asked, "So, wanna join my peerage?" "Why yes." Tiamat answered weakly, and the tail relaxed, letting her breathe again. Cain lifted her and put her on his shoulder as he began to fly back. Zatuji was shocked. He had just reached the thicket near the cave and saw an astonishing scene. The strongest dragon king, the Chaos Karma dragon, was hung limply by a tail from the devil. Her body looked battered and brushed heavily, blood was dripping from her body to the ground, making the already huge puddle even bigger. The two talked about something and then the devil put Tiamat on his shoulder and flew away. "This is bad. I need to inform the Satans that Tiamat has been abducted by a devil." Zatuji quickly teleported to Agar's and rushed to see the Satan he could get an audience with. Cain landed in the arena to check the results of Scathatch fighting Crom, and the scene in the arena was about what he expected. Crom was laid flat on the ground, on her stomach. Her jacket was ripped, her shirt had holes, and her pants were ripped in multiple places. One of her boots was missing, her hair was looking more orange than golden. Her body was also noticeably redder. And Scathatch was sitting on her back. Her clothing was also not the best, but she was in a much better state than Crom. The arena was destroyed, it would require a week of repair. Just at that moment, Cain landed and put Tiamat on the ground. Scathatch looked indifferent at that, but Crom looked wide-eyed, first at Tiamat's body and then at Cain. "What is that?" her mouth said weakly. "My super devil form," Cain said as he snapped his fingers and Graphia appeared behind him. "Fia, heal the two of them and let them rest. I will have my breakfast in a while, after showering." "Yes, Cain-sama, but isn't Tiamat-sama in a really bad state?" "Believe me, Scathatch was even worse when I fought her." Cain winked at Scathatch and then teleported to his room. "He beat you worse than that. He killed me, literally, and revived me," Scathatch said to Crom as she stood up and went inside the castle. Crom then looked at Graphia and asked, "Why didn't he fight me in that form?" "Master probably wanted to end the fight quickly, as he still hadn't done his breakfast. He was drunk when fighting you, and then he let Scathatch-sama get some relief," Graphia said as she teleported Tiamat to a room inside the castle. "Relief? You will understand in a few days," Graphia said as he teleported Crom to a room too. She then instructed the maids to heal and cater to the two dragons as she went to prepare Cain's breakfast and serve him. This was the sole job she still did every day, as a maid. Other times she was busy handling the affairs of House Lucifer and helping the others in their jobs. Cain ate his breakfast and then did some of his work. The day passed by quickly, and Cain went to see Nyx. Entering Soulscape, Cain immediately went to find Nyx and found her looking at some black roses. "What happened, Cain? Can't I come to visit you without any reason?" "Sweet tongue," Nyx playfully said. Cain hugged her from the back and covered her palms with his own. Nyx leaned back to him, her black hair in contrast to his white shirt. The two stayed like this for a while and then sat down on the grass. The two talked about their experiences for a while and naturally, things went into the adult section. Cain spent the night with Nyx, and Ereshkigal joined in mid-spar. Cain was overjoyed while Nyx was amused. Ereshkigal was bashful, but in the end, her love won and the lovers' night became a threesome. Cain sat down for breakfast. This time Medusa, Morgan, and Ingvild were sitting with him. Two dragons this time. "What is next, a Cerberus who transforms into a woman?" Morgan asked as she drank water. "Not really, Hades would begin to fight me the moment I enter hell. But some yokais might be on the list." Morgan only looked at him in astonishment, but soon shook her head and began to eat her food. "Cain-san, can I go to meet Sarah-chan?" "Sure, you don't need my permission for it, Ingvild. I am not an evil guy who likes to enslave people." Morgan spitted her food. Medusa began to cough, while two dragons suddenly began to have a bad dream. "What? Did I say anything wrong?" Cain said, looking inquisitively at the Gorgon and Fae. Ingvild also did the same but said, "Maybe their food got stuck." Indeed, that was the case. Medusa said, her expression was unable to figure out. Her eyes were covered by a blindfold. "Didn't I tell you not to wear it?" Cain said. "Yes, I shall change it after breakfast." The breakfast was a silent matter after that, but Cain signaled to Morgan that he would deal with her later. The woman in question only sent an ecstatic look at him. Morgan and Ingvild went away while Medusa followed Cain to his study. Cain sat down and looked at Medusa. "So, any reason for you following me?" Medusa began to fidget. Although it was a unique thing to watch, Cain restrained his mind and asked, "What happened, Medusa?" "I want your blood." Cain opened his mouth to say something but closed it again. And stood up, and stood near Medusa. Her face was still plain, but her cheeks were noticeably redder and her body posture turned from predator to prey. Cain sliced open his 2 fingertips and brought them near Medusa's mouth. Her response was as expected. She took the fingers into her mouth and began to suck. Her tongue licked the 2 fingers with fervor, and her saliva coated every bit of his fingertips and his digits. Cain looked amused as soon his wound healed and Medusa stopped her licking but didn't stop nibbling. Cain pinched her tongue and dragged it out. "Did I say you could stop? Keep on doing it." Medusa looked shocked at that but nodded, and soon her act was rewarded with more of Cain's blood. The act continued for a while and a red-necked Medusa came out of Cain's study. Which Graphia observed. "Was the act satisfying, my lord?" "It wasn't what you think, but it was enjoyable." "I see, thanks for satiating my curiosity." "No problem, the time to go to Japan draws near." "Indeed, my lord." "And this is the last chapter of this volume. This has drawn too long, more than 100k words, the plan was to be around 75k. Don't worry, the next volume would be a little bit fast-paced with canon characters. We will be entering canon from the next volume. It will be the Japan arc and then all pre-canon events and births of all the characters. The Aztecs will also be handled in the next volume. Cheers. And as always, a heartfelt thanks to all who have supported me till now. I hope the support continues in the future. Chapter 87, Old Enemies. Third-person POV. In the haunted castles of Europe, a man sat on a throne. His eyes closed as if in conversation with someone. A dozen men and women were kneeling before him, even the sounds of breathing weren't audible in the room. It was almost as if there was no living being in the room, only the dead. Suddenly the man opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. "Has the whereabouts of the holy relics been found?" No answer came. "Then why are you morons here? Go, don't return till you figure it out." The men scolded and the kneeling ones raised their heads as they scattered in the mist. "All these vampires are useless. Only I am worthy enough to help my lord. Only if that bastard hadn't locked hell, I would have figured out a lot more." The man's face was finally illuminated by the moonlight pouring through the window of the room, and his grayish-silver hair was a dead giveaway of his identity. A calm voice suddenly rang in the empty room. "Euclid, calm down. I have waited for so long, another few centuries would be nothing. What matters though most is getting the holy relics, only with those we will have a chance of standing against my monstrous brother. It is as you say, Rizevim-sama. If not for you making an escape plan even before the fight between him and you began, I would have perished, and then you too. That brother of mine will sooner or later figure it out. It's just that he hasn't paid enough attention to the vampires yet. We are lucky, but make sure to make multiple fake hideouts and be on good terms with all the small factions. No one knows when Cain might decide he needs to tour the vampires." "As you command, my lord." "Is the body ready?" "Yes, my lord. I have procured a pure-blooded devil's body as you had requested." "Good, now put it in the middle of the magic circle I had you create using the blood of 18 different species of the supernatural world." Euclid did as he was told. A male body was kept in the middle of a blood-red magic circle. Euclid stood inside a pentagram below the huge circle. The two were connected using some fairy dust. "Now pour your magic inside it, do it until that body wakes up." "Yes, my lord." The whole dark room was lit with a red glow as the blood began to move in the path described by the magic circle. It was the year 1641 in the world. Miyamoto Musashi was lying on his bed. He knew his time was near. He had already passed his teachings to his children. His daughter, the only one of his blood-related children, had immense strength and sword mastery. She had already mastered Nitten Ichiryu, only at the age of 27. In a few weeks, she was going to have a battle with her rival, Sasaki Kojiro. He had named her daughter the same as himself, to shield her from problems until she truly matured. He had undertaken all challenges in her name, allowing her to peacefully develop. Only when she had reached a level where she could easily handle herself, did he allow himself to rest. "Oto-sama, here, have some water." A woman passed a cup to him. He sat up and with some problem drank it, and looked at his daughter. She was hated by his father for being born as a girl, but he didn't hate her. But still, he had to let her live in a hut just outside his own house. After his father died, he immediately took her in. One of his adopted sons had already committed seppuku. "Musashi, you must remember, this is the last lesson I am going to teach you." "I understand, Oto-sama. To win any battle, you must fight as if you are already dead." Musashi's eyes shined upon hearing that. The line she was unable to pass no matter how much she had trained and fought was finally surpassed. It was her father's last lesson which had allowed her to reach this level. This daughter will cherish Otosama's teaching till I die. Cough cough asterisk. Miyamoto coughed some blood, and his daughter quickly helped him and cleaned the blood. At that moment the two of them felt as if a predator was stalking them. As experienced swordsmen and hunters, they knew that they were in danger. Musashi quickly wielded her wakizaki and looked at the door of their house. From there a man walked in, a black yukata with silver embroidery on it. He had red eyes and silver hair, and he had a laid-back expression, but him just being there put too much pressure on the daughter and father. Miyamoto knew that the gods and myths were real. He hadn't revealed this to his daughter till now. He knew that the one in front of them was not a human, but something far sinister, someone even gods feared. Is this the residence of the strongest swordsman, Miyamoto Musashi? Cain said with a gentle tone. Indeed, I am Miyamoto Musashi. The old man said, with a sad chuckle he continued. But if you want a battle, then I am afraid you are a few decades late. Why are you lying? Isn't the lady here stronger? Cain said as he sat down and poured a cup of tea from a kettle he procured out of thin air. His action surprised Musashi and made Miyamoto sigh. I don't know who you are, but I am indeed Miyamoto Musashi. If you want to battle me, then I am ready. The woman took out her katana and took her stance. Cain looked at that and said, how about a wager? If I win, you will join and be a general under me. If you win, I will heal your father and prolong his life. Don't spout nonsense. How could you do that? He can. But I am afraid you won't win. Daughter. Otosama, I am confident in my swordsmanship. Would it be possible to delay this battle? Miyamoto asked Cain. Sure, I will come in a month. Cain said as he walked away. A month, a year, time had lost much of his meaning to him by now. Daughter, come sit. There is much to tell you. This plan needs to be paused for a month. What about the yokais? I heard Nurarihion was seriously injured. And Yasaka has just created a new East Yokai faction. Its main base is in Kyoto. Yep, I will go there. At that moment, Cain came to a halt. His entire body had reacted to something. Bloodline resonance. Did I become a father? Cain's mind was overjoyed, but he calmed down and thought rationally. No, this feels too close to me to be an offspring. But I don't have any siblings. Could it be? But I had taken all those soul and resurrection type books and then destroyed them. Could he have gotten some before me? He immediately contacted Graphia. What happened, my lord? FIA, do a check of the restricted section Lucifer library. Give me the list of all missing and destroyed books from my birth till the end of the Civil War. Do it personally, I need the list as soon as possible. If you can, list the types of magics written in the books. Cain asked Graphia. Yes, my lord. Graphia stopped whatever she was doing and rushed to the library. She couldn't understand why Cain asked her to do this, but this must be quite important for him to be this serious. I will soon figure this out. Is he alive? Cain muttered he was in no mood to go to the yokai faction. He teleported near a river passing through a forest and sat near the bank on a stone. His mind was in turmoil. If he really was alive, then what? Things just went the worst way possible. Finally, after so many years of planning, hiding, and scheming, I have regained life. The body which was lying in the middle of the blood-red magic circle said, as it came back to life. Euclid was on his knees, sweat covered his brows. His reserves were almost empty. Euclid greets his lord. Don't, I still haven't regained my prime. Find me a nice pure-blooded female devil, only a child born from mine and her union would be fit for me to possess. Yes, my lord. But I have a question. Ask, you have been loyal to me even in my death. It would have been impossible for me to revive if not for you, Euclid. That an exaggeration, my lord. You would have regained your glory sooner or later. Death can't stop the grand power of my lord. It's just that, how did you know about this magic circle? Didn't that bastard destroy all books related to this topic? He did. And he had even more methods to revive and reincarnate even, but I was the first one to begin learning magic from the restricted section. So naturally I reached the soul magic before him. But before I could learn more, he took all the books and destroyed them. It was due to pure luck that I managed to keep one before that. His interest in those restricted magics was due to the battle with you in the Vatican. Indeed, if it wasn't for those events, I would have revived much faster. Truly, the world tried to kill you. What's a single world worth? When I regain my power, I will cause chaos and ravage multiple worlds. I will show the world true devils. Indeed, my lord. Now focus on finding the holy relics. Till then I shall do a take which I had left pending since my demise. Euclid felt overjoyed. his master was about to finish a task he placed great importance on. "What is it, my lord?" "Why, of course, taking a shit and eating." Rizevim said seriously. Euclid facepalmed. His lord truly said the most ridiculous things at the most wrong times. "My plans would change too much, I might even be outwitted if he is alive." But why did I feel the resonance now? Did he get a body or possess someone? No possession wouldn't give me a bloodline resonance. Cain teleported to Seraphol, in her office. "Cain. Don't do that." "What?" Teleporting into my office suddenly like that, I almost attacked. "Okay, but this is important. Give the list of all missing pure-blooded devils, across the entirety of hell. I have other things to do. It's related to my brother." Cain said, and Seraphol's posture changed immediately. "Give me 6 hours." "Fine." He then teleported to Ajuka's lab. "Cain, as much as I would like to give you a grand welcome to my personal laboratory, for the love of the old man up there, do not ruin my experiments by randomly popping up in my lab. You are in a bad mood, want bad news to make it worse." "What?" "My brother might have just revived somehow." Ajuka looked at Cain with a stupefied expression. "All right, my day just went from bad to worse. What do you want me to do?" "Anyway, to figure out his whereabouts. Or the methods he might have potentially used. Give me your blood and some days." "Sure." Cain slacked on his palm and gave him ample blood. He then quickly went to find Falbium, and to no one's surprise, he was sleeping in his house. "Falbium, it's wartime. Squadron, take formation and charge," Falbium said while jumping out of his bed as his absolute defense roared to life. He then looked at his clothes and then at Cain. "What happened?" "My brother might be alive, so I need a list of anyone that might have gone out of hell, before and after its creation since the Civil War." Falbium's eyes, which had begun to droop, shot open. He looked even more serious than before. "That will take time. You are asking for almost 200 years worth of data, a few weeks, at the very least." "Sure, but make sure it's correct. We can't make any mistakes." "Indeed." He then went back to his castle. He didn't inform anyone else. He didn't want chaos to erupt. He will inform the others when he is sure about the whereabouts of his brother. Let's hope he hadn't lived up to his nature. A devil like him allowed to plan for centuries. It's just waiting for disaster to happen. Damn, you Riz. Chapter 88, 9 Tales, 9 Problems. Third-person POV. "My lord, here is the list you had asked for." Graphia handed over a page. Cain was already holding the list Seraphol had sent over. He looked over at the book list and saw 24 books missing and 14 destroyed. Out of them 20 missing and 4 destroyed ones were of normal magic. The remaining 4 and 10 were of soul and death magic. If I remember correctly, I destroyed 9. The missing 4 were transferred by me to the hideout below the Vatican. So he did manage to get one before me. Cain muttered and then looked at the list given by Seraphol. And he was surprised to see that less than 10 pure-blooded devils had gone missing. Of course, the total number was much higher, but pure-blooded were truly low. Out of the given 10, 8 bodies were taken back by their families, while 1 died by a god's hand, so there was nothing left. Seraphol herself said she checked it so it should be fine, so the left one is Abaddon. Abaddon's clan trait was whole. Yeah, right, whole, not the normal one but a special one. A hole in space, which can redirect and absorb any kind of magical and physical attacks. Of course, physical attacks could only be redirected. Enough mystery could allow the teleportation of a huge number of people, even entire cities could be moved. This makes catching him much more troublesome. He can just teleport. Unlike magic-based teleportation, which can be stopped by magic, the hole would require space lockdown to stop. "My lord, who are you talking about?" "Who else but my brother?" Graphia looked in shock at Cain. Her eyes had narrowed down to a needle. She asked. "He is alive?" "Somehow, yes. I also figured it out today. He must have recently gained a new body, quite possibly this Abaddon's or maybe the Blephagor's." Cain said he couldn't rule out that Seraphol had been fooled. He must take every single precaution. Maybe when he finally confronts his brother it will be anticlimactic. He will kill him easily, but even so, he will make preparations. After all, prevention is better than cure. Do not tell this to anyone. Although I am almost sure he is alive and planning something nefarious, it is better to get a 100% sure. "Yes, my lord." Cain had once again come back to Japan, Kyoto to be precise. "Until Ajuka and Falbium get their work done, I should look around for a yokai," Cain said as he began to walk around the city. Medieval Japan was a unique place. Honor mattered a lot here. Cain suddenly looked around to see a small child glaring at him. Cain looked behind him and saw no one. He then looked at the child and then pointed his finger at himself. He saw the child nodding. Cain walked closer to him, crouched down and asked. What happened? I am lost. The boy stated his reason. I see. Cain responded with no enthusiasm. They both looked at each other and finally, the kid said in frustration. Help me. A plea came from the boy. Why? Cain asked the reason. 'Cause I am a child. Who's your mother? Why don't you ask about my father? I only talk about people I might have an interest in, Cain said with a sagely voice and looked far away in the distance. You're a pervert. No, I am a connoisseur of fine female specimens. Cain continued to look far away in the distance, with a wise look in his eyes, a profound expression on his face, as he uttered bullshit. What is that? You will understand when you grow up, so where does your mother live? Cain asked, standing up. Near a mountain. The boy answered. Which mountain? Cain asked another question. The scary one. That doesn't explain which one. Cain said with a sigh. The child only nodded his head. How about we ask someone else? Sure, I am free anyways. Cain said and gave his hand to the child. The child didn't take it and said while shaking his head. Mother said not to walk with strangers. Then I should not help you. Cain said, looking weirdly at the child. Something seemed off to him, but he couldn't put a finger on it. But his intuition was very strong, hence his reason to help him. No, just walk normally. Fine. Cain said and began to walk. The child hopped beside him, seeing his face. Cain thought. His parents are lost. What a joke, his face and actions tell otherwise. I will humor him. The two walked for a while. When suddenly out of nowhere, or to be specific from behind a tree, a samurai appeared. I shall cut you down, demon. He roared as he charged at Cain. Cain raised his eyebrow and continued walking. The child giggled while the samurai took out his sword and swung at Cain. A well-placed illusion took care of him. Maybe some woodwork would help him. Cain said and continued walking towards the nearest mountain. When suddenly an old woman came up to him and asked. Oh nobleman, can you spare some time to help me? Cain looked at her and continued walking, ignoring the old woman. Wait, she's an old woman, at least hear her out. Or are you really a demon? The child said, tugging at his sleeves. Cain sighed, turned around, and said with steel in his voice. What? My cat has been stuck in the tree. Please help it come down. Cain looked at the trees around and finally found a black cat on one of the tree branches. He quickly scaled it and brought it down. It tried to scratch him, but his skin and clothes were hard. Here, now let's continue. Cain said and began to walk faster. He quickly went from a more populated area to a sparsely populated one. He was getting closer to the mountain. But before he could truly relax, another problem happened. Oh, Lord. Please help us, it hasn't rained in a long while, my crops are dying, and I have a family to feed. He kowtowed at Cain. I am starting to see a pattern here. Anyways, if such problems are going to happen, it's best to solve them quickly. Cain looked at the sky and saw no clouds. He used his power of imagination to make it rain and then started away. Within 5 minutes, drops began to fall on the entire city. Cain wasn't worried about someone noticing his act. Nobody that strong was in the city, and it was very hard to detect devil magic as it worked on imagination. The drops fell on everything but Cain. His little application of demonic energy made him stay dry. Hey, do that to me. What? The thing which helps you stay dry. Cain waved his hand over the boy and he too became dry and didn't get wet anymore. They had just entered the forest and were beginning to scale the mountain. When Cain saw a huge boulder falling towards him. Really, a landslide. Cain said annoyingly and smashed the boulder. He quickly parted the landslide with magic and continued to move forward. The boy was unaffected by the happenings, making Cain even more suspicious. Soon he found a bear attacking him. It was also readily dispatched. But before he could get into a cave he had spotted, he heard a cry. Is that a deer? Most probably. Cain answered the boy's query. He was about to go into the cave when he suddenly stopped. Should I save it? Are the coincidences happening for some reason? A yokai, perhaps. Cain thought and with haste helped the deer, which was near death. A boulder from the landslide had fallen on its leg. The circumstances forced Cain to think. Did this happen because I made it rain on such a wide scale? Should I have only helped the farmer? But quickly threw away these thoughts and focused on the cave. But before he could go in, the boy tugged at his sleeves and said, Aren't we going to find my mother? Sure. Cain said and quickly used magic to trace the child's bloodline but failed to do so. Is he an orphan? Cain looked at the boy and became engrossed in his thoughts. Let's see, your parents might be in the cave. No, I don't want to go in the cave. The child began to throw a tantrum. This is already the 7th problem I am facing in a short time, no the 8th, if I count Riz. Cain said. I will teach you magic. Really? Yes, now let's get going. Cain entered the cave and his vision vanished. Poisonous gas began to fill his nostrils. He immediately channeled magic into his eyes and looked behind him and saw no one. The boy vanished. No, maybe he wasn't real from the start. Indeed, no wonder I couldn't trace his parents. But how did I fail to notice that? Cain wondered, he then frowned. No, I can't be an illusion. I would have seen through it. Then he was in cahoots with the one orchestrating this. Indeed, that should be the case. He then began to venture deeper into the cave. The density of the gas increased even more, but it had no effect on him. Cain continued to walk and soon he stopped. Is this a spatial barrier? He quickly used a dark light spear and confirmed his guess. And he was indeed correct. He then shattered the barrier and then began to go deep inside the dark cave. And now he could finally feel it. The thick miasma of a string yokai. One at the ultimate class. I didn't help those guys for nothing. Let's see who it is. He walked and finally came face to face with a stone. It was lying on the ground. A strong sealing energy radiated from it. What is this? I remember reading about such a stone. Oh, yes. This is a seshoseki. Used for sealing purposes. Then is it going to be who I am thinking is sealed here? But isn't it said to be sealed in a different place? Cain said. The seshoseki were used for sealing purposes, they were volcanic rocks. But this makes much more sense. Whoever sealed her wouldn't do that with loose methods. The other killing stone must have been a distraction and the real one is here. Cain made a hypothesis, he had no way to check or prove it unless he went to see the other one. But he was almost sure that the one he was looking at was the real one. The miasma can't be faked. So how do I enter? Or break it? Cain to try it out touched the stone and his figure vanished from the cave. He came face to face with a Buddhist monk. He was Geno Shinsho, the man who had sealed the legendary kitsune, Tamamonome, in the Seshoseki, during the Nanboku-cho period. He looked at Cain and said, Evil demon, I sense great evil in you. Get sealed and repent. Namo Amitabha. But nothing happened. He then said again. Get sealed and repeat. Namo Amitabha. Cain tilted his head at the monk and waited. In the name of the Buddha, be sealed. Repent. Get exorcised. Please get exorcised. Finally having enough, Cain said. Yeah, unless the real deal comes here. Good luck sealing me. And destroyed the remnant soul of the monk, and the surrounding of his changed drastically. He came into a grass field. It was green as far as the eyes could see on the ground and blue above till the horizon. But Cain was unmoved seeing such a scenery. Because it was all an illusion. Isn't this enough? Come out already. Era, someone with guts has come. A seductive voice came from Cain's behind, almost like it was said beside his ears, and a woman appeared in front of him. A woman with 9 tails, the legendary kitsune, Tamamonome. Chapter 89, Tamamonome. Third-person POV. Cain looked at the woman with fox ears and saw that the tails were an illusion. He then gazed at her eyes, which were surprisingly nervous. So where are the tails? What do you mean, they are here? Look, I can move them. The tail waved as she said that, but Cain was unmoved. He moved his hand to catch it, but his hand passed through them. They are an illusion. Hearing that, the kitsune stepped back and crouched down, and began to draw circles on the dirt. Mysteriously a small dark cloud came above her head and began to pour water on her. Where did this cloud come from? Tamamo said as she swung at it. Weren't you doing that depressing thing? I thought I would help you out. Cain said. What is depression? Oh. Ignore it. So why do you not have your tails? That idiot monk sealed me, I can't replenish my tails here. Over time they vanished. If I just get out it will take me a lot of time to get them back, or I need to use life force to make them, but the first one who came here is an idiot. She stomped at Cain's foot, but rather than getting hurt, Cain felt like getting a massage. Looking down he saw her pearl-like toes. Such lewdness. Cover them in this instance. Cain said, shielding his eyes. Tamamo looked at him in wonder before she smirked. So this turns you on? No, much prefer thighs but still. So why should I let you out? Tamamo looked at him and said. Didn't you come here to free me? So I could become your concubine and help you reach great heights. Great heights. Although I am not against you becoming my concubine, I am already at a great height. Are you already a king? Then what about an emperor? Ah. I didn't tell you my name, did I? Cain Livian Lucifer, pleased to make your acquaintance. Tamamo fell on her butt, in her eyes an expression of fear. Lady Yasaka, we had reports of a silver-haired man walking around in Kyoto. A golden-haired, nine-tailed kitsune looked at the Tengu reporting this and said, "Leave him alone, he is not someone we can deal with. Also, there is no guarantee he is the king of hell. It may be someone impersonating him." "As you say, my lady." The Tengu turned into a crow and flew away. The West Yokai faction was just budding. Yasaka had just branched off of Nurarihion. It was hard and most yokais were not in her support, but with her status as Daiyukai, she had managed to create her own faction. But her work wasn't done. Although the Shinto gods didn't interfere much with the yokai faction, they still preferred Nurarihion. She didn't have any backers, and if she didn't find one soon, she was afraid that Nurarihion would take over them. He is patiently seeing if she has someone backing her. She had thought about contacting others but stopped at the last moment. There was a chance that her backer would backstab her. She had created this faction after a lot of struggle, she didn't want to lose it due to her haste. She was still pondering on who to trust, when the Tengu who had just gone back came back, a scared expression on his face. "Yasaka-sama, Tamamo no Mae has been unsealed." "What?" "Ahem. That was something unsightly, forget it," Tamamo said as she walked out of the cave in centuries. Her eyes glazed a bit and tears welled up in them. A broken Seshoseki lay behind in the cave. She had absorbed the remaining energy in the cave and managed to gain one of her tails back. It whooshed around with glee. "Won't you coming back cause a lot of problems?" Cain said to Tamamo. It had taken some time for her to take it in that he was such a big shot. "Not really, I mean so much time has passed, who would remember me? Even if they do, aren't I too weak right now?" She said, a bit of loneliness in her voice, but Cain at that moment sensed something else. "Looks like there are quite a few who remember you." Tamamo looked at him with a tilt in her head. Yasaka had rushed to the mountain in which Tamamo no Mae was sealed. She had rushed here as fast as she could. She had made their base here for a reason. The Seshoseki being here was one of them. If somehow the legendary Kitsune was realized, then she would join her, and together with the power of two Kyubi, the West Yokai faction would rule. The primary reason was the presence of a ley line, an unmanaged one. Now that Yasaka had connected with it, she was almost unbeatable in Kyoto. Similarly, Nurarihion had connected with the ley line of Kanto. The only disadvantage was that they couldn't leave their respective positions for too long. If they die, the area would suffer heavy losses. The ley line may go dormant for decades, in some cases, even centuries may pass until the ley line regains its original strength. "Are you sure you saw it correctly?" "Yes, Yasaka-sama, I even checked now, but it seems the silver-haired men knew about me spying. They are making their way here as we speak." Yasaka shivered as she knew about the silver hair. By now everyone knew the acts of Cain Lucifer. How killed his own family to rise as the true heir of Lucifer, destroyed the Mesopotamian pantheon, fought Thor, and won. Defeated the famed god's lair and deceived the entirety of Olympus. He is said to be the cause of the apocalyptic destruction in France. The entire continent had an earthquake due to him, which puts him almost on the same level as the strongest Shinto god, Amaterasu. If he really is here, then what should I do? He freed Tamamo no Mae, so he should look favorably on the yokai. Should I ask him and get hell as my backer? Yasaka continued to ponder, and soon the two came in front of her. Tamamo, seeing Yasaka, hid behind Cain and said, "Het, don't go near her, she is a Kyubi like me. I sense her connection to the ley line, she might be stronger than you." "Really? We will see about that," Cain said in confidence and continued to move, and finally stopped when he was standing in front of Yasaka. The golden fox was sweating right now. She had already known who was standing in front of her. Yasaka, right? The leader of the newly formed West Yokai faction. "Hi, Cain-sama," she said in a hurry. In her fear she had called him with the sama suffix. Cain looked amused at that and said, "Don't be so formal, we both are leaders. You can call me Cain." "Hi, Cain-sama." Yasaka said that again, and realizing her mistake quickly began to fidget. "Forget it, so why are you here? Before that, is she?" "Indeed, she is Tamamo no Mae. You two should be friends. Kyubis are rare, are they not?" Yasaka beamed at that while Tamamo said, "Hey, she is crazy strong, why is she acting like you are so scary?" "Ano, you don't know Tamamo-sama, Cain here is ranked as the 6th rank in the top 10 strongest beings list." Tamamo once again fell on her, but while Cain eyed her in mirth. You. Why didn't you tell me this? You said you are only somewhat strong." "Well, compared to the guys at my level I am only relatively strong. After all, Indra and Okwang are even stronger than me," Cain said, pointing a finger. He then helped Tamamo stand up and then looked at Yasaka. "As you can see, I was the one who unsealed her. So I will take care of her, don't worry, she won't implicate you guys," Yasaka said. No, it's fine. I was wondering if you would like to come and take a look at our Kyoto. Why not? I did initially come here to find a yokai, but now that is handled I see no reason to not enjoy the scenery. Cain said enthusiastically. Yasaka nodded her head and then she teleported all the people present to her base. The entrance to Kyoto was through a simple shrine. As they stepped through it the entire feel of the atmosphere changed. The air was full of nature energy. Senjutsu was very easy to use here. So were other nature arts like Tuki and Yujitsu. Cain felt a little suppressed due to the pure nature energy. Until he learns how to use any form of nature energy he will naturally feel this. Demonic energy and nature energy are opposites. On the other hand, Tamamo felt quite happy. Finally, they reached near a small cottage and entered it. It looked simple but was very luxurious inside. Cain sat in the C's position and so did the two Kyubi. Yasaka sat directly in front of him while Tamamo sat beside him, on his right. So now that we are here, any reason for your hospitality? Cain asked Yasaka. It as you say, I do have an ulterior motive for being so hospitable. Hey, before you two begin to talk politics, let me say this. Where am I going now? With me obviously, what kind of stupid question is that? Why should I? For starters, I unsealed you. Secondly, where would you go now? Aside from that, only other yokai would take you in. Nurari Hyon wouldn't take a Kyubi, which leaves Yasaka. But then she wouldn't be able to protect you. Why? She is also a faction leader. Well, she is. But the West Yokai faction isn't that strong yet. That is the reason I am here. She probably wants to gain Hell as her backer. Am I right, Yasaka? It is as you have said, Cain. So is Hell willing to enter an alliance with the West Yokai faction? Sure, I can say we do. But officiating it would take a lot of time, even years. Ars Goetia would mull over it for a long time. Cain said, dousing Yasaka's hope. But she quickly saw that Cain was smiling. So she asked. Then what do you say? I don't think I should advise other factions. Cain said, deliberately making it harder for Yasaka. But I really prefer to have some advice. You have ruled over Hell for a long time already, you may have a better judgment on such matters. Then why don't we make an alliance between the West Yokai faction and Lucifer clan? What is the difference? It can be effective immediately since I am the leader of the Lucifer clan, unlike Hell where the other three Satans and Devil Lords need to agree. Then what are the benefits? At least hear me out completely. Cain said with a smirk. Yasaka blushed in embarrassment. Please continue. Let's make an alliance between Lucifer clan and your faction, then for some time you should be fine. In that time I would make sure Hell gets ready for an alliance. That way there wouldn't be a period where you can't be protected. Cain said. Tamamo said that. But won't an alliance with you be abolished in that case after she makes the alliance with Hell? Yes. But that's fine, the Lucifer clan can't provide much help to a faction. At best some strength, money, and maybe some labor and other niche stuff, unlike Hell, can be much more useful. Cain explained. Tamamo nodded at that. She was also well versed in politics. Although she was quite rusty due to being alone for such a long time. So when can we officiate the alliance? Yasaka asked, to which Cain responded laughingly. It's already in effect, I am in agreement, you are in agreement, then it's done. We can make the papers later on, I will send someone. Oh. Yasaka nodded dumbly at that. You can't make alliances like that, what if someone disagrees, it could be opposed. Tamamo said. I don't know much about yokais but, if I agree then the Lucifer clan agrees. As for the yokais, if someone disagrees, Yasaka can handle them, if not, then why am I here? Tamamo looked stupefied at that reasoning and gave up on that. And then finally Cain began on his personal agenda. So, Yasaka. How do you feel about eradicating Nurari Hyon's faction and becoming the sole yokai faction in Japan? A dangerous smile on his face, making both Tamamo and Yasaka look at him in horrified faces. And Yasaka is here. Chapter 90, Family Dinner. Third-person POV. What are you talking about, Cain? Yasaka said as she looked around in horror. She was checking if someone was around to hear what Cain had just uttered. Exactly what you are hearing about. Cain said, drinking the sake from the cup. But why would I start a war? Isn't keeping the status quo more beneficial for me? Of course, it is. But what if he is the one starting it? Cain said as the Tengu burst into the room. Yasaka-sama, Nurari Hyon's yokais are trying to attack. What? Yasaka said, frowning. Immediately her eyes landed on Cain, who simply smiled at that. He had better sensing skills so naturally when he posed the question he already knew this was going to happen. Nurari Hyon had finally decided that Yasaka did not have anyone who would help her, and he was indeed correct. He wasn't the leader of the yokais for so long without any reason. His political skills were top-notch. Not to mention his species was famed for snatching others' homes and claiming them as their own. As an instinct, he knew when the time to raid others' home was the best one. But alas, Cain had intervened at the worst possible time. Thus Rizevim's plan failed. If he had known that a being like Cain was supporting Yasaka, he would have never dared to do something like this. But one can't always win in life. Rizevim's reign was about to end. As Cain had put his sights on him, Yasaka had long since run away to deal with the invaders. Cain was sipping his sake while Tamamo looked at him in wonder. She was even more attuned to sensing the nature energy of the yokai. Even a daiokai like Yasaka couldn't compare to her. Of course, as Yasaka was connected to the ley line of Kyoto, she should have sensed the invaders faster, even sooner than Cain did. But who was the leading invader this time? It was Magari, a yokai who was rumored to would become a daiokai. Along with Rizevim knowing about the ins and outs of being a ley line user, they managed to trick Yasaka, hence allowing Cain and Tamamo to react faster. The legendary Kitsune had figured this out the moment that Tengu entered the room. And she knew that Cain had said his words at the best possible timing. But she still didn't understand why would Cain make an alliance with such obvious demerits to himself. Why did you do this? Isn't it quite obvious? For the ley line running beneath Kanto. Is that for me? Tamamo said, her mind finally at ease. My beauty was able to control him. No, for something else. I will help you with another thing. I have something which would grow immensely due to that ley line. Cain said, making Tamamo frown at the hidden meaning. Naturally, Cain was talking about the world tree. If a single ley line could make one strong enough to fight 2 dragon kings at once, then wouldn't it help the world tree gain its own spirit? But I need to get it without damaging it. Thankfully I have Morgan for that. Cain had made the deal for this sole reason, to get the ley line. As for the losses that would occur due to the alliance, the ley line would recover them easily, not to mention the deal would end the moment Seraphal gets the chance. Once that happens, Seraphal would make a deal with Hell's and Devil's benefit in mind. While Yasaka would be in debt to Cain and Lucifer clan. Destroying Rizevim had other benefits to him as well. With Yasaka being the sole leader of yokais over all of Japan, she would become a major player in the Shinto pantheon, with a major pull in its workings. Rather than Rizevim, who was much harder to control, Yasaka was much easier. With her in control, Cain would gain much-needed pull in Japan. He knew that Japan was going to be the hotbed of supernatural activity in the future, so he needed to get his pieces in place as quickly as possible. As for other benefits, yokais were a being who could be used to bolster the devil population. Gaining them as a force under Hell would help them in getting some reincarnated devils. There were other benefits also. He could act in Japan with a valid reason as helping Yasaka. His roaming of Japan wasn't exactly welcomed, as it was someone else's territory, but now, as someone who was in an alliance with a faction in the Shinto pantheon, he could do as he pleased, as long as some etiquette was maintained. All this thinking was done by Cain just after he had sensed the invaders, showing how quickly he could think, and it was not only him. Everyone who had reached a strength like him weren't morons. Even a muscle-heads like Thor could outwit most with ease. It's just that he hit it well, and preferred fighting over thinking. So are we going to help her? Unless she asks, we won't interfere. We are in an alliance, not in a master-servant relationship. Cain said he was sure Yasaka would win, although Magari may escape. A 6-tailed Nikomata was a difficult foe to capture, even for Yasaka. But what occupied Cain's mind was not any of this but a source of power he had sensed just at the edges of Kyoto. It was very well hidden, even he would have missed it. But he did some research after finding the yokai invaders and was able to find it. After he sensed it, he was shocked to find that it was almost as strong as him. But just as he made that discovery, his spying was discovered and the other party quickly escaped. TCH should have been more sneakier. But who would have thought that Amaterasu was hiding like this? What could be the reason? Figuring out the hidden god's identity wasn't a difficult task. Few gods were as strong as Cain, and those who were stronger, if they came here the entire top echelon of every force would know it. As such, excluding Thor, it only left Amaterasu. Susanoo could never be such a sneaky guy. By the time Yasaka returned, she looked a little troubled. There were some bruises on her fair skin. Her clothes were disturbed, and her cleavage was clearly visible. And her tails were in disorder, unlike their silky state prior to the battle. The ears were also straight, ready to react quickly. She then looked at Cain and asked, "About your previous proposal, may we talk again?" "Sure, but not now. Get some rest and handle your matters. I also have some work. I will come by in a month. Just to be clear, this may take a long time. I am prepared," Yasaka said with determination. Cain then stood up and waved his hand, restoring Yasaka's appearance and healing her. It was a little wasteful to use demonic energy to heal a yokai, a being who used nature energy. But to Cain it was nothing. Instead, it raised his opinion with Yasaka. He left with Tamamo, teleporting back to hell. Yasaka was left stunned. She was weak to honest praise and compliments. Cain healing her like that and considering her situation was even more of a blow to her. A blush quickly spread on her face and her tails began to move like a dog wagging its tail. The Tengu was left completely confused. Seeing the ever-serious Yasaka-sama like that was something new to him. It was dinner time by the time Cain had returned with Tamamo, hence he quickly took a shower and went to the dining table. He had told Tamamo to do the same. Cain arrived at the dining table and looked surprised that surprisingly everyone was present, and by that, he meant everyone. His wives, his maids, the entire peerage of his along with the goddesses, his mother, and of course him and Tamamo. Whoa. So many people, or should I say females? Tamamo said, looking at everyone curiously. The others were used to Cain bringing someone to the castle every now and then. Cain then sat down. Grafia stood to his right while Melissa and Vanessa were on his left. On the right side of the table sat Zira, Rayla, Nyx, Ereshkigal, Lilith, Morgan, and Jean. On his left from his seat sat Scathatch, Ingvild, Medusa, Echidna, Brynhilder, Crom and Tiamat. Tamamo looked at the two sides and then sat beside Jean, at the end of the table. The table was already too long and it would seem it may continue to grow longer by magic. Before dinner began, Cain introduced the latest member to everyone. This is Tamamo no Mae. She is going to be a new family member, as she would join my peerage as a pawn. Tamamo, they are your new friends. I am no pawn of yours. I won't listen to your orders like a slave. Tamamo said righteously, picking up the fork and pouring it at Cain. Hearing that, Grafia sighed. Cain, you didn't explain it to her. Lilith asked her son. I have done that enough times, someone else would. Fia. Cain said before Grafia began to explain the evil peace system to Tamamo. Oh, then it is fine. Though I won't listen to your demands, I demand some free will. Sure, now everyone introduces yourselves. We are not children, Cain. Tiamat said with spite before saying her name but was elbowed by Crom. She looked at her in confusion. Don't begin, you want his wives to get angry. Crom whispered to her reptilian friend. Who then nodded in gratefulness. Zira Lucifer. Rayla Lucifer. Nyx, the real one, from Greece. Ereshkigal, from Kor. Lilith Livon. Morgan Lafrey, from Britain. Jean Dark, from France. Scathatch Scotty, from Dun Scaith. Ingvild Leviathan. Medusa, from Olympus. Echidna. The mother of monsters, I guess. Brynhilder from Valhalla. Crom Crutch, the Crescent Circle Dragon. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. Grafia Lucifuge. Melissa Barbatos. Vanessa Valafor. Everyone then looked at Cain, who was busy eating his steak. Me too. Fine, I guess. He then put down the utensils and said. Cain Levon Lucifer, creator of hell. Gulp. Tamamo made an audible sound and said. Tamamo no Mae, Kyubi Kitsune. That doesn't sound as cool as the others. Her ears fell down, so did her two tails. Cain had given her some souls to use. She had managed to reading another one of her tails. It's fine, don't worry. Kyubi is already a mythic creature. Lilith said in motivation. With that, the introduction of the Kitsune went swimmingly well. Also, Morgan, Rayla. Go to Kyoto and finalize an alliance with the West Yokai faction. Don't look for benefits but rather help them without any hidden agenda. Why? Rayla asked while Morgan had already begun to think about what she should do. What matters to her is doing the tasks given to her as nicely as possible. It would raise her opinion in Cain's eye, making him more susceptible to her plots, of making him agree to let her call her husband in front of everyone. Well, I am going to organize a large-scale training for some of the peerage members and later the remaining ones along with the others. And how does that correlate to helping a bunch of yokais? You will see in the near future. Cain replied mysteriously. He then told Grafia. Fia. Remind me in a month that I need to go to find a swordsman in Japan. As you wish. Finally, I have conceived a child. Congratulations on that, my lord, but the phrasing needs much to be clear. It's not you but your wife who has conceived a child. Euclid said to Rizevim, who was jumping in the bed like a 10-year-old. Euclid's words were ignored and Rizevim said. Ohia. Finally. Getting that whore Aphrodite to bless that female so was worth it. I managed to impregnate her in one go. Finally, I shall regain my power. Again congratulations on that, my lord, but wouldn't the soul of the said child be unstable? Who cares? Its body would be top-notch, that's all that matters. Now due to my jumping, the single mother of 4 has failed to make her 1-year-old child sleep. This is true evil. I am not sure about that, my lord, but what to do about the woman? Keep her under hypnosis till she gives birth. After that, I don't care. As you wish, but was it really necessary to leave the vampires unchecked? It was. Sooner or later, Cain would figure out I was there. It's best if we change our location every day. America is pretty good. I shall commit myself to waking up earlier so that I can commit more evil things. I shall help you in that, my lord. By waking you at daybreak. Euclid said with fire in his eyes. Rizevim froze at that and said in horror. You wouldn't, it's too evil. I have learned from the best. Rizevim failed to wake at the next daybreak. Chapter 91, Nitnichiryu. Third-person POV. So seeing the reports given by Ajuka and Falbium, it is almost confirmed that my brother is alive. Cain said to Graphia, Zira, Melissa, Vanessa, and Lilith. Graphia and Zira had hard faces, and Rizevim's actions were still evident in their memories. More than that, what is problematic is his philosophy, and he could have actually understood his power. What if he learned how to transform? It would be troublesome to deal with a rogue super devil. He would not only cause trouble for hell but for other pantheons and factions too. That would make the reputation of the devils fall even lower than before. The slowly rising graph would fall with a sharp slope. Cain and the others had worked hard to prevent such a thing. Where is he? Zira asked. Ajuka said Europe. A more precise guess would take years, or less if he left some clues. He had centuries to hide himself, it won't be easy to get him. Cain said. I could track Euclid. It would be easier. Graphia offered. He isn't stupid, he must have taken precautions against that too. But just for the record, go and ask Ajuka to do that too. Graphia nodded at that. The three then finally looked at Lilith. Melissa and Vanessa were unfazed, they weren't sure why Rizevim being reborn was such a huge problem. To them Cain was able to solve problems even the original Lucifer couldn't, so this shouldn't be much of a problem. And in reality, it wasn't, it's just that Cain is paranoid. He knew that no matter how Rizevim trained he wouldn't get stronger than him. Even if he did by some miracle, it's not like there was only him. Zira, Ajuka, Scathatch, and even Thor might help. With such a lineup, unless you are Shiva or Okwang, it's tough to win. But Cain had a very bad feeling, nothing more than hunch, but he didn't want to take any chances. Mom, are you fine? Can you reconcile with him? Lilith asked, her voice broken. Cain lowered his head at that. He wanted to say yes but he couldn't. Seeing that he didn't lie, Lilith smiled sadly. I know you could have hidden this from me and killed him. There would be no need to have a conversation like this with me. Why did you tell me? Because you said I should be better. Cain said seriously. And continued, seeing Lilith having a shocked look. If you want, I will have a talk with him. You can come too, but that's the best I can offer. One wrong word and all bets are off. Lilith only nodded upon hearing that, drops of her tears wetted her cheeks. Zira and Graphia left the room. Although none of them wanted to give Rizevim a chance, they also knew what pain Lilith felt, hence they didn't intervene. Melissa took Lilith to her room while Vanessa stayed with Cain. She had some questions. Cain-sama, why are you giving such priority to your brother? He shouldn't be strong enough for you to personally make a move. I know, Vanessa. He probably wouldn't be able to take a single hit from me when I am serious. But what I fear is not his strength but his mindset. As strong as I am, he is better at playing the long game. There is a reason why Ajuka handles the shadow work of hell and not me. And only the Satans, Zira, and Graphia know what madness lies below his eyes. What plans he had made, what connections he has made, after his death what happens, has he made preparation for that too? Even me and Ajuka, who are probably the devils with the most fucked minds, believe something like Rizevim shouldn't exist in the world. He isn't evil because of his past, he isn't evil because he's a devil, he isn't evil because no one was kind to him. He's evil because that's all he is, pure, untainted, unblemished evil. That's what he is, the fucking embodiment of evil. Cain said. Vanessa was in shock, she had never seen Cain praise someone that much while despising someone. So if you ever come across him and aren't able to be saved, killing and destroying your soul and body is a better option than having hope, because loss of hope is not despair. The tiny belief that you have after all hope is extinguished when that is crushed, in front of you, that is true despair. Despair is not the lack of hope, it's the destruction of hope. Cain said with a serious look on his face. A month has passed by, and Cain is going to fight Musashi. The investigation of Rizevim is still in progress, but hell is more secure than ever. Falbium is constantly on patrol. Ajuka has stopped all of his experiments indefinitely, Seraphal has stopped any negotiations and hospital work and is solely working on checking the territories of hell. Even Zira is busy dealing with the devil lords and looking for any spies. Cain too was busy looking for any hidden bases. He even searched for the Malbranches but found none. Grafia had just reminded him of his bet with Musashi and hence he was going to Japan. The peerage's collection would have you stop for a bit after Musashi. Rizevim takes priority for this. My name is Shinman Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harunobu. Let's battle. The woman with 2 blades in her hands challenged Cain, who was standing there nonchalantly. He then picked up a sword and stood there without any stance. But he at least had the honor to tell his name. Cain. Hearing that Musashi rushed at him. Her skill was high, enough that even her rival was beaten to death by a sword carved from a wooden oar. But to Cain, even though he may accept that his skill may be below her, other than that, he dwarfs her in any other aspect. Thus what seemed to be an almost undodgeable attack was evaded by him in a single step. But that didn't deter Musashi. She had learned a lot about the supernatural world from her father. Her skill, which was among the best in human history, was not that great. There were beings who could slash time and space unless she completely mastered her void. She couldn't do anything against the true masters of the world. Knowing such things, most people would lose their motivation, but Musashi was invigorated by this. Hiya! She turned around and swung her katana while preparing her for a counter if Cain attacked. But Cain had enough of it. He slashed. Musashi, seeing that she couldn't stop that attack, tried to parry it using her dual blades. But to her surprise, her sword was cleaved like butter. Clank clank asterisk. 2 sounds of metal colliding with the ground sounded out and Musashi was defeated. Cain's sword was on her neck. But Musashi wasn't deterred even at that. She jumped back, drew her remaining 2 swords, and rushed at Cain again. But the fight ended even more quickly this time. Cain, instead of defending, attacked, disarming Musashi with ease. The swordswoman tried to fight using her body, but a single kick to her stomach had her barfing on the ground and writhing in pain, while her nostrils worked overtime to refill her lungs. How are you so strong? Musashi said between her gasps. Well, almost no one you find would be as strong as me. I am one of the strongest beings around. Your skills are truly marvelous, but they can't overcome the sheer difference in our other aspects. Then does that mean no human could ever reach your level? Honestly, no. But contrary to most people's expectations, there are some humans who manage to reach a level beyond most. Who? King Arthur, Scathatch, Buddha, there are quite a few. Then why should I join you? Well, for one, I am stronger than all of the above. Second, Scathatch is also serving me. Third, you honor your word, so you won't go back on it. Cain said, offering his hand to the fallen woman. Musashi took his hand and stood up. She didn't say anything as the reasons he had stated made her unable to refuse his offer. Then can you save my father? Unfortunately, his soul comes under the jurisdiction of Izanami. I can't really do much. If I had lost, then I would have done it forcefully, but I can't now. Cain explained, not to mention her father was a major figure. Izanami was probably waiting for his soul. Then can I stay with him? Until he passes away? Sure, I think he has about a week. I will send someone to fetch you, but before that let's get the ceremony out of the way. Cain said, taking out his night piece. Musashi looked at it and asked. What is that? A way to turn you into a devil. Are you a devil? If that wasn't obvious by the shady deals I offer, then yes. I am the leader actually. So you are like a king? Basically yes. Now stand straight. Musashi obeyed and Cain began the ceremony. I, Cain Livian Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me Shinman Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harunobu, bound your soul back to me and become my sword. You shall become my knight and rejoice in your newfound life. The piece went into her chest and a silver glow surrounded her. The glow faded after a while and Musashi opened her eyes. I can feel much more. My speed, my strength, everything has increased. Well, the evil pieces do boost your stats, but I think speed and reflex should have the most increment. Then what should I call you? Whatever you want. Then, master, I will await your subordinate. Yeah. Then go. Cain said and watched Musashi go back to her home. He then teleported back. So he's supposed to be here? Cain said, overlooking the town. According to my investigation, yes. Although it is almost guaranteed to be wrong. Ajuka said to Cain. Well, I know too, so I didn't bring Lilith here. Even so, I can't ignore this might be a lead. Indeed, but who would have thought that he was able to tame those egoistic vampires? Ajuka said as the town they were overseeing was a vampire feeding ground. The vampires raised them as livestock, but surprisingly it was empty. But the place is too clean. If the vampires had raised it to the ground, this plant would be dyed red. Let's check it out. Cain said and descended down. And found no one. Ajuka also sensed a lot of people but found no one. The houses were empty, but there were life signals. But that was it, no soul, no heat, nothing. At that moment Ajuka and Cain noticed an anomaly. The soil was too soft, like an elastic material. Cain, do you feel it? I do. And they looked at their feet. It was squirming, like it was alive. Did you not sense the soul? I only felt a dense covering all over the area, but to think it was a soul. It can be hidden like this. At that moment, a heartbeat sounded, and that gradually became louder than another, and soon, more than 1,000 hearts were beating at once. The village was long since destroyed. This entire place is made with their flesh. The bones, blood, and connective tissues have been removed. The walls and houses are colored flesh. Cain said in disgust. Ajuka scared the surroundings once again, being able to discern more. They are not colored, they have been etched. By runes for reflecting select colors. By hand that too. Ajuka was also repulsed, thinking about what had happened here. Someone killed everyone, rendered them like cattle, and made a city. Then recreated that city as the one in the victim's memory, then their flesh was branded by runes by hand, one by one with precision that would take hours for one house. Someone had spent years creating this horror. And worse of all, the people are alive, they could feel everything. Cain and Ajuka stepping on them, the wind, the heat, the rain, all of it, it made to their souls, etching that feeling into their very beings. This was an art and an art of evil. Cain floated and said with a tone that made even Ajuka shiver. That fucker. Chapter 92, Face to Face. Third-person POV. Ajuka, we are going to see what he has done with the vampires. What he does is no longer our concern, is it? As long as his identity as a devil is hidden, we can let him do as he pleases. Ajuka reasoned that he was having a really bad feeling, while Cain was having a different feeling. I feel as if I don't go, there will be hell to pay for me, I will regret it. And I feel something terrible will happen if we go. They both looked at each other. So what do we do? Cain asked, looking at Ajuka. Let's go. It's not like we would die all of a sudden. My lord, your brother, and the Beelzebub have just entered the vampire city you stayed at. Did they? Well, they should know about the magic circle there to tell me. Then shall we go and give them a present? Go there. My lord, that would be dangerous. Not really. I won't be going, but my future self is already there. That magic circle you had me make was time-based. Indeed. Now, let's see how my brother does against the future me. This looks normal. No flesh cities, no soul tampering, nothing. Cain said as he walked into the city of vampires. He was currently walking in the Teeps faction city. Now that I think about it, the creation of the factions must be something done by your brother. Ajuka said. Indeed. If I remember correctly, the division was due to the Teeps family doing some experiments on the vampires. It is as you say. The Carmilla family found out about it and revolted, leading to their separation. So we can at least figure out that Carmilla faction is not in cahoots with him. Ajuka finished what Cain started. At that moment, all the vampires in the city suddenly turned towards them, with their eyes open. Ajuka, we are hidden, right? We were supposed to, well, I had said we shouldn't come here. Ajuka joked about seeing a scene out of a horror movie. At that moment, the silver hair appeared in front of them. At long last, the chosen one arrived. Rizevim said, looking at Cain, the same sinister smile on his face. But Cain and Ajuka were talking to themselves. Hey, he doesn't feel right. He doesn't, I can't feel anything about him. Are you sure it is him? I am, but something does indeed feel off about him, I will handle him. You handle the vampires. They also feel weird, so be wary. Yeah, you too. Finally, my long-lost brother comes back. Yeah, I heard your bullshit. So what's new this time? You will see it soon, my deplorable brother. Saying so without a mysterious undertone, Rizevim lightly flicked his hand, and a magic circle formed at a speed far greater than before. A beam of destruction was launched by it. Cain sensed the danger in it and without any hesitation turned into his super devil form. Boom. As the dust settled, Cain's super devil form was seen covering his face. And his hand was completely wrecked. Bones were visible, and the blood had evaporated. Cain lowered his hand and looked at Rizevim in shock. That was equal to Thor's attack. He became so strong in such a short amount of time. But Cain didn't have much time to ponder, and with a simple flick, Rizevim created multiple beams like that at once. Shit. Cain cursed as he responded in like with his beams of liquid dark light. But the result shocked him and Ajuka. Cain was the one who was overpowered and was thrown through the buildings. Ajuka seeing that wanted to interfere in the battle. But his hand was caught by a vampire he had just killed. What? And the vampire's aura surged to the top of the Satan class. And in tandem, the same happened to every single vampire in the city. Cain, you're on your own for now. Ajuka said as his control domain opened, and he used all his strength. Fighting him were the thousands of Satan-class equivalent vampires. "Let's see who is the better one, brother," Rizevim said calmly, walking near the rubble Cain was buried under. It was surreal. Till now this was the way Cain carried himself. He was always the one with the bigger fist, always in control of the fight. Before Rizevim could come near the rubble, Cain's aura flared and reduced the rubble and his immediate surroundings to nothingness. Indeed, let's see. Ajuka had already understood what was happening to the vampires. They were forcefully made strong at the cost of their lifespan. Naturally, as beings with a lifespan as long as the devil's, they became horrifyingly strong at once. But that was not the only benefit they had. Their blood was now a carrier of the disease they carried, making anyone who comes in touch a ghoul. Their regeneration was turned up to its limit. Even Ajuka was having trouble crushing them. Destroying them completely was the only way to stop them. But the problem was that they weren't dying. If they used their lifespan they would die quickly, but for some reason, they weren't. Ajuka was currently working on a way to change that. Killing the thousands of vampires with such ridiculous abilities was very tough. Only someone like Zira or Cain could do it. Ajuka fought differently. If he could solve the problem, the fight would end on its own. Freeing him quicker than killing them would take. Is it magic? Is this time magic and soul magic combined at once? Ajuka was correct. So multiple souls are combined into one, making their lifespans longer. And using time magic they are recovering their lost life immediately. As long as they have magic, they will be fine. Ajuka calmed down, understanding the magic, and calmly used his trump card. Cankara formula. In an instant, the situation reversed. The magic that was supporting the vampires turned on them. And within a few minutes, the vampires died, their souls dispersed, and Ajuka, having complete control over the area, disposed of their bodies quickly. Now to help Cain. Ajuka turned towards the area where the brothers were fighting. He was going to help Cain, but the scene made him halt in his steps. Cain was lying on the ground, his body broken completely, a pool of blood beneath him. His horns were crushed, and his tail was cut off. One of his eyes was closed, while the other was barely open. His breathing was unstable. And he looked above him. Rizevim was flying there, his 6 pairs of wings out. He looked completely unharmed. Ajuka, don't waste time contacting anyone else. He is Rizevim, but he is from the future. He seems to stay here due to some magic. Deal with it. We can't retreat unless we make him return. Cain transmitted his understanding to Ajuka, who was about to rush and call Zira and Scathatch. Hearing that, he stooped and quickly used his Cankara formula. It was almost as if the situation was from the end of the Devil Civil War, but this time, Cain was on the losing end. You're nothing much, my brother. I guess I should have ended it much earlier. But whatever, it was not a pleasure. Rizevim said nonchalantly before pointing all of his 5 fingers at Cain. But before he could, his figure glitched as if being forced out of this reality. He then turned his head and looked at Ajuka's glowing figure. Figured it out, eh? Well, whatever. Here is a farewell gift. Rizevim made a slicing motion with his hand toward Ajuka. Ajuka didn't dodge or defend, he focused completely on forcing Rizevim back to his time. Smart. Rizevim said before his figure vanished completely. But Ajuka was wounded lethally by that one hit. Unlike Cain, he wasn't strong physically. His body, although much more durable than anyone else, is not enough to match Cain. His left hand and right leg were cut off, and a huge sword wound starting from his left shoulder till near his waist lingered. He quickly stored his limbs and flew towards Cain, his breathing labored, and teleported inside the Lucifer castle. Graphia was cleaning the study of Cain when she suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from the living room. She immediately teleported and reached there. Seeing the scene, she also almost released a scream but managed to hold back. She saw the one who screamed. It was Lilith. Seeing Cain like this, who was her son, was too much for her. Lady Lilith, please calm down. Cain and Ajuka-sama both need immediate medical attention. Please go and call Serafal-sama and ask Rayla-sama to bring multiple Phoenix tears, the more the better. Graphia said as she quickly casted basic healing magic at the 2 men. She wanted to cast higher magic but refrained. She was not a healer, and she couldn't endanger her lord's life just because she panicked. How did this happen? Who did this? Lilith was babbling without reason, seeing that Graphia called for someone else. Scathatch, Morgan. The 2 ladies were out of the castle and hadn't heard the scream. They were in the arena, and with its barrier active, sound didn't get inside. The 2 immediately came to Graphia's call. She had used magic to call them here. The 2 saw the situation and looked at Graphia. Scathatch, take them to Serafal. Morgan, go and bring Rayla, and bring Phoenix tears too. The 2 didn't ask anything and quickly did as told. Scathatch lifted the 2 and teleported to Serafal, while Morgan glanced at Cain before teleporting to Rayla. Seeing the 2 go, Graphia called Melissa and Vanessa. Look after Lady Lilith. And ask the entire clan to gather. Also inform Lord Asmodeus and the Astaroth clan. Giving instructions, Graphia went to Zira. So my brother survived. Not exactly a surprise, but the Beelzebub killed all the vampires as well. Looks like my brother isn't the only one to be wary of. Rizevim said as he walked around the destroyed city. Euclid walked behind him. But my lord, isn't this bad? Now that they know about the time magic, it wouldn't work. Wrong, it would. Just my future self won't. The trick I used on these vampires would work just fine. Although it does sting losing such a powerful pawn. Pawn, but isn't he you, my lord? That is exactly why he isn't an ally. Rizevim said to Euclid, and then the two promptly teleported back to their current hideout. Allfather, the disturbance was from the vampires. It is unknown who was responsible for it. But their auras point to being devils. Send Thor to look at that place. Although the devils are in a non-aggression treaty with us and haven't caused trouble with us in our territory, we must look as to what caused that monster to go serious. Yes, Allfather. The Valkyrie bowed and then went to tell Thor. As the huge doors closer, Odin went into thought. What happened? That even two transcendents had to get serious, and they went back too soon. What are you pondering upon, dear? Frigga, the counterpart of Freya, asked her husband, her voice transmitted to his mind. Nothing. The one-eyed god said, stood up, and went to see his wife. Those bats dare. Vlad Tepes screamed. My lord, I had said that colluding with the bat would bring nothing but misery to us. Now you are blaming me. What was I supposed to do? Those whores were getting too arrogant. Only with his help, I was able to survive. Even if I abhor those bats, I can't let someone who saved my life go unrewarded. My pride will not accept it. The butler sighed at that. Due to his pride, Vlad Tepes has doomed his faction. Now Cain knows that the Tepes faction has colluded with Rizevim. It was inevitable that he would eradicate them. So Ajuka, what happened? Did the entire Chinese or Hindu pantheon jump you at once, or one of the dragon gods attacked you? Seraphol asked Ajuka, who had awakened after being healed. Ajuka looked at the people surrounding him and began to explain with a sigh. Chapter 93, Father. Third-person POV. So Rizevim created a spell to summon himself from the future, and that future Rizevim beat you too like this. That's the basic gist of what happened, right? Seraphol asked Ajuka, who was still pale from the blood loss. He nodded his head. But aren't there too many questions now? How did Rizevim get so strong? How did he survive? What was the future Cain doing that he didn't notice the future Rizevim going back in time? Scathatch asked. Many agreed with her, but Ajuka said. Those questions will only make sense if the Rizevim we fought was from our timeline. If he was from another, then all of those questions are redundant, as we don't know anything about that. Scathatch went into deep thought at that, but then Falbium asked. That's fine, but what if he is from our timeline? We can't ignore that. Even if we are wrong, we need to be prepared. Indeed. Then our first priority is to make sure he can't use that spell. What about the modified vampires? Morgan asked. The future self can't be used anymore. I have figured out a way to counter it. I will create a method usable by all. The modified vampires are a bigger problem. It was good that I was the one there. If Zira or Cain was there, the destruction would surely warrant every single supernatural being in Europe to act. Ajuka said, making the others shiver at the thought. 1,000 Satan-class individuals, even not for long, would be terrifying to fight against. Then it's good that you were there. Now that we have managed to figure something out. How do we manage Rizevim? Zira asked, finally back in business after seeing Cain fine. We don't have any idea where he is. Except that he is colluding with the Tepes faction. Ajuka said. That's a lead. But the main concern is that if we don't stop him fast, he will grow much stronger if our timeline is the one he was summoned from. Seraphol said seriously. Yes. But don't we have an even bigger problem than Rizevim? Hearing Falbium say that, everyone looked at the bed beside Ajuka, on which Cain was lying, his eyes closed, but the stable rise and fall of his chest gave his status away. Rayla was sitting beside him, holding his hand, while Graphia was standing beside her. Cain hadn't woken up till now, even though all his wounds are fine. So why isn't he waking up? Ajuka asked. No idea. His vital signs are fine. His wounds have been healed. Seraphol said. Hearing that, Rayla glared at Seraphol but didn't say anything. Have you checked his soul? Zira asked. Yes. Ajuka has. We can call Ereshkigal and Nyx to be sure. Seraphol said. Hearing that, Graphia quickly called the two. The entire Lucifer clan had already known about this. In a moment the two goddesses were here. Take a look at Cain's soul, Graphia said. The two goddesses were quick in their diagnosis and revealed what they had seen. It's fine. His soul is completely fine. Ereshkigal said. I can't see any problems, even if it was concealed I would have seen it. Nyx gave her answer. Now everyone was confused. At that, Ereshkigal said meekly. Maybe he was affected by his loss. I mean, he hasn't lost till now, has he? Some kind of mental problem. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Scathatch said. It is true that he hadn't lost once in his life, but if his mindset was weak enough to be destroyed by one defeat, he wouldn't be so strong. Yeah, he isn't the one to be demotivated, he demotivates others. Ajuka said that. Everyone agreed at that, and then Zira said. He isn't like that. Even if he loses, he will come back stronger. Yeah, I still remember how badly I had been fooled by him when I first met him. Hell would freeze over before he gave up. Rayla added. And at last, Graphia said. My lord isn't one to be defeated so easily. You are forgetting one thing. If the future Rizevim was from our timeline, then that means he was weaker than my lord, so he came back to fight him in the past. This shows that instead of getting weaker, my lord became stronger. Even so, couldn't the future Rizevim have put some kind of mental block on him during the fight? Seraphal asked. At that, everyone went silent. And then Ajuka said. I will see what I can do. And activated numerous magic circles. But just as he tried to reach Cain's mind, he was repelled back. Seraphal is correct, there is indeed a mind block. But my proficiency in the matters of the mind isn't great. We would need someone much better. Ajka said dejectedly. At that, Falbium said. We have one of the strongest mind masters with us, do we not? I will go and bring Mother back. Zira said and teleported back to the Lucifer castle to bring Lilith with her. It took 15 minutes before Zira returned with Lilith. Lilith was looking haggard. Her cheeks were stained with tears marks, her eyes were red due to her crying. She immediately ran to Cain, seeing him, and began to use her abilities to free him of his mind block. But even she was repelled. She was able to hold on longer than Ajuka but didn't manage to break the mind block. Lady Lilith, even you can't break it. Ajuka said. Lilith made a rueful smile, full of despair, and she said. I doubt anyone would be able to. Hearing that, Rayla asked. What do you mean? It's not Rizevim who had put the mind block. Then whose signature did you recognize? We can track the one responsible immediately. Zira said. I don't think we could. I can recognize that signature in my sleep. It's Yahweh. I also sense Cain and Lucifer inside the mind block. I was about to say something but was pushed out. Hearing that, everyone in the room was shocked. At first, it was silence, then chaos broke out. What should we do? Should we ask heaven for help? How did this happen? Will Cain be fine? How did Yahweh put a mind block? Isn't he dead? How is the original Lucifer there? He is dead too. Seeing the chaos, Ajuka said seriously. Calm down. And he flared his aura, making everyone silent. We can't ask heaven. If the problem leaks out, it would be big trouble. Cain has to break out on his own. Lucifer should be there due to the bloodline, and Yahweh must have put a failsafe in the Lucifer bloodline too. What we can do is make sure everything is fine until Cain comes back. Have trust in him, he will be back. Just as Zira went to fetch Lilith, inside Cain's mind. Cain walked into the arena of his castle. His mind was a perfect replica of hell. It was also made to scale, so it was huge. Why am I here? Cain mused. The last thing he remembered was Rizevim fading as Ajuka was hacked in two, almost, that is. He should be fine. Now how do I get out of here? I am afraid you won't be getting out of here. A voice full of wisdom rang from above. Cain turned his head and found a blob of light saying. This is your mind, child. And it shall be your grave. The blob of light spoke as if he was dictating a fact. Cain looked at it for a moment and then said. You are the voice that talked to me when I transformed into a super devil for the first time, right? Indeed. You have a good memory. Yeah, I do. So what pleasure do I have to have you here, Yahweh? Why call me that? What else am I supposed to do? Big G, Heavenly Father. Grandfather. Hearing that, Cain looked at the blob for a while before saying. You did not just say that. I don't even know my own father, and you expect me to call you grandfather. The blob sighed and said. It's fine. So why have you trapped me here? Cain asked. You are now strong enough to reach the levels of being like me, the supreme gods. Being like us changed the very balance of the world once we are born. As such, my duty is to stop you from achieving that level of strength. What if I deny? Then this shall become your grave. You said that at first, didn't you already know what my answer was going to be? Yes, but I hoped you would be deterred, alas it was not meant to be. Yeah, so what's going to fight me, now? You. No, I am above such barbaric activities. But my failsafe isn't. You have a failsafe. In the heaven system. Yes, it is my son, who shall be your reaper. It really is a pity, you weren't supposed to exist, only your brother was. You were to die in your mother's womb. If that had come to pass, I would have been spared the pain of condemning my own grandson to death. Spare me the sob story, so which son is it? There are quite a few to name. Cain said impatiently but remembered the words told by Yahweh. Who else could it be, but your father, the light-bringer, Lucifer Morningstar? With his words, a being made up of light descended in Cain's mind. The light was familiar to Cain, he had once been attacked by it after all. And it was eerily similar to dark light as well. The light dimmed and a man was seen. Hey, he should be stronger than me currently if he is in his prime, right? Indeed, you understand your dilemma well. You can still fall back, you are strong enough, my child. The blob said, but Cain ignored it and looked at the face of the man. His face was perfect, his wings were perfect, and everything was perfect. He was perfectly balanced in all things, just like all things should be. But his eyes, instead of being dull for a failsafe code, were full of intelligence, and it spoke. Father, as always you underestimate me. What made you think that your failsafe, which was created in my image, would be safe from me? And pushed the blob of light out of Cain's mind, back to wherever it came from. He opened his palm and a spear appeared in his hands. A spear Cain knew very well about, the true Longinus. So my dear son, although it is our first meeting, and I find it annoying that I have to kill you, but still don't think too badly of me. I shall take care of Lilith after this. So even though you have infected the failsafe, you still can't override the commands of Yahweh. Indeed. But if the command is fulfilled, he can't command again quickly, and in that short time I shall escape, and give myself enough time to gain autonomy. Smart. But anyway. Shall we, father? Cain said with a snark in his voice. He also owned his palm and the scythe appeared. Its appearance shocked Lucifer, but he said, Ah, this is your mind, you can control it with ease, regardless, it won't make much of a difference. We shall see about that, father. Cain said, and the two rushed at each other, thirsty for each other's blood. Michael, what was that about? Raphael asked his brother, who was busy handling the error that was happening all across the heaven system. I don't know, the entire system is glitching at once. At that moment Uriel and Raphael arrived in the seventh heaven, looking worried. They didn't say anything but stood behind Raphael. Call all the angels back, and tell the Vatican to cease all of its activities. Decree all the associations to stand by. Michael ordered his brothers and sisters, with a serious face. And some questions have been answered, some haven't. They will be revealed as time passes. Also give me the stones. Chapter 94, Family Feud. Third-person POV. The scythe of death and the sword of light collided. And the entirety of Lucifer was gone from the face of hell. Cain was thrown back, while Lucifer was injured. Both looked at each other, and rushed once again. The scythe was a weapon wielded by Azrael, the angel of death in the past. With this, how many seraphi had fell? After his death, Lucifer got it and kept it in his basement, from where Cain found it. From then, he knew about its special powers after Kokobil's blood splattered on it. From then, the scythe had become his signature weapon. Even now it was doing the important tasks of fusing with the world tree and becoming a weapon of the world. Something like the blade of Olympus. On the other hand, the sword used by Lucifer was called the Lightbringer. One of the three primordial weapons of the biblical pantheon. It was Lucifer's personal weapon when he was an angel. It had been forged by the last remaining primordial flame. Its strength was equal to the scythe of death. It was capable of tearing apart space just with a light slash. Its flames could burn even transcendence to ash if not stopped in time. That's tough, never thought that I would see that scythe again. Ah. Yes, you did have it at some time. The father and son talked as they exchanged blows at a speed that put even gods to shame. So how's life? Pretty well. After that exchange, they finally took the fight a step above. Cain called upon his dark light, while Lucifer called upon his light. His title as the Lightbringer wasn't just for naught. And Cain knew that. He had personally felt the ferocity of that light. The spears, halberds, swords, and axes clashed one by one in the free purple sky. The shockwaves produced were ruining the already ruined Lucifer to oblivion. The two stood behind their wall of weapons and stared at each other. The stare down continued, and all of a sudden they stopped attacking each other. It's not gonna do anything, is it? You got quality, I got quantity, father. The hard way it is. Indeed. The two clashed, but this time with zeal in their eyes. Cain swung his scythe to behead Lucifer, but the Lightbringer blocked. Lucifer launched a kick, and Cain retaliated with his own. The kicks clashed, but the two were stuck. Cain dropped his scythe and directed a punch at his father's face. Lucifer blocked by the hilt. Cain used his other hand to catch the scythe and slash at Lucifer but was caught by the other hand of his father. The two were stuck in a dilemma. At that moment Lucifer brought out his wings. And light covered the world. Cain's skin began to melt. Seeing that, Cain backed down and brought his own wings out and used them as a medium to cast a dark-type spell. The terrifying light was countered by Cain, but he was a bit slow and hence sustained some damage. It was obvious who was the better one here. Lucifer had more experience, he had the type advantage, he had the weapon advantage, and he held the strength advantage. Cain was outclassed in every single aspect. He was only a little bit behind, but he was still behind. Cain fell back and began to use the structure of hell to his advantage. There were many changes that Lucifer didn't know. He ran into Agar's, into Ajuka's lab, intent on using the weird structure to his advantage. Cain succeeded, as his father could no longer keep up with him. Ajuka's lab was like a labyrinth and Cain knew it like the back of his hand. He made a turn and he knew he was just above his father. He gathered his power of liquid dark light and without a chant used his attack, limited death. The massive scythe of death dropped on Lucifer's unguarded back but failed to pierce through as the attack wasn't at full power. But it had its intended effect. Lucifer's wings were a bit damaged, and it wouldn't heal fast. His speed was now less than Cain's. Using that to his advantage, Cain rushed at the huge dust cloud. Within 2 clashes Cain had to fall back again, as he was outclassed in close combat. I need to use my speed. It's my only advantage here. He won't fall for a similar trick once again. I need to use guerrilla tactics. Cain said as he hid inside one of the buildings once again. But in a moment the building was blown away by Lucifer. Ah, shit, here we go again. Cain said as he rushed at his father from the dust. But the result was the same, 2 clashes and Cain had to retreat. This continued for a while until there was not a single structure left. Cain was badly wounded. He had clashed twice for every structure there was in hell, and he had accumulated an injury in each clash. The injuries were minor, but their numbers were too high. This was the true meaning of the quote. Death by 1,000 cuts. It's over, give up. There is nothing you can do now. It was a troublesome fight, be proud you were strong. Cain gazed at his father. Lucifer also wasn't fine, he had many injuries as well. His wings were dyed red, not a single feather was white. His blonde hair was red, Lightbringer was noticeably dimmer than before and his breathing was heavy. But Cain was worse. His replica of the scythe was destroyed, his wings weren't even out, and his clothes from the upper section were gone. He wasn't even able to see properly, but he still said with pride in his voice. It's not over, till I say. I will put a sword through your throat. Worthless pride, but still it is pride. Come, let's end this. Lucifer said with his energy coming back to him. Cain rushed at him, intent on ending this in a single blow. But Lucifer was aware of this and was prepared, instead of slashing at him with his sword. He made this sword vanish, making Cain's guard against him backfire. And with a punch that shook space, time, and reality, embedded Cain into a mountain, which was promptly destroyed. Along with it, the entire mountain range was destroyed. For a rough comparison, the mountain was 3 times higher than Everest and the mountain range was almost 10 times the size of the Andes. Cain POV. Everything hurts. It's been a while since I was beaten this badly. Or not, it's probably not even been a day outside. That brother of mine brought a lot of troubles with him this time. Can't even move my body, all these rocks are heavy. My eyelids aren't opening, I can feel the wet feeling of my blood all over my body. The situation is really bad. I need to fight, I can't lose. My limbs are stuck, it feels as if the entire world is on top of my body. But I can't stop, I must go on. My journey won't end as being crushed under some rocks. I can feel the rocks getting lighter. What is happening? Intense light stone into my eyes, and my skin was burnt once again. I saw my father flying above me. So he cleared the rocks. Looks like he is here to finish the job. Too bad I have no plans of dying here like this. My vision is blurred and even that is full of red. I can hear my father say something. You should have given up way early. All that struggle in order to die. Wouldn't I be a disgrace to the title Lucifer if I had just rolled over and died? I said with my hoarse voice. You have a point, only a Lucifer should kill one. Didn't you die to Yahweh? That was a special circumstance. Really? Aren't you just a sore lover? Enough. I won't entertain you any longer. The fight in your mind ends here. My mind. Yeah, this is my mind. Hey, what did you say now? He looked confused as he said. The fight in your minds ends here? Yeah, it's my mind. Father. As the words left my mouth, I felt my power returning back. My wounds were healing, and he was falling back. Thanks for the reminder. I forgot that in all the stuff happening, that this is my mind. Shouldn't have said that. He muttered as he readied himself for a fight again. But the situation was different now. I was back to my full power while he was not. I could heal endlessly, he could not. It was this simple, I simply needed to have control over my own mind. That's it, the secret to the level above Super Devil. I was this close to this but failed to achieve it until I was about to die. Looking at my father I felt pity, he was so close to getting his freedom but failed due to a misspoken word. That's gotta sting. Well, maybe he would achieve freedom after Yahweh calls upon the failsafe sometime later due to a different reason. If this was the real Yahweh, my father wouldn't gain another chance but as fate would have it, it's not the real Yahweh, it's just a will. It will be fun to watch what happens next between the father and son, as my father's role in my life ends today. Third-person POV. At once the situation had changed, now Lucifer was the one running while Cain was leisurely following his father. No matter how fast Lucifer was he couldn't outrun Cain, it was Cain's mind here Cain was omnipotent and omnipresent. Let's end this, father. Cain rushed at his parent and without any mercy, kicked him in the gut and snatched the light bringer. Cain's hands burned, due to the holy nature of the sword, but this was his domain, his mind. The sword was quickly subdued, and then Cain glanced at the mighty Lucifer, who was on his knees, unable to even stand up. But his eyes were still full of pride. Maybe he did get a hint of twisted satisfaction from this. But Cain wasn't one to get emotional at the important moments. He walked with the sword in his hands, like an executioner. The Lucifer could do nothing but see his impending doom. So long, son. Indeed. So long, father. Cain said as with a twisted smile filled with madness and impaled his father. The light bringer entered Lucifer's mouth and went until it came out of his anus. And then finally got stuck in the ground. Only the hilt of the sword was visible, with the rest of it going inside Lucifer's mouth. Fucking finally put a sword through his throat. Cain said in satisfaction. It's been 3 weeks since Cain has gone into a coma, is he still not awake? Zira asked Graphia, who was responsible for looking after Cain. There has been no sign of him waking up. Seraphal has said his body is fine, until he breaks the mental block placed by Yahweh, we can't do anything. The entire Lucifer clan was present in the living hall. Everyone was depressed, the most affected one was Lilith. She believes that the current situation is her fault, if she hadn't asked Cain to make a talk with Rizevim, he wouldn't be like this. Zira and the others had told her that it was not her fault, they explained that Cain would have lost regardless of her want. But this made her lament her own weakness, what kind of mother can't even protect her own child? Everyone was silent hearing Graphia speak, and suddenly everyone heard the clacking of boots hitting the floor. And the huge gate was pushed open by force and a man walked into the living hall. Why so depressed? It was a small power-up arc. That's all.